Chapter 29. I Just Like to Be Bad. Sometimes he found it hard to be with the people who thought themselves his friends, the men with whom he associated when he needed money. Theft was their main occupation, tomming of a Saturday night their recreation. He was popular among them, a mate, so they thought, a fellow, an equal. An equal. The day the police had found her, all he had wanted was to be alone to savour the coverage. The stories in the paper made good reading. He felt proud. This was the first time he'd been able to kill in private, to take his time, to organise things as he'd wanted. He intended to do the same with the secretary, to have time to enjoy her alive before he killed her. His one frustration was there was no mention of the letters that were supposed to point the police to Strike, to make them interrogate and badger the fucker, drag his name through the mud in the papers, make the dumb public think he'd had something to do with it. However, there were columns and columns of coverage, photographs of the flat where he'd done her, interviews with the pretty boy police officer. He saved the stories. They were souvenirs, just like the bits of her he had taken for his private collection. Of course, his pride and enjoyment had to be hidden from it, because it required very careful handling at the moment. It wasn't happy, not happy at all. Life wasn't panning out the way it had expected, and he had to pretend to give a flying fuck, to be concerned, be a nice guy because it was useful to him. It brought in money, and it might have to give him alibis. You never knew whether they might be needed. He'd had a close call once before. That had been the second time he had killed, in Milton Keynes. You didn't shit on your own doorstep. That had always been one of his guiding principles. He had never been to Milton Keynes before or since, and had no connection with the place. He had stolen a car, away from the boys, a solo job. He had had fake plates ready for a while. Then he had simply driven, wondering whether he would get lucky. There had been a couple of failed attempts since his first murder. Trying to chat up girls in pubs, in clubs, trying to isolate them, was not working as well as it had in the past. He didn't look as good as he once had, he knew that. But he didn't want to establish a pattern of doing prostitutes. The police started to put two and two together if you went for the same type every time. Once, he had managed to track a tipsy girl down an alleyway, but before he'd even drawn his knife out, a pair of giggling kids had burst into view, and he had taken off. After that, he had given up on trying to pick up a girl in the usual way. It would have to be force. He had driven for hours in increasing frustration, not a whiff of a victim in Milton Keynes. At 10 to midnight, he was on the verge of caving and sniffing out a hooker when he'd spotted her. She was arguing with her boyfriend on a roundabout in the middle of the road, a short-haired brunette in jeans. As he passed, he kept an eye on the couple in his rearview mirror. He watched her storm away, as good as intoxicated by her own anger and tears. The infuriated man she had left behind shouted after her, then, with a gesture of disgust, stumbled off in the opposite direction. He did a U-turn and drove back up the road towards her. She was sobbing as she walked, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. He had wound down the window. "You right, love? Piss off." She sealed her fate by plunging angrily into the bushes beside the road to get away from his crawling car. Another 100 yards would have taken her to a well-lit stretch of road. All he had to do was turn off the road and park. He pulled on the balaclava before getting out of the car, the knife ready in his hand, and walked calmly back to the place where she had disappeared. He could hear her trying to fight her way out of the dense patch of trees and shrubs, placed there by town planners to soften the contours of the wide grey dual carriageway. There was no street lamp here. He was invisible to passing drivers as he skirted the dark foliage. As she beat her way back onto the pavement, he was standing ready to force her back in at knife point. He had spent an hour in the bushes before leaving the body. He ripped her earrings from her lobes and then wielded his knife with abandon, hacking off bits of her. A gap in the traffic, and he scurried, panting, back to the stolen car in the darkness, balaclava still in place. He drove away, every particle of him elated and sated, his pockets seeping. Only then did the mist lift. Last time, he had used a car from work, which he had subsequently cleaned thoroughly in full view of his workmates. He doubted anyone would be able to get the blood out of these cloth seats, and his DNA would be on everything. What was he going to do? That was the closest he had ever come to panicking. He drove miles north before abandoning the car in a lonely field far from the main road, not overlooked by any buildings. Here, shivering in the cold, he took off the fake plates, soaked one of his socks in the petrol tank, then chucked it into the bloody front seat and lit it. It took a long time for the car to properly catch. He had to reapproach it several times to help it along, until finally, at 3 in the morning, while he watched, shivering, from the cover of trees, it exploded. Then he ran. It was winter, which meant at least that the balaclava did not look out of place. He buried the fake plates in a wood and hurried on, head bowed, hands in his pockets on his treasured souvenirs. He had considered burying them too, but he could not bring himself to do it. He had covered the bloodstains on his trousers with mud, kept his balaclava on at the station, acting drunk in a corner of the train carriage to keep people away from him, muttering to himself, projecting that aura of menace and madness that acted like a cordon when he wished to be left alone. By the time he reached home, they had found her body. He watched it on the TV that night, eating off a tray in his lap. They found the burnt-out car, but not the plates, and this really was proof of his own inimitable luck, the strange protective blessing the cosmos gave him. The boyfriend with whom she had argued was arrested, charged, and, though the evidence against him was transparently weak, convicted. The thought of that dickhead serving his time still made him laugh sometimes. Nevertheless, those long hours of driving through the darkness, when he had known an encounter with the police might be fatal, when he had feared a request to turn out his pockets, or a shrewd-eyed passenger noticing dried blood on him, had taught him a powerful lesson. Plan every detail. Leave nothing to chance. That was why he needed to nip out for some Vicks Vapo Rub. The #1 priority right now was to make sure that its stupid new scheme did not interfere with his own. Chapter 30. I am gripped by what I cannot tell. Blue Oyster Cult, Lips in the Hills. Strike was inured to the shifts between frenetic activity and enforced passivity demanded by investigations. Nevertheless, the weekend following their round trip to Barrow, Market Harbour and Corby found him in a strange state of tension. The gradual re-immersion in civilian life that had taken place over the past couple of years had brought with it pressures from which he had been protected while in the military. His half-sister, Lucy, the only sibling with whom he had shared a childhood, called early on Saturday morning to ask why he had not responded to her invitation to his middle nephew's birthday party. He explained that he had been away, unable to access mail sent to the office, but she barely listened. "Jack Hero worships you, you know," she said. "He really wants you to come." "Sorry, Lucy," said Strike. "Can't make it. I'll send him a present." Had Strike still been in the SIB, Lucy would not have felt entitled to exert emotional blackmail. It had been easy to avoid family obligations then, while he was travelling the world. She had seen him as an inextricable part of the Army's immense and implacable machine. When he steadily refused to yield to her word picture of a desolate 8-year-old nephew looking in vain for Uncle Cormoran at the garden gate, she desisted, asking instead how the hunt for the man who had sent the leg was progressing. Her tone implied that there was something disreputable about being sent a leg. Keen to get her off the phone, Strike told her untruthfully that he was leaving everything up to the police. Fond as he was of his younger sister, he had come to accept that their relationship rested almost entirely on shared and largely traumatic memories. He never confided in Lucy unless forced to do so by external events, for the simple reason that confidences usually elicited alarm or anxiety. Lucy lived in a state of perennial disappointment that he was still, at the age of 37, holding out against all those things that she believed necessary to make him happy: a job with regular hours, more money, a wife and children. Glad to have got rid of her, Strike made himself his third mug of tea of the morning and laid back down on the bed with a pile of newspapers. Several of them displayed a photograph of murder victim Kelsey Platt, wearing a Navy school uniform, a smile on her plain, pimply face. Dressed only in boxers, his hairy belly no smaller for the plentiful takeaways and chocolate bars that had filled it in the last fortnight, he munched his way through a packet of rich tea biscuits and skimmed several of the stories, but they told him nothing he did not already know. So he turned instead to the anticipatory comment about the next day's Arsenal-Liverpool match. His mobile rang while he was reading. He had not realised how tightly wound he was. He reacted so fast that Wardle was taken by surprise. "Bloody hell, that was quick. What were you doing, sitting on it?" "What's going on?" "We've been over to Kelsey's sister's place. Name's Hazel, she's a nurse. We're looking into all Kelsey's day-to-day contacts. We've gone through her room and we've got her laptop. She's been online, on some message board for people who want to hack bits off themselves. And she was asking about you." Strike scratched his dense curly hair, staring at the ceiling, listening. "We've got personal details for a couple of the people she was interacting with regularly on the boards. I should have pictures by Monday. Where will you be?" "Here, in the office." "Her sister's boyfriend, the ex-fireman, says Kelsey kept asking him about people trapped in buildings and car accidents and all sorts. She really wanted to get rid of that leg." "Jesus," muttered Strike. After Wardle had hung up, Strike found himself unable to focus on the backroom reshuffles at the Emirates. After a few minutes, he abandoned the pretense that he was absorbed in the fate of Arsene Wenger's management team and resumed his staring at the cracks in the ceiling, absently turning his mobile over and over. In the blinding relief that the leg had not been Brittany Brockbank's, he had given less thought to the victim than he would ordinarily have done. Now, for the first time, he wondered about Kelsey and the letter that she had sent him, which he had not bothered to read. The idea of anybody seeking amputation was repugnant to Strike. Round and round in his hand he turned his mobile, marshalling everything he knew about Kelsey, trying to build a mental picture out of a name and mingled feelings of pity and distaste. She had been 16. She had not got on with her sister. She had been studying childcare. Strike reached for his notebook and began to write. Boyfriend at college? Lecturer? She had gone online, asking about him. Why? Where had she got the idea that he, Strike, had amputated his own leg? Or had she evolved a fantasy out of newspaper reports about him? Mental illness? Fantasist, he wrote. Wardle was already looking into her online contacts. Strike paused in his writing, remembering the photograph of Kelsey's head with its full cheeks in the freezer, staring out of its frosted eyes. Puppy fat. He had thought all along that she looked far too young for 24. In truth, she had looked young for 16. He let his pencil fall and continued to turn his mobile over and over in his left hand, thinking. Was Brockbank a true paedophile, as a psychologist Strike had met in the context of another military rape case had put it? Was he a man who was only sexually attracted to children? Or was he a different kind of violent abuser, a man who targeted young girls merely because they were most readily available and easiest to cow into silence, but who had wider sexual tastes if an easy victim became available? In short, Was a babyish-looking 16-year-old too old to appeal sexually to Brockbank? Or would he rape any easily silenced female if he got the chance? Strike had once had to deal with a 19-year-old soldier who had attempted to rape a 67-year-old. Some men's violent sexual nature required only opportunity. Strike had not yet called the number that Ingrid had given him for Brockbank. His dark eyes drifted to the tiny window that showed a feebly sunlit sky. Perhaps he should have passed Brockbank's number to Wardle. Perhaps he ought to call it now. Yet even as Strike began to scroll down the list of contacts, he reconsidered. What had he achieved so far by confiding his suspicions to Wardle? Nothing. The policeman was busy in his operations room, doubtless sifting leads, busy with his own lines of inquiry and giving Strike's, as far as the private detective could tell, only slightly more credence than he would have given anyone who had hunches but no proof. The fact that Wardle, with all his resources, had not yet located Brockbank, Lang or Whitaker did not suggest that he was prioritizing the men. No. If Strike wanted to find Brockbank, he ought surely to maintain the cover that Robin had created, that of the lawyer looking to win the ex-major compensation. The traceable backstory they had created with his sister in Barrow might prove valuable. In fact, thought Strike, sitting up on the bed, it might be an idea to call Robin right now and give her Brockbank's number. She was alone, he knew, in the Ealing flat, while Matthew was home in Massam. He could call and perhaps— Oh, no, you don't, you silly fucker. A vision of himself and Robin in the Tottenham had bloomed in his head, a vision of where a phone call might lead. They were both at a loose end. A drink to discuss the case. On a Saturday night? Piss off. Strike got up suddenly, as though the bed had become painful to lie on, dressed, and headed out to the supermarket. On his way back into Denmark Street, carrying bulging plastic bags, he thought he spotted Wardle's plainclothes policeman, stationed in the area to keep an eye out for large men in beanie hats. The young man in a donkey jacket was hyper-aware, his eyes lingering a tad too long on the detective as he walked past, his shopping swinging. Elin called Strike much later, after he had eaten a solitary evening meal in his flat. As usual, Saturday night was out of bounds for a meeting. He could hear her daughter playing in the background as she talked. They had already arranged to see each other for dinner on Sunday, but she had called to ask whether he fancied meeting her earlier. Her husband was determined to force the sale of the valuable flat in Clarence Terrace, and she had started looking for a new property. "Do you want to come and look at it with me?" she asked. "I've got an appointment at the show flat tomorrow at 2. He knew, or thought he knew, that the invitation sprang not from some eager hope that he would one day be living with her there — they had only been dating for 3 months — but because she was a woman who would always choose company when possible. Her air of cool self-sufficiency was misleading. They might never have met had she not preferred to attend a party full of her brother's unknown colleagues and friends, rather than spend a few hours alone. There was nothing wrong with that, of course. Nothing wrong with being sociable, except that for a year now, Strike had organised his life to suit himself, and the habit was hard to break. "Can't," he said. "Sorry. I'm on a job until 3. The lie convincingly told, she took it reasonably well. They agreed to meet at the bistro on Sunday evening, as previously planned, which meant that he would be able to watch Arsenal-Liverpool in peace. After he had hung up, he thought again of Robin, alone in the flat she shared with Matthew. Reaching for a cigarette, he turned on the TV and sank back onto his pillows in the dark. Robin was having a strange weekend. Determined not to sink into moroseness just because she was alone and Strike had gone off to Elin's. Where had that thought come from? Of course he had gone. After all, it was the weekend, and it was no business of hers where he chose to spend it. She had spent hours on her laptop, doggedly pursuing one old line of inquiry and one new. Late on Saturday night, She made an online discovery that caused her to jog 3 victory laps of the tiny sitting room and almost phoned Strike to tell him. It took several minutes, with her heart thumping and her breath coming fast, to calm down and to tell herself that the news would keep until Monday. It would be much more satisfying to tell him in person. Knowing that Robin was alone, her mother called her twice over the weekend, both times pressing for a date when she could come down to London. "I don't know, Mum. Not just now," sighed Robin on Sunday morning. She was sitting in her pyjamas on the sofa, laptop open in front of her again, trying to hold an online conversation with a member of the BIID community who called themselves Devotee. She had only picked up her mother's call because she was afraid ignoring it might result in an unannounced visit. Devotee. Where do you want to be cut? Trans hopeful. Mid-thigh. Devotee. Both legs? What about tomorrow? Asked Linda. No, said Robin at once. Like Strike, she lied with fluent conviction. I'm midway through a job. The following week's better. Trans hopeful. Yes, both. Do you know anyone who's done it? Devotee. Can't share that on MSJ board. Where you live? I haven't seen him, said Linda. Robin, are you typing? No, Robin lied again, her fingers suspended over the keyboard. Who haven't you seen? Matthew, of course. Oh, well, no. I didn't think he'd come calling this weekend. She tried typing more quietly. Trans hopeful. London. Devotee. Me too. Got a pic? Did you go to Mr. Cunliffe's birthday party? She asked, trying to drown out the sound of the laptop keys. Of course we didn't, said Linda. Well, let me know what day's best week after next, and I'll book my ticket. It's Easter, it'll be busy. Robin agreed, returned Linda's affectionate goodbye, and directed her full attention to Devotee. Unfortunately, after Robin had refused to give him or her, she was almost positive that he was male, a picture, Devotee lost interest in their back and forth on the notice boards and went quiet. She had expected Matthew to return from his father's on Sunday evening, but he did not. When she checked the calendar in the kitchen at 8, she realised that he had always intended to take Monday off. Presumably she had agreed to this, back when the weekend had been planned, and told Matthew that she would ask Strike for a day's holiday too. It was lucky that they had split up, really, she told herself bracingly. She had dodged one more row about her working hours. However, she cried later, alone in the bedroom that was thick with relics of their shared past. The fluffy elephant he had given her on their first Valentine's Day together. He had not been so suave in those days. She could remember him turning red as he had produced it, and the jewellery box he had given her for her 21st. Then there were all the photographs showing them beaming during holidays in Greece and Spain, and dressed up at Matthew's sister's wedding. The biggest picture of the lot showed them arm in arm on Matthew's graduation day. He was in his academic gown, and Robin stood beside him in a summer dress, beaming as she celebrated an achievement of which she had been robbed by a man in a gorilla mask. Chapter 31. Nighttime flowers, evening roses, bless this garden that never closes. Blue oyster cult, tenderloin. Robin's mood was buoyed next day by the glorious spring morning that greeted her outside her front door. She did not forget to remain aware of her surroundings as she travelled by tube towards Tottenham Court Road, but saw no sign of any large man in a beanie hat. What leapt to the eye on her morning commute was the mounting journalistic excitement about the royal wedding. Kate Middleton seemed to be on the front of virtually every newspaper held by her fellow travellers. It made Robin hyper-aware all over again of that naked, sensitive place on her third finger where an engagement ring had sat for a year. However, excited as she was about sharing the results of her solo investigative work with Strike, Robin refused to be downcast. She had just left Tottenham Court Road station when she heard a man shout her name. For a split second, she feared an ambush by Matthew. Then Strike appeared, forging a path through the crowd, backpack on his shoulder. Robin deduced that he had spent the night with Elin. "Morning. Good weekend?" he asked. Then, before she could answer, "Sorry, no, crap weekend, obviously." "Bits of it were all right," said Robin, as they wended their way through the usual obstacle course of barriers and holes in the road. "What have you got?" Strike asked loudly over the interminable drills. "Sorry?" she shouted. "What have you found out?" "How do you know I found anything out?" "You got that look," he said. "The look you get when you're dying to tell me something." She grinned. "I need a computer to show you." They turned the corner into Denmark Street. A man dressed all in black stood outside their office door, holding a gigantic bunch of red roses. "Oh, for God's sake," breathed Robin. A spasm of fear receded. Her mind had momentarily edited out the armful of blooms and seen only the man in black. But it wasn't the courier, of course. This, she saw as they approached him, was a youth with long hair, an Interflora delivery man wearing no helmet. Strike doubted the boy had ever handed over 50 red roses to a less enthusiastic recipient. "His father's put him up to this," Robin said darkly, as Strike held open the door for her, and she pushed her way inside, being none too gentle with the quivering floral display. "All women love roses," he'll have said. "That's all it takes, a bunch of bloody flowers." Strike followed her up the metal staircase, amused but careful not to show it. He unlocked the office door, and Robin crossed to her desk and dropped the roses unceremoniously onto it, where they quivered in their beribboned polythene bag of greenish water. There was a card. She did not want to open it in front of Strike. "Well," he asked, hanging his backpack on the peg beside the door, "what have you found out?" Before Robin could say a word, there was a rap on the door. Wardle's shape was easily recognisable through the frosted glass, his wavy hair, his leather jacket. "I was in the area. Not too early, is it? Bloke downstairs let me in." Wardle's eyes travelled immediately to the roses on Robin's desk. "Birthday?" "No," she said shortly. "Do either of you want coffee?" "I'll do it," said Strike, moving over to the kettle and still speaking to Robin. "Wardle's got some stuff to show us." Robin's spirit sank. Was the policeman about to preempt her? Why hadn't she called Strike on Saturday night when she'd found it? Wardle sat down on the mock leather sofa that always emitted loud farting noises when anyone over a certain weight sat on it. Clearly startled, the policeman repositioned himself gingerly and opened a folder. "It turns out Kelsey was posting on a website for other people who wanted to get limbs taken off," Wardle told Robin. Robin sat down in her usual seat behind her desk. The roses impeded her view of the policeman. She picked them up impatiently and deposited them on the floor beside her. "She mentioned Strike," Wardle went on. "Asked if anyone else knew anything about him." "Was she using the name Nowhere to Turn?" asked Robin, trying to keep her voice casual. Wardle looked up astonished, and Strike turned, a coffee spoon suspended in mid-air. "Yeah, she was," said the policeman, staring. "How the hell did you know that?" "I found that message board last weekend," said Robin. "I thought Nowhere to Turn might be the girl who wrote the letter." "Christ," said Wardle, looking from Robin to Strike. "We should offer her a job." "She's got a job," said Strike. "Go on, Kelsey was posting." "Yeah, well, she ended up exchanging email addresses with these two. Nothing particularly helpful, but we're looking to establish whether they actually met her, in real life," said Wardle. Strange, thought Strike, how that phrase, so prevalent in childhood to differentiate between the fantasy world of play and the dull adult world of fact, had now come to signify the life that a person had outside the internet. He handed Wardle and Robin their coffees, then went through to his inner office to fetch a chair, preferring not to share the farting sofa with Wardle. When he returned, Wardle was showing Robin printed screenshots of the Facebook pages of 2 people. She examined each of them carefully, then passed them on to Strike. One was a thick-set young woman with a round, pale face, bobbed black hair, and glasses. The other was a light-haired man in his 20s, with lopsided eyes. She blogs about being transabled, whatever the fuck that is, and he's all over message boards, asking for help in hacking bits off himself. Both of them have got serious issues, if you ask me. Recognise either of them? Strike shook his head, as did Robin. Wardle sighed and took the pictures back. Long shot. What about other men she's been knocking around with? Any boys or lecturers at college? Asked Strike, thinking of the questions that had occurred to him on Sunday. Well, the sister says Kelsey claimed to have a mysterious boyfriend they were never allowed to meet. Hazel doesn't believe he existed. We've spoken to a couple of Kelsey's college friends, and none of them ever saw a boyfriend, but we're following it up. Speaking of Hazel, Wardle went on, picking up his coffee and drinking some before continuing, I've said I'll pass on a message. She'd like to meet you. Me? Said Strike, surprised. Why? I don't know, said Wardle. I think she wants to justify herself to everyone. She's in a real state. Justify herself? She's guilt-ridden because she treated the leg thing as weird and attention-seeking, and feels that's why Kelsey went looking for someone else to help her with it. She understands I never wrote back, that I never had actual contact with her. Yeah, I've explained that to her. She still wants to talk to you. I don't know, said Wardle slightly impatiently. You got sent her sister's leg. You know what people are like when they're in shock. Plus, it's you, isn't it? Said Wardle, with a faint edge in his voice. She probably thinks the boy wonder will solve it while the police are blundering. Robin and Strike avoided looking at each other, and Wardle added grudgingly, We could have handled Hazel better. Our guys interrogated her partner a bit more aggressively than she liked. It put her on the defensive. She might like the idea of having you on the books, the detective who's already saved one poor innocent from the nick. Strike decided to ignore the defensive undertone. Obviously, we had to question the bloke who was living with her, Wardle added for Robin's benefit. That's routine. Yes, said Robin. Of course. No other man in her life, except the sister's partner and this alleged boyfriend? Asked Strike. She was seeing a male counsellor, a skinny black guy in his 50s, who was visiting family in Bristol on the weekend she died. And there's a church youth group leader called Darryl, said Wardle. Fat guy in dungarees. He cried his eyes out all through the interview. He was present to correct the church on the Sunday. Nothing checkable otherwise, but I can't see him wielding a cleaver. That's everyone we know about. Her course is nearly all girls. No boys in the church youth group. They're nearly all girls as well. Oldest boy's 14. How would the police feel about me seeing Hazel? Strike asked. We can't stop you, Wardle said, shrugging. I'm for it, on the understanding that you'll pass on anything useful, but I doubt there's anything else there. We've interviewed everyone. We've been through Kelsey's room, we've got a laptop, and personally I bet none of the people we've talked to knew anything. They all thought she was off on a college placement. After thanks for the coffee, and a particularly warm smile for Robin, which was barely returned, Wardle left. Not a word about Brockbank, Lang, or Whittaker, Strike grumbled, as Wardle's clanging footsteps faded from earshot. And you never told me you'd been ferreting around on the net, he added to Robin. I had no proof she was the girl who'd written the letter, said Robin. But I did think Kelsey might have gone online looking for help. Strike heaved himself to his feet, took her mug from her desk, and was heading for the door when Robin said indignantly, Aren't you interested in what I was going to tell you? He turned, surprised. That wasn't it? No. Well? I think I found Donald Lang. Strike said nothing at all, but stood looking blank, a mug in each hand. You've... what? How? Robin turned on her computer, beckoned Strike over, and began typing. He moved around to look over her shoulder. First, she said, I had to find out how to spell psoriatic arthritis. Then, look at this. She had brought up a Just Giving charity page. A man glared out of the small picture at the top. Bloody hell, that's him, said Strike, so loudly that Robin jumped. He set the mugs down and dragged his chair around the desk to look at the monitor. In doing so, he knocked over Robin's roses. Shit, sorry, I don't care, said Robin. Sit here, I'll clean them up. She moved out of the way, and Strike took her place on the swivel chair. It was a small photograph, which Strike enlarged by clicking on it. The Scot was standing on what seemed to be a cramped balcony, with a balustrade of thick greenish glass, unsmiling, with a crutch under his right arm. The short, bristly hair still grew low on his forehead, but it seemed to have darkened over the years, no longer red as a fox's pelt. Clean-shaven, his skin looked pockmarked. He was less swollen in the face than he had been in Lorraine's picture, but he had put on weight since the days when he had been muscled like a marble atlas and had bitten Strike on the face in the boxing ring. He was wearing a yellow T-shirt, and on his right forearm was the rose tattoo, which had undergone a modification. A dagger now ran through it, and drops of blood fell out of the flower towards the wrist. Behind Lang on his balcony was what looked like a blurry, jagged pattern of windows in black and silver. He had used his real name, Donald Lang Charity Appeal. I am a British veteran now suffering from psoriatic arthritis. I am raising money for arthritis research. Please give what you can. The page had been created 3 months previously. He had raised 0% of the £1,000 he was hoping to meet. No rubbish about doing anything for the money, Strike noted. Just gimme. Not give me, Robin corrected him from the floor, where she was mopping up spilled flower water with bits of kitchen roll. He's giving it to the charity. So he says. Strike was squinting at the jagged pattern behind Lang on the balcony. Does that remind you of anything? Those windows behind him? I thought of the gherkin at first, said Robin, throwing the sodden towels in the bin and getting to her feet. But the pattern's different. Nothing about where he's living, said Strike, clicking everywhere he could on the page to see what further information he might uncover. Just Giving must have his details somewhere. You somehow never expect evil people to get ill, said Robin. She checked her watch. I'm supposed to be on platinum in 15. I better get going. Yeah, said Strike, still staring at Lang's picture. Keep in touch, and, oh yeah, I need you to do something. He pulled his mobile out of his pocket. Brockbank. So you do still think it might be him, Robin said, pausing in the act of putting on her jacket. Maybe. I want you to call him. Keep the Venetia Hall personal injury lawyer thing going. Oh, okay, she said, pulling out her own mobile and keying in the number that he had shown her. But beneath her matter-of-fact manner, she was quietly elated. Venetia had been her own idea, her creation, and now Strike was turning the whole line of inquiry over to her. She was halfway up Denmark Street in the sunshine before Robin remembered that there had been a card with the now battered roses, and that she had left it behind, unread. Chapter 32. What's that in the corner? It's too dark to see. Blue Oyster Cult, After Dark. Surrounded all day long by the sounds of traffic and loud voices, Robin did not have a good opportunity to call Noel Brockbank until 5 o'clock that afternoon. Having seen Platinum to work as usual, she turned into the Japanese restaurant beside the lap dancing club and took her green tea to a quiet corner table. There she waited for 5 minutes to satisfy herself that any background noises Brockbank might hear could plausibly belong to a busy office situated on a main road, and keyed in the number, her heart hammering. It was still in service. Robin listened to it ringing for 20 seconds, and then, just when she had guessed that nobody was going to pick up, somebody did. Very heavy breathing roared down the line. Robin sat still, the mobile tight against her ear. Then she jumped as a shrill toddler's voice said, "Hello?" "Hello?" said Robin cautiously. In the background, a woman's muffled voice said, "What have you got, Sahara?" A scraping noise, and then, much louder, "That's Knowles. He's been The line went dead. Robin lowered the phone slowly, her heart still racing. She could almost see the sticky little finger that had accidentally cut the call. The phone began to vibrate in her hand. Brockbank's number calling back. She took a steadying breath and answered, "Hello, Venetia Hall." "What?" said a woman's voice. "Venetia Hall, Hardacre and Hall," said Robin. "What?" said the woman again. "Did you just call this number?" She had a London accent. Robin's mouth was dry. "Yes, I did," said Robin as Venetia. "I'm looking for Mr. Noel Brockbank." "Why?" After an almost imperceptible pause, Robin said, "Could I ask who I'm speaking to, please?" "Why?" The woman was sounding increasingly belligerent. "Who are you?" "My name's Venetia Hall," said Robin, "and I'm a lawyer specialising in personal injury compensation." A couple sat down in front of her and began to talk loudly in Italian. "What?" said the woman on the end of the line again. Inwardly cursing her neighbours, Robin raised her voice and gave the same story that she had told Holly back in Barrow. "Money for him?" said the unknown woman, with a degree less animosity. "Yes, if his case is successful," said Robin. "Can I ask, how'd you find out about him?" "We came across Mr. Brockbank's records while we were researching other—" "How much money?" "That depends." Robin took a deep breath. "Where is Mr. Brockbank?" "At work." "Can I ask where—" "I'll get him to call you. This number, yeah?" "Yes, please," said Robin. "I'll be here in the office tomorrow from 9. Then, what was your name?" Robin spelled Venetia for her. "Yeah, all right then. I'll get him to call. Bye then." Robin rang Strike to tell him what had happened as she walked towards the tube, but his number was engaged. Her spirits ebbed as she descended into the underground. Matthew would be at home by now. It felt as though it had been a long time since she had seen her ex-fiancé, and she dreaded their reunion. Her mood sank still further as she travelled home, wishing she had a valid reason to stay away, but grudgingly obedient to her promise to Strike that she would not stay out after dark. 40 minutes later, she arrived at West Ealing Station. Walking towards the flat with dread in her heart, her second attempt to call Strike went through. "Bloody good work," he said, when she told him that she had successfully contacted Brockbank's phone. "You say this woman had a London accent?" "I think so," said Robin, feeling that Strike was missing a more important point, "and a small daughter by the sounds of it." "Yeah, expect that's why Brockbank's there." She had expected him to show more concern for a child in close proximity with a man he knew to be a child rapist, but no. He briskly changed the subject. "I've just been on the phone to Hazel Furley." "Who?" "Kelsey's sister, remember? Who wants to meet me. I'm going to see her on Saturday." "Oh," said Robin. "Can't do it before then. Mad Dad's back from Chicago, just as well. 2 times won't support us forever." Robin did not respond. She was still thinking about the toddler who had answered the phone. Strike's reaction to that news had disappointed her. "Are you all right?" asked Strike. "Yes," said Robin. She had reached the end of Hastings Road. "Well, I'll see you tomorrow," she said. He agreed to it and hung up. Feeling unexpectedly worse for having spoken to Strike, she headed with some trepidation towards her front door. She need not have worried. The Matthew who had returned from Massam was no longer the man who begged Robin hourly to talk to him. He slept on the sofa. Over the next 3 days they moved carefully around each other, Robin with cool politeness, he with an air of ostentatious devotion that tipped at times into parody. He hurried to wash up cups as soon as she had finished drinking from them, and on Thursday morning asked her respectfully how work was going. "Oh, please," was Robin's only response, as she strode past him to the front door. His family, she guessed, had told him to back off, to give her time. They had not yet discussed how they were going to tell everyone else that the wedding was off. Matthew clearly did not wish to have that discussion. Day to day, Robin stopped short of initiating the conversation. Sometimes she asked herself whether this cowardice revealed her own secret desire to put her ring back on. At others, she was sure that her reluctance sprang from exhaustion, disinclination for what she knew would be the worst and most painful confrontation yet, and a need to marshal her forces before the final break. Little though she had encouraged her mother's forthcoming visit, Robin was subconsciously hoping to draw enough strength and comfort from Linda to do what had to be done. The roses on her desk shriveled slowly. Nobody had bothered to put them in fresh water, so they died quietly in the wrappings in which they had arrived. But Robin was not there to throw them out, and Strike, who visited the office infrequently to fetch things, felt it would be out of place for him to dispose of them, or of the still unopened card. After the previous week of regular contact, Robin and Strike had resumed a work pattern that meant they rarely saw each other, taking it in turns to follow Platinum and Mad Dad, who would return from America and immediately resume the stalking of his young sons. On Thursday afternoon, they discussed by phone the question of whether Robin should try Noel Brockbank again, because he had still not called her back. After consideration, Strike told her that Venetia Hall, busy lawyer, would have other fish to fry. "If he hasn't contacted you by tomorrow, you can try again. That'll be a full working week. Course, his lady friend might have lost the number." When Strike had hung up, Robin resumed her wanderings in Edge Street in Kensington, which was where Mad Dad's family lived. The location did nothing to lift Robin's spirits. She had begun looking online for somewhere else to live, but the places she would be able to afford on the salary Strike paid her were even worse than she had feared. Single rooms in shared houses, the best she could expect. The beautiful Victorian Mews houses that surrounded her, with glossy front doors, leafy climbing plants, window boxes and bright sash windows, spoke of the comfortable, prosperous existence to which Matthew had aspired back in the days that Robin seemed ready to embrace a more lucrative career. She had told him all along that she did not care about money, or at least not as much as he did, and that remained true. But it would be a strange human being, she thought, who could linger among these pretty, quiet houses and not compare them, to the other's detriment, with small room in strictly vegan household, mobile phone tolerated if used in bedroom, that was just within her price range, or the cupboard-sized room in Hackney in friendly and respectful household, ready to take you on board. Her mobile rang again. She tugged the phone out of her jacket pocket, expecting Strike, and her stomach turned over. Brockbank. Taking a deep breath, she answered. "Venetia Hall." "You the lawyer?" She did not know what she had expected him to sound like. He had taken monstrous form in her mind, this rapist of children, the long-jawed thug with his broken bottle and what Strike believed to be fake amnesia. His voice was deep, and his accent, though by no means as thick as his twins, remained distinctly Barovian. "Yes," said Robin. "Is that Mr. Brockbank?" "Aye, that's right." The quality of his silence was somehow threatening. Robin hastened to tell her fictitious story of the compensation that might await him if he were happy to meet her. When she had finished, He said nothing. Robin held her nerve because Venetia Hall had the self-confidence not to rush to fill a silence, but the crackling of the slack line between them unnerved her. "And where did you find out about us, eh?" "We came across your case notes while we were investigating. Investigating what?" Why did she have such a feeling of menace? He couldn't be anywhere near her, but she scanned her surroundings all the same. The sunny, gracious street was deserted. "Investigating similar, non-combat-related injuries to other servicemen," she said, wishing that her voice had not risen to such a high pitch. More silence. A car rolled towards her round the corner. Damn it, Robin thought desperately, as she realised that the driver was the obsessive father she was supposed to be observing covertly. He had looked her full in the face as she turned towards his car. She ducked her head and walked slowly away from the school. "So, what do I have to do then, eh?" asked Noel Brockbank in her ear. "Could we meet and have a chat about your history?" Robin asked, her chest actually painful, so fast was her heart pounding. "I thought you'd read our history," he said, and the hairs on the back of Robin's neck stood up. "A cunt called Cormoran Strike gave us brain damage." "Yes, I saw that in your file," said Robin breathlessly. "But it's important to take a statement so we can take a statement." There was a pause that felt suddenly dangerous. "Sure you're no horny?" Robin Ellacott, Northerner, understood. Venetia Hall, Londoner, almost certainly would not. Horny was the Cumbrian word for policeman. "Not a what? I'm sorry," she said, doing her best to sound politely confused. Mad Dad had parked outside his estranged wife's house. Any moment now, his sons would be leaving with their nanny for a playdate. If he accosted them, Robin needed to photograph the encounter. She was falling down on the paying job. She ought to be photographing Mad Dad's movements. "Police," said Brockbank aggressively. "Police," she said, still striving for that tone of mingled disbelief and amusement. "Of course not." "You sure about that, are you?" The front door of Mad Dad's wife's house had opened. Robin saw the nanny's red hair and heard a car door open. She forced herself to sound offended and confused. "Yes, of course I am, Mr. Brockbank. If you're not interested—" Her hand was slightly damp on the phone. Then, taking her by surprise, he said, "All right, I'll meet you." "Excellent," said Robin, as the nanny led the two little boys onto the pavement. "Whereabouts are you?" "Shoreditch," said Brockbank. Robin felt every nerve tingle. He was in London. "So where would be convenient to—" "What's that noise?" The nanny was screaming at Mad Dad, who was advancing on her and the boys. One of his sons began wailing. "Oh, it's just my day for picking up my son from school," said Robin loudly, over the background shrieks and shouts. Silence again on the end of the line. Matter of fact, Venetia Hall would surely break it, but Robin found herself paralysed by what she tried to tell herself was an irrational fear. Then he spoke in a voice more menacing than Robin had ever heard. The more so because he half crooned the words, so close to the receiver that he seemed to be breathing into her ear. "Do I know you, little girl?" Robin tried to speak, but no sound came out. The line went dead. Chapter 33. Then the door was open and the wind appeared. Blue Oyster Cult, don't fear the Reaper. "I messed up with Brockbank," said Robin. "I'm really sorry, but I don't know how I messed up. Plus, I didn't dare take pictures of Mad Dad because I was too close." It was 9 o'clock on Friday morning, and Strike had arrived, not from the upstairs flat, but from the street, fully dressed and carrying his backpack again. Robin had heard him humming as he came up the stairs. He had stayed overnight at Elin's. Robin had called him the previous evening to tell him about the Brockbank call, but Strike had not been at liberty to talk for long and had promised that they would do so today. "Never mind Matt, Dad. We'll get him another day," said Strike, busy at the kettle. "And you did great with Brockbank. We know he's in Shoreditch. We know I'm on his mind, and we know he was suspicious that you might be police. So is that because he's been fiddling with kids up and down the country, or because he's recently hacked a teenager to death?" Ever since Brockbank had spoken his last 6 words into her ear, Robin had felt slightly shaken. She and Matthew had barely talked to each other the previous evening, and having no outlet for a sudden feeling of vulnerability that she did not entirely understand, she had placed all her reliance on seeing Strike face to face and getting to discuss the meaning of those 6 ominous words. "Do I know you, little girl?" Today, she would have welcomed the serious, cautious Strike, who had taken the sending of the leg as a threat and warned her about staying out after dark. The man, now cheerfully making himself coffee and talking about child abuse and murder in a matter-of-fact tone, was bringing her no comfort. He could have no idea what Brockbank had sounded like, crooning inside her ear. "You know something else about Brockbank?" she said in a tight voice. "He's living with a little girl." "He might not be living with her. We don't know where he left the phone." "All right, then," said Robin, feeling even more tightly wound. "If you want to be pedantic, we know he's in close contact with a little girl." She turned away on the pretext of dealing with the mail she had scooped from the doormat on her arrival. The fact that he had arrived humming had irked her. Presumably his night with Elin had been a welcome distraction, providing recreation and recuperation. Robin would have loved a respite from her hyper-vigilant days and evenings of frigid silence. The knowledge that she was being unreasonable did nothing to diminish her resentment. She scooped the dying roses in their dry plastic bag off the desk and pushed them head-first into the bin. "There's nothing we can do about that kid," said Strike. A most enjoyable stab of anger shot through Robin. "I won't worry about her, then," she snapped. Trying to extract a bill from an envelope, she accidentally ripped the whole thing in 2. "You think she's the only child at risk from an abuser? There'll be hundreds of them right now, just in London." Robin, who had half expected him to soften now that she had revealed how angry she was, looked round. He was watching her, eyes slightly narrowed, with no air of sympathy. "Keep worrying all you want, but it's wasted energy. There's nothing you or I can do about that kid. Brockbank's not on any registers. He hasn't got any convictions. We don't even know where she is or what she's—" "Her name's Zahara," said Robin. To her horror, her voice turned to a strangled squeal, her face flooded with colour, and tears started in her eyes. She turned away again, although not fast enough. "Hey," said Strike kindly. But Robin made a wild flapping gesture with her hand to stop him talking. She refused to break down. All that was holding her together was her ability to keep moving forwards, to keep doing the job. "I'm fine," she said through clenched teeth. "I'm fine. Forget it." She could not now confess how menacing she had found Brockbank's sign-off. Little girl, he had called her. She was not a little girl. She was not broken or childlike, not any more. But Zahara, whoever she was. She heard Strike leave for the landing, and a moment later a large wad of toilet paper appeared in her swimming sights. "Thank you," she said thickly, taking it from Strike's hand and blowing her nose. Several silent minutes passed, while Robin periodically dabbed at her eyes and blew her nose, avoiding looking at Strike, who was perversely remaining in her part of the office rather than heading for his own. "What?" Robin said at last, anger rising again at the fact that he was simply standing there watching her. He grinned. In spite of everything, she experienced a sudden desire to laugh. "Are you going to stand there all morning?" she asked, trying to sound cross. "No," said Strike, still grinning. "I just wanted to show you something." He ferreted in his backpack and pulled out a glossy property brochure. "Elin's," he said. "She went to see it yesterday. She's thinking of buying a flat there." All desire to laugh fled. How exactly did Strike think that it would cheer Robin up to know that his girlfriend was thinking of buying a ludicrously expensive flat? Or was he about to announce— Robin's fragile mood began to collapse in on itself— that he and Elin were moving in together? Like a film flickering rapidly before her eyes, she saw the upstairs flat empty, Strike living in luxury, herself in a tiny box room on the edge of London, whispering into her mobile so that her vegan landlady did not hear her. Strike laid the brochure on the desk in front of her. The cover showed a tall modern tower topped by a strange shield-like face in which wind turbines were set like three eyes. The legend read, "Strata, SE1, London's most desirable residential property." "See?" said Strike. His triumphant air was aggravating Robin beyond measure, not least because it seemed so unlike him to gloat about the prospect of borrowed luxury. But before she could respond, there was a knock on the glass door behind him. "Bloody hell," said Strike, in frank astonishment as he opened the door to Shanker, who walked in, clicking his fingers and bringing with him the usual fug of cigarette smoke, cannabis, and body odour. "I was in the area," said Shanker, unconsciously echoing Eric Wardle. "I found him for you, Bunsen." Shanker dropped down onto the mock leather sofa, legs spread out in front of him, and took out a packet of Mayfairs. "You phoned Whittaker?" asked Strike, whose dominant emotion was astonishment that Shanker was awake so early in the morning. "Who else did you ask me to find?" said Shanker, inhaling deeply on his cigarette and clearly enjoying the effect he was creating. "Catford Broadway, flat over a chip shop. The brass lives with him." Strike held out his hand and shook Shanker's. Notwithstanding his gold tooth and the scar that twisted his upper lip, their visitor's grin was strangely boyish. "Want a coffee?" Strike asked him. "Yeah, go on then," said Shanker, who seemed disposed to bask in his triumph. "All right," he added cheerfully to Robin. "Yes, thanks," she said with a tight smile, returning to the unopened mail. "Talk about on a roll," Strike said quietly to Robin, while the kettle boiled loudly and an oblivious Shanker smoked and checked texts on his phone. "That's all three of them in London. Whittaker in Catford, Brockbank in Shoreditch, and now we know Lang's in Elephant and Castle. Or he was 3 months ago." She had agreed to it before doing a double take. "How do we know Lang was in Elephant and Castle?" Strike tapped the glossy brochure of the Strata on her desk. "What do you think I'm showing you that for?" Robin had no idea what he meant. She looked blankly at the brochure for several seconds before its significance struck her. Panels of silver punctuated the long, jagged lines of darkened windows all down the rounded column. This was the background visible behind Lang as he stood on his concrete balcony. "Oh," she said weakly. Strike wasn't moving in with Elin. She did not know why she was blushing again. Her emotions seemed totally out of control. What on earth was wrong with her? She turned on her swivel chair to concentrate on the post yet again, hiding her face from both men. "I don't know if I've got enough dosh on me to pay you, Shanker," Strike said, looking through his wallet. "I'll walk you down to a cash point." "Fair enough, Bunsen," said Shanker, leaning over to Robin's bin to dispose of the ash trickling from his cigarette. "You need help with Whittaker, you know where I am." "Yeah, cheers. I can probably handle it, though." Robin reached for the last envelope in the post pile, which felt stiff and had an additional thickness at one corner, as though it contained a card with some kind of novelty attached. On the point of opening it, Robin noticed that it had been addressed to her, not Strike. She paused, uncertain, looking at it. Her name and the address of the office had been typed. The postmark was from central London, and the letter had been sent the previous day. Strike and Shanker's voices rose and fell, but she could not have said what they were saying. "It's nothing," she told herself. "You're overwrought. It couldn't happen again." Swallowing hard, she opened the envelope and gingerly removed the card. The image showed a Jack Vetriano painting of a blonde sitting in profile on a chair, which was draped in a dust sheet. The blonde was holding a teacup, and her elegant black-stockinged, stilettoed legs were crossed and raised on a footstool. There was nothing pinned to the front of the card. The object that she had felt through the card was taped inside it. Strike and Shanker were still talking. A whiff of decay caught her nostrils through the fug of Shanker's body odour. "Oh, God," said Robin quietly, but neither man heard her. She flipped over the Vetriano print. A rotting toe was sellotaped to the inner corner of the card. Carefully printed in capital letters were the words, "She's as beautiful as a foot." She dropped it onto the desk and stood up. In slow motion, it seemed, she turned to Strike. He looked from her stricken face to the obscene object lying on the desk. "Get away from it!" She obeyed, sick and trembling, and wishing that Shanker was not there. "What?" Shanker kept saying. "What? What is it? What?" "Somebody sent me a severed toe," said Robin, in a collected voice that was not her own. "You're fucking kidding me," said Shanker, moving forwards with eager interest. Strike physically restrained Shanker from picking up the card, which lay where it had fallen from Robin's hand. Strike recognised the phrase, "She's as beautiful as a foot." It was the title of another Blue Oyster Cult song. "I'll call Wardle," Strike said. But instead of taking out his mobile, he scribbled a 4-digit code on a post-it note and extracted his credit card from his wallet. "Robin, go and get the rest of Shanker's money out for him, then come back here." She took the note and the credit card, absurdly grateful for the prospect of fresh air. "And Shanker," said Strike sharply, as the two of them reached the glass door, "you walk her back here, all right? Walk her back to the office." "You got it, Bunsen," said Shanker, energised, as he always had been, by strangeness, by action, by the whiff of danger. Chapter 34. The lies don't count, the whispers do. Blue Oyster Cult, The Vigil. Strike sat alone at the kitchen table in his attic flat that night. The chair was uncomfortable, and the knee of his amputated leg aching after several hours tailing Mad Dad, who had taken time out of work today to stalk his younger son on a trip to the Natural History Museum. The man owned his own company, or he would surely have been fired for the working hours he spent intimidating his children. Platinum, however, had gone unwatched and unphotographed. On learning that Robin's mother was due to visit that evening, Strike had insisted on Robin taking 3 days off, overriding all her objections, walking her to the tube, and insisting that she text him once safely back at her flat. Strike yearned for sleep. He felt too weary to get up and go to bed. He had been more disturbed by the second communication from the killer than he had been prepared to admit to his partner. Appalling though the arrival of the leg had been, he now acknowledged that he had nourished a vestige of hope that the addressing of the package to Robin had been a nasty embellishment, but an afterthought. The second communication with her, sly sideways wink at Strike notwithstanding, "She's as beautiful as a foot," had told him for certain that this man, whoever he was, had Robin in his sights. Even the name of the painting on the front of the card he had selected, the image of the solitary leggy blonde, was ominous. "In thoughts of you." Rage burgeoned in the motionless Strike, chasing away his tiredness. He remembered Robin's white face, and knew that he had witnessed the death of her faint hope that the sending of the leg had not been the random act of a madman. Even so, she had argued vociferously against taking time off, pointing out that their only two paying jobs frequently clashed. Strike would be unable to cover both properly on his own, and would consequently have to choose on a daily basis whether to follow Platinum or Mad Dad. He had been adamant. She should return to work only when her mother returned to Yorkshire. Their persecutor had now succeeded in reducing Strike's business to 2 clients. He had just endured a second incursion of police into his office and was worried that the press would get wind of what had happened, even though Wardle had promised not to release news of the card and the toe. Wardle agreed with Strike that one of the killer's objectives was to focus press and police attention on the detective, and that it was playing into the killer's hands to alert the media. His mobile rang loudly in the small kitchen. Glancing at his watch, he saw that it was 10:20. He seized it, barely registering Wardle's name, as he raised it to his ear, because his mind had been on Robin. "Good news," Wardle told him. "Well, of a kind. He hasn't killed another woman. The toe's Kelsey's, off the other leg. Waste not, want not, eh?" Strike, who was not in the mood for humour, replied brusquely. After Wardle had hung up, he continued to sit at his kitchen table, lost in thought, while the traffic growled past in Charing Cross Road below. Only the recollection that he had to get to Finchley the next morning to meet Kelsey's sister finally motivated him to begin the usual onerous process of dealing with his prosthesis before bed. Strike's knowledge of London was, thanks to his mother's peripatetic habits, extensive and detailed, but there were gaps, and Finchley was one of them. All he knew about the area was that it had been Margaret Thatcher's constituency in the 1980s, while he, Leda and Lucy had been moving between squats in places like Whitechapel and Brixton. Finchley would have been too far away from the centre to suit a family entirely reliant on public transport and takeaways, too expensive for a woman who frequently ran out of coins for the electricity meter. The kind of place, as his sister Lucy might once have wistfully put it, where proper families lived. In marrying a quantity surveyor and producing 3 impeccably turned-out sons, Lucy had fulfilled her childhood yearning for neatness, order, and security. Strike took the tube to West Finchley and endured a long walk to Summers Lane rather than find a taxi, because his finances were so bad. Sweating slightly in the mild weather, he moved through road after road of quiet detached houses, cursing the place for its leafy quiet and its lack of landmarks. Finally, 30 minutes after he had left the station, he found Kelsey Platt's house, smaller than many of its fellows, with a whitewashed exterior and a wrought-iron gate. He rang the doorbell and immediately heard voices through the pane of frosted glass like the one in his own office door. "I think it's the detective, pet," said a Geordie voice. "You get it," said a woman's high-pitched voice. A large red mass bloomed behind the glass, and the door opened onto the hall, which was mostly concealed by a burly, barefoot man in a scarlet toweling robe. He was bald, but his bushy grey beard, coupled with the scarlet robe, would have suggested Santa had he looked jolly. However, he was frantically mopping his face with a sleeve of his dressing gown. The eyes behind the glasses were swollen into bee-stung slits, and his ruddy cheeks were shining with tears. "Sorry," he said gruffly, moving aside to let Strike in. "Working nights," he added, in explanation of his attire. Strike sidled past. The man smelled strongly of Old Spice and camphor. 2 middle-aged women were locked in a tight embrace at the foot of the stairs, one blonde, the other dark, both sobbing. They broke apart as Strike watched, wiping their faces. "Sorry," gasped the dark-haired woman. "Cheryl's our neighbour. She's been in Magaluf. She's only just heard about Kelsey." "Sorry," echoed red-eyed Cheryl. I'll give you space, Hazel. Anything you need. Anything, Ray. Anything. Cheryl squeezed past Strike. Sorry, and hugged Ray. They swayed together briefly, both big people, their bellies pressed together, arms stretched around each other's necks. Ray began sobbing again, his face in her broad shoulder. Come through, hiccuped Hazel, dabbing at her eyes as she led the way into the sitting room. She had the look of a Bruegel peasant, with her rounded cheeks, prominent chin, and wide nose. Eyebrows as thick and bushy as tiger moth caterpillars overhung her puffy eyes. It's been like this all week. People hearing and coming over and... sorry. She finished on a gasp. He had been apologized to half a dozen times in the space of 2 minutes. Other cultures would have been ashamed of an insufficient display of grief. Here in Quiet Finchley, they were ashamed to have him witness it. Nobody knows what to say, Hazel whispered, pressing away her tears as she gestured him to the sofa. It's not like she was hit by a car or was ill. They don't know what you say when someone's been... She hesitated, but balked at the word, and her sentence ended in a gargantuan sniff. I'm sorry, said Strike, taking his turn. I know this is a terrible time for you. The sitting room was immaculate and somehow unwelcoming, perhaps because of its chilly colour scheme. A 3-piece suite covered in striped silvery grey cloth, white wallpaper with a thin grey stripe, cushions angled on their points, ornaments on the mantelpiece perfectly symmetrical. The dust-free television screen gleamed with reflected light from the window. Cheryl's misty form trotted past on the other side of the net curtains, wiping her eyes. Ray shuffled past the sitting-room door on his bare feet, dabbing under his glasses with the end of his toweling robe belt, his shoulders stooped. As though she had read Strike's mind, Hazel explained. Ray broke his back trying to get a family out of a boarding house that caught fire. Wall gave way and his ladder fell. 3 stories. Christ, said Strike. Hazel's lips and hands were trembling. Strike remembered what Wardle had said, that the police had mishandled Hazel. Suspicion, or rough questioning of her Ray, would have seemed unforgivable cruelty to her in this state of shock, an inexcusable exacerbation of their appalling ordeal. Strike knew a lot about the brutal intrusion of officialdom into private devastation. He had been on both sides of the fence. "Anyone want a brew?" Ray called huskily from what Strike assumed was the kitchen. "Go to bed," Hazel called back, clutching a sodden ball of tissues. "I can make 'em. Go to bed." "You sure?" "Get to bed. I'll wake you at 3. Hazel wiped her whole face with a fresh tissue, as though it were a face-cloth. "He's not one for disability pay and all that, but nobody wants to give him a proper job," she told Strike quietly, as Ray shuffled, sniffing, back past the door. "Not with his back and his age and his lungs not being the best. Cash in hand. Shift work." Her voice trailed away, her mouth trembled, and for the first time she looked Strike directly in the eye. "I don't really know why I asked you to come," she confessed. "It's all confused in my head. They said she wrote to you, but you never wrote back, and then you got sent her... It must have been an appalling shock to you," said Strike, fully aware that anything he could say would understate the case. "It's been," she said feverishly, "terrible. Terrible. We didn't know anything at all. We thought she was on a college placement. When the police came to the door, she said she was going away with college, and I believed her. Some residential placement at a school. It sounded right, I never thought. But she was such a liar. She lied all the time. 3 years she's been living with me, and I still haven't... I couldn't get her to stop." "What did she tell lies about?" asked Strike. Anything, said Hazel with a slightly wild gesture. If it was Tuesday, she'd say it was Wednesday. Sometimes there was no point to it at all. I don't know why. I don't know. Why was she living with you? Strike asked. She was my half-sister. Same mum. We lost Dad when I was 20. Mum married a guy from work and had Kelsey. There were 24 years between us. I'd left home. I was more like an auntie to her than a sister. Then Mum and Malcolm had a car crash out in Spain 3 years ago. Drunk driver. Malcolm died outright. Mum was in a coma for 4 days, and then she passed too. There isn't any other family, so I took Kelsey in. The extreme tidiness of their surroundings, the cushions on their points, surfaces clear and highly polished, made Strike wonder how a teenager had fitted in here. Me and Kelsey didn't get on, said Hazel, again seeming to read Strike's thoughts. Tears flowed once more as she pointed upstairs, where Ray had gone to bed. He was much more patient with all her moodiness and her sulks. He's got a grown-up son who's working abroad. He's better with kids than me. Then the police come jackbooting in here, she said on a sudden rush of fury, and tell us she's been... They start questioning Ray like he'd ever, in a million years. I said to him, it's like a nightmare. You see people on the news, don't you, appealing for kids to come home? People put on trial for things they never did. You never think. You never think. But we never even knew she was missing. We'd have looked. We never knew. The police asking Ray questions, where he was, and I don't know what. They told me he didn't have anything to do with it, Strike said. Yeah, they believe that now, said Hazel through angry tears, after 3 men told them he was with them every minute of the stag weekend and showed them the bloody photos to prove it. She would never think it reasonable that the man who had been living with Kelsey should be questioned about her death. Strike, who had heard the testimony of Brittany Brockbank and Rona Lang, and many others like them, knew that most women's rapists and killers were not strangers in masks who reached out of the dark space under the stairs. They were the father, the husband, the mother's or the sister's boyfriend. Hazel wiped the tears away as fast as they fell onto her round cheeks, then suddenly asked, "What did you do with her silly letter anyway?" "My assistant put it in the drawer where we keep unusual correspondence," said Strike. "The police said you never wrote back to her. They said they was forged, the letters they found." "That's right," said Strike. "So whoever done it must have known she was interested in you." "Yes," said Strike. Hazel blew her nose vigorously, then asked, "Do you want a cuppa then?" He accepted only because he thought she wanted a chance to pull herself together. Once she had left the room, he looked around openly. The only photograph stood on a small nest of tables in the corner beside him. It showed a beaming woman in her 60s, wearing a straw hat. This, he assumed, was Hazel and Kelsey's mother. A slightly darker strip on the surface of the table beside the picture suggested that another had stood beside it, preventing the sun bleaching that small strip on the cheap wood. Strike guessed that this had been the school photograph of Kelsey, the picture that all the papers had printed. Hazel returned, carrying a tray bearing mugs of tea and a plate of biscuits. After she had carefully positioned his tea on a coaster beside her mother's photograph, Strike said, "I hear Kelsey had a boyfriend." "Rubbish," retorted Hazel, dropping back into her armchair. "More porkies." "What makes you—" "She said his name was Niall. Niall. Honestly." Her eyes leaked more tears. Strike was at a loss to understand why Kelsey's boyfriend might not have been called Niall, and his incomprehension showed. "One Direction," she said, over the top of her tissue. "Sorry," said Strike, completely at sea. "I don't—" "The band. They're a band that came third on the X Factor. She's obsessed. She was obsessed. And Niall was her favourite. So when she says she's met a boy called Niall and he's 18 and he's got a motorbike, I mean, what were we supposed to think? Ah, I see. She said she met him at the counsellor's. She's been seeing a counsellor, see. Claims she met Niall in the waiting room, that he was there because his mum and dad died, like hers. We never saw hide nor hair of him. I said to Ray, she's at it again, she's fibbing. And Ray said to me, let it go, it keeps her happy. But I didn't like her lying, said Hazel, with a fanatic glare. She lied all the time. Came home with a plaster on her wrist, said it was a cut and it turned out to be a One Direction tattoo. Look at her saying she was going away on a college placement. Look at that. She kept lying, and look where it got her. With an enormous visible effort, she controlled a fresh eruption of tears, holding her trembling lips together and pressing the tissues hard across her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she said, Ray's got a theory. He wanted to tell the police, but they didn't care. They were more interested in where he'd been when she was... But Ray's got a friend called Richie, who puts a bit of gardening his way, see? And Kelsey met Richie. The theory was rolled out with a huge amount of extraneous detail and repetition. Strike, who was well used to the rambling style of unpractised witnesses, listened attentively and politely. A photograph was produced out of a dresser drawer, which did double duty in proving to Strike that Ray had been with 3 friends on a stag weekend in Shoreham-by-Sea when Kelsey was killed, and also revealed young Richie's injuries. Richie and Ray sat on the shingle beach beside a patch of sea holly, grinning, holding beers, and squinting in the sunlight. Sweat glistened on Ray's bald pate and illuminated young Richie's swollen face, his stitches and bruising. His leg was in a surgical boot. And see, Richie came round here right after he'd had his smash, and Ray thinks it put the idea in her head. He thinks she was planning to do something to her leg and then pretend she'd had a traffic accident. Richie couldn't be the boyfriend, could he? Asked Strike. Richie? He's a bit simple. He'd have told us. Anyway, she barely knew him. It was all a fantasy. I think Ray's right. She was planning to do something to her leg again and pretend she'd come off some boy's bike. It would have been an excellent theory, thought Strike. If Kelsey had been lying in hospital, pretending to have suffered a motorbike accident and refusing to give more details under the pretense of protecting a fictitious boyfriend. He did Ray the credit of agreeing that this was exactly the kind of plan a 16-year-old might have come up with, mingling grandiosity and short-sightedness in dangerous measure. However, the point was moot. Whether or not Kelsey had once planned a fake motorbike crash, the evidence showed that she had abandoned the plan in preference for asking Strike for instructions on leg removal. On the other hand, this was the first time that anyone had drawn any connection between Kelsey and a motorcyclist. And Strike was interested in Hazel's absolute conviction that any boyfriend must be fictional. Well, there was hardly any boys on her childcare course, said Hazel. And where else was she going to meet him? Niall. She'd never had a boyfriend at school or anything. She went to the counsellor and sometimes she went to the church up the road. They've a youth group, but there's no Niall with a motorbike there, said Hazel. The police checked, asked her friends if they knew anything. Darryl, who runs the group, he was that upset. Ray saw him this morning on his way home. Says Darryl burst into tears when he saw him from across the road. Strike wanted to take notes, but knew it would change the atmosphere of confidence he was trying to nurture. Who's Darryl? He didn't have anything to do with it. Youth worker at the church. He's from Bradford, said Hazel obscurely, and Ray's sure he's gay. Did she talk about her... Strike hesitated, unsure what to call it. Her problem with her leg at home. Not to me, said Hazel flatly. I wouldn't have it. I didn't want to hear it. I hated it. She told me when she was 14 and I told her exactly what I thought. Attention-seeking, that's all it was. There was old scarring on her leg. How did that... She did it right after Mum died. Like I didn't have enough to worry about. She tied wire around it, tried to cut off the circulation. Her expression revealed a mixture, it seemed to Strike, of revulsion and anger. She was in the car when Mum and Malcolm died, in the back. I had to get a counsellor and all that for her. He thought it was a cry for help or something, what she did to her leg. Grief. Survivor's guilt, I can't remember. She said not, though. Said she'd wanted the leg gone for a while. I don't know, said Hazel, shaking her head vigorously. Did she talk to anyone else about it? Ray? A bit, yeah. I mean, he knew what she was like. When we first got together, when he moved in, she told him some real whoppers. Her dad being a spy, that was one of them. And that was why their car had crashed, and I don't know what else. So he knew what she was like. But he didn't get angry with her. He just used to change the subject, chat to her about school and that. She had turned an unattractive dark red. I'll tell you what she wanted, she burst out. To be in a wheelchair, pushed around like a baby and to be pampered and the centre of attention. That's what it was all about. I found a diary, must have been a year or so ago. The things she'd written, what she liked to imagine, what she fantasised about. Ridiculous. Such as? Asked Strike. Such as having a leg cut off and being in a wheelchair and being pushed to the edge of the stage and watching One Direction and having them come and make a big fuss of her afterwards because she was disabled, said Hazel on a single breath. Imagine that. It's disgusting. There are people who are really disabled and they never wanted it. I'm a nurse, I know, I see them. Well, she said, with a glance at Strike's lower legs, you don't need telling. You didn't, did you? She asked suddenly, point blank. You didn't. You didn't do it yourself. Was that why she had wanted to see him, Strike wondered? In some confused subconscious manner, trying to find her moorings in the sea on which she was suddenly adrift, had she wanted to prove a point, even though her sister was gone and beyond understanding, that people didn't do that, not in the real world where cushions stood neatly on points and disability came only by mischance, through crumbling walls or roadside explosives. No, he said. I was blown up. There you are, you see, she said, tears erupting again, savagely triumphant. I could have told her that. I could have told her if she'd asked me. But what she claimed, said Hazel, gulping, was that her leg felt like it shouldn't be there, like it was wrong to have it and it needed to come off, like a tumour or something. I wouldn't listen. It was all nonsense. Ray says he tried to talk sense into her. He told her she didn't know what she was asking for, that she wouldn't want to be in hospital like he was after he broke his back, laid up for months in plaster, skin sores and infections and all the rest of it. He didn't get angry with her, though. He'd say to her, come and help me in the garden or something, distract her. The police told us she was talking to people online who were like her. We had no idea. I mean, she was 16. You can't go looking at their laptops, can you? Not that I'd know what to look for. Did she ever mention me to you? Strike asked. The police asked that. No. I can't remember her ever talking about you and Norcom Ray. I mean, no offence, but I remember the Lula Landry trial, but I wouldn't have remembered your name from that or recognised you. If she'd brought you up, I'd remember. It's a funny name. No offence. What about friends? Did she go out much? She hardly had any friends. She wasn't the popular sort. She lied to all the kids at school too, and nobody likes that, do they? They bullied her for it. Thought she was strange. She hardly ever went out. When she was meeting this supposed Nile, I don't know. Her anger did not surprise Strike. Kelsey had been an unplanned addition to her spotless household. Now, for the rest of her life, Hazel would carry guilt and grief, horror and regret, not least that her sister's life had been ended before she could grow out of the peculiarities that had helped estrange them. Would it be all right if I used your bathroom? Strike asked. Dabbing her eyes, she nodded. Straight ahead, top of the stairs. Strike emptied his bladder while reading a framed citation for brave and meritorious conduct awarded to firefighter Ray Williams, which was hanging over the system. He strongly suspected that Hazel had hung that there, not Ray. Otherwise, the bathroom displayed little of interest. The same meticulous attention to cleanliness and neatness displayed in the sitting room extended all the way to the inside of the medicine cabinet, where Strike learned that Hazel was still menstruating, that they bulk bought toothpaste, and that one or both of the couple had hemorrhoids. He left the bathroom as quietly as he could. Faintly, from behind a closed door, came a soft rumbling indicating that Ray was asleep. Strike took 2 decisive steps to the right and found himself in Kelsey's box room. Everything matched, covered in the same shade of lilac, walls, duvet, lampshade and curtains. Strike thought he might have guessed that order had been forcibly imposed on chaos in here, even had he not seen the rest of the house. A large cork notice board ensured that there would be no unsightly pin marks on the walls. Kelsey had plastered the cork with pictures of 5 pretty boys, whom Strike assumed were One Direction. Their heads and legs protruded outside the frame of the board. There was a particular recurrence of a blonde boy. Other than the pictures of One Direction, she had cut out puppies, mostly Shih Tzus, random words and acronyms, Occupy, FOMO and Amazeballs, and many recurrences of the name Nile, often stuck into hearts. The slapdash random collage told of an attitude completely at odds with the precision with which the duvet had been laid on the bed and the exactly square position of the lilac rug. Prominent on the narrow bookshelf was what looked like a new One Direction, Forever Young, our official X Factor story. Otherwise, the shelves held the Twilight series, a jewellery box, a mess of small trinkets that not even Hazel had managed to make look symmetrical, a plastic tray of cheap makeup, and a couple of cuddly toys. Banking on the fact that Hazel was heavy enough to make a noise coming upstairs, Strike swiftly opened drawers. The police would have taken away anything of interest, of course. The laptop, any scrap of scribbled paper, any telephone number or jotted name, any diary, if she had continued to keep one after Hazel had gone snooping. A mishmash of belongings remained. A box of writing paper like that on which she had written to him, an old Nintendo DS, a pack of false nails, a small box of Guatemalan worry dolls, and, in the very bottom drawer of her bedside table, tucked inside a fluffy pencil case, several stiff, foil-covered strips of pills. He pulled them out, ovoid capsules in mustard yellow, labelled Accutane. He took one of the strips and pocketed it, closed the drawer, and headed to her wardrobe, which was untidy and slightly fusty. She had liked black and pink. He felt swiftly among the folds of material, rifling through the pockets of the clothes, but found nothing, until he tried a baggy dress, in which he found what looked like a crumpled raffle or coat check ticket, numbered 18. Hazel had not moved since Strike had left her. He guessed that he could have stayed away longer, and she would not have noticed. When he re-entered the room, she gave a little start. She had been crying again. "Thank you for coming," she said thickly, getting to her feet. "I'm sorry, And she began to sob in earnest. Strike put a hand on her shoulder, and before he knew it, she had her face on his chest, sobbing, gripping the lapels of his coat, with no trace of coquettishness, but in pure anguish. He put his arms around her shoulders, and they stood so for a full minute until, with several heaving breaths, she stepped away again, and Strike's arms fell back to his sides. She shook her head, no words left, and walked him to the door. He reiterated his condolences. She nodded, her face ghastly in the daylight now falling into the dingy hall. "Thanks for coming," she gulped. I just needed to see you. I don't know why. I'm ever so sorry. Chapter 35. Dominance and Submission. Since leaving home, he had cohabited with 3 women, but this one, it, was testing him to his limits. All 3 dirty bitches had claimed to love him, whatever that was supposed to mean. Their so-called love had turned the first 2 tractable. At heart, of course, all women were cheating cunts, determined to take more than they gave, but the first 2 hadn't been anything like it. He was forced to put up with more than he'd ever put up with before, because it was an essential part of his grand plan. Nevertheless, he constantly fantasized about killing it. He could imagine its stupid face slackening as the knife sank deep into her belly, unable to believe that baby, it called him baby, was killing her, even as the hot blood began pouring over his hands, the rusty smell filling the air, still shivering with her screams. Having to play nice was playing havoc with his self-control. Switching on the charm, drawing them in, and keeping them sweet was easy, second nature to him, always had been. Sustaining the pose over long periods, though, was something else. The pretense was bringing him to breaking point. Sometimes, even the sound of its breathing was enough to make him want to grab his knife and puncture her fucking lungs. Unless he got to do one soon, he'd fucking explode. Early on Monday morning, he made an excuse to get out. But as he approached Denmark Street, intending to pick up the secretary's trail as she arrived for work, something quivered in him, like the twitching of a rat's whiskers. He paused beside a telephone box on the opposite side of the road, squinting at a figure standing on the corner of Denmark Street, right outside an instrument shop painted in the garish colours of a circus poster. He knew the police, knew their moves, their games. The young man standing with his hands in the pockets of his donkey jacket was pretending to be casual, a mere bystander. He'd invented that fucking game. He could make himself practically invisible. Look at that dickhead, standing on the corner thinking his donkey jacket made him one of the lads. Never shit a shitter, pal. Slowly he turned and walked out of sight behind the telephone box, where he slid the beanie hat off his head. He'd been wearing it when Strike chased him. Donkey jacket might have a description. He should have thought of that, should have guessed Strike would call in his police mates. Cowardly fucker. There's been no photo fit issued, though, he thought, his self-esteem rising again as he walked back down the street. Strike had come within feet of him, though he didn't realise it, and still had no fucking idea who he was. God, it would feel good after he'd done the secretary, to watch Strike and his fucking business sinking out of sight under the mudslide of the publicity, police and press crawling all over him, tainted by association, unable to protect his staff, suspected of her death, utterly ruined. He was already planning his next move. He would go to the LSE, where the secretary often followed the other blonde tart around, and hook up with her there. In the meantime, he'd need a different hat and perhaps new sunglasses. He felt in his pockets for money. He had hardly any, as fucking usual. He'd need to force it back out to work. He'd had enough of it whining and bleating and making excuses at home. In the end, he bought 2 new hats, a baseball cap and a grey woolen beanie, to replace the black fleece version he put in a bin at Cambridge Circus. Then he caught the tube to Holborn. She wasn't there, nor were any students. After searching fruitlessly for a glimpse of red gold hair, he remembered that today was Easter Monday. The LSE was closed for the bank holiday. After a couple of hours he returned to Tottenham Court Road, looking for her in the court and skulked for a while near the entrance to Spearmint Rhino, but could not find her anywhere. After a run of days when he had been unable to get out and look for her, the disappointment caused him almost physical pain. Agitated, he began walking quiet side streets, hoping that some girl would stroll across his path, any woman at all. It didn't have to be the secretary. The knives beneath his jacket would be happy with anything now. Perhaps she had been so shaken up by his little greetings card that she had resigned. That wasn't what he wanted at all. He wanted her terrified and off balance, but working for Strike because she was his means of getting the bastard. In bitter disappointment, he returned in the early evening to it. He knew he was going to have to remain with it for the next 2 days, and the prospect was draining him of his last vestiges of control. If he could have used it in the way he planned to use the secretary, it would have been a different matter, a release. He would have hurried home, knives at the ready, but he dared not. He needed it alive and in thrall to him. Before 48 hours had passed, he was ready to explode with rage and violence. On Wednesday evening, he told it that he would have to leave early next day to do a job, and advised it bluntly that it was time it got back to work too. The resultant whining and mewling wore at him until he became angry. Cowed by his sudden rage, it tried to placate him. It needed him. It wanted him. It was sorry. He slept apart from it on the pretense of still being angry. This left him free to masturbate, but that left him unsatisfied. What he wanted, what he needed, was contact with female flesh through sharp steel, to feel his dominance as the blood spurted, to hear total submission in her screams, her pleas, her dying gasps and whimpers. Memories of the times when he had done it were no comfort. They merely inflamed his need. He burned to do it again. He wanted the secretary. He rose on Thursday morning at 4:45, got dressed, pulled on his baseball cap, and left to make his way across London to the flat that she shared with Pretty Boy. The sun had risen by the time he reached Hastings Road. An ancient Land Rover parked a short way from the house gave him cover. He leaned against it, keeping watch through the windscreen at the windows of her flat. There was movement behind the sitting-room windows at 7, and shortly afterwards, Pretty Boy left in his suit. He looked drawn and unhappy. "You think you're unhappy now, you silly bastard. Wait until I've had my fun with your girlfriend." Then at last she appeared, accompanied by an older woman who greatly resembled her. For fuck's sake. What was she doing going on outings with her fucking mother? It felt like mockery. Sometimes the whole world seemed like it was out to get him, to stop him doing things he wanted, to keep him down. He fucking hated this feeling that his omnipotence was seeping away, that people and circumstances were hemming him in, reducing him to just another thwarted, seething mortal. Somebody was going to pay for this. Chapter 36. I have this feeling that my luck is none too good. Blue Oyster Cult, Black Blade. When his alarm went off on Thursday morning, Strike extended one heavy arm and slapped the button on top of the old clock so hard that it toppled off his bedside table onto the floor. Squinting, he had to concede that the sunlight glowing through his thin curtains seemed to confirm the alarm's raucous assertion. The temptation to roll over and sink back into sleep was almost overwhelming. He lay with his forearm over his eyes for a few more seconds, blocking out the day. Then, with a mingled sigh and groan, he threw back the covers. As he groped for the handle of the bathroom door shortly afterwards, he reflected that he must have averaged 3 hours' sleep over the preceding 5 nights. As Robin had foreseen, sending her home had meant he had to choose between tailing Platinum and Mad Dad. Having recently witnessed the latter jumping out at his small sons unexpectedly and seen their tears of fright, Strike had decided that Mad Dad ought to be prioritised. Leaving Platinum to her blameless routine, he had spent large parts of the week covertly photographing the skulking father, racking up image after image of the man spying on his boys and accosting them whenever their mother was not present. When not covering Mad Dad, Strike had been busy with his own investigations. The police were moving far too slowly for his liking, so, still without the slightest proof that Brockbank, Lang or Whittaker had any connection with Kelsey Platt's death, Strike had packed almost every free hour of the preceding 5 days with the kind of relentless, round-the-clock police work that he had previously only given the army. Balanced on his only leg, he wrenched the dial on the shower clockwise and allowed the icy water to pummel him awake, cooling his puffy eyes and raising goose flesh through the dark hair on his chest, arms and legs. The one good thing about his tiny shower was that if he slipped, there was no room to fall. Once clean, he hopped back to the bedroom where he towelled himself roughly and turned on the TV. The royal wedding would take place the following day, and the preparations dominated every news channel he could find. While he strapped on his prosthesis, dressed and consumed tea and toast, presenters and commentators kept up a constant, excitable stream of commentary about the people who were already sitting out in tents along the route and outside Westminster Abbey, and the numbers of tourists pouring into London to witness the ceremony. Strike turned off the television and headed downstairs to the office, yawning widely, and wondering how this multimedia barrage of wedding talk would be affecting Robin, who he had not seen since the previous Friday, when the Jack Vetriano card containing a grisly little surprise had arrived. In spite of the fact that he had just finished a large mug of tea upstairs, Strike automatically switched on the kettle when he arrived in the office, then put down on Robin's desk the list of strip joints, lap dancing clubs, and massage parlours he had begun compiling in his few free hours. When Robin arrived, he intended to ask her to continue researching and telephoning all the places she could find in Shoreditch, a job she could do safely from her own home. If he could have enforced her cooperation, he would have sent her back to Massam with her mother. The memory of her white face had haunted him all week. Stifling a second enormous yawn, he slumped down at Robin's desk to check his emails. In spite of his intention to send her home, he was looking forward to seeing her. He missed her presence in the office, her enthusiasm, her can-do attitude, her easy, unforced kindness, and he wanted to tell her about the few advances he had made during his dogged pursuit of the 3 men currently obsessing him. He had now notched up nearly 12 hours in Catford, trying to glimpse Whittaker entering or leaving his flat over the chip shop, which stood on a busy pedestrian street running along the rear of the Catford Theatre. Fishmongers, wig shops, cafes and bakeries curved around the perimeter of the theatre, and each had a flat above it boasting 3 arched windows in triangular formation. The thin curtains of the flat where Shanker believed Whittaker to be living were constantly closed. Market stalls filled the streets by day, providing Strike with useful cover. The mingled smells of incense from the Dreamcatcher stall and the slabs of raw fish lying on ice nearby filled his nostrils until he barely noticed them. For 3 evenings, Strike had watched from the stage door of the theatre opposite the flat, seeing nothing but shadowy forms moving behind the flat's curtains. Then, on Wednesday evening, the door beside the chip shop had opened to reveal an emaciated teenage girl. Her dark, dirty hair was pulled back off a sunken, rabbity face, which had the violet-shadowed pallor of a consumptive. She wore a crop top, a zip-up grey hoodie and leggings that gave her thin legs the look of pipe cleaners. Arms crossed tightly across her thin torso, she entered the chip shop by leaning on the door until it gave, then half falling into it. Strike hurried across the road so fast that he caught the door as it swung closed, and took a place immediately behind her in the queue. When she reached the counter, the man serving addressed her by name. "All right, Stephanie?" "Yeah," she said in a low voice. "2 Cokes, please." She had multiple piercings in her ears, nose, and lip. After counting out payment in coins, she left, head bowed, without looking at Strike. He returned to his darkened doorway across the road, where he ate the chips he had just bought, his eyes never moving from the lit windows above the chippy. Her purchase of 2 Cokes suggested that Whitaker was up there, perhaps sprawled naked on a mattress, as Strike had so often seen him in his teens. Strike had thought himself detached, but the awareness as he stood in the chip shop queue that he might be mere feet from the bastard, separated only by a flimsy wood and plaster ceiling, had made his pulse race. Stubbornly, he watched the flat until the lights in the windows went off around 1 in the morning, but there had been no sign of Whitaker. He had been no luckier with Lang. Careful perusal of Google Street View suggested that the balcony on which the fox-haired Lang had posed for his Just Giving photograph belonged to a flat in Wollaston Close, a squat, shabby block of flats that stood a short distance from the strata. Neither phone nor voter registration records for the property revealed any trace of Lang, but Strike still held out hope that he might be living there as the guest of another, or renting and living without a landline. He had spent hours on Tuesday evening keeping watch over the flats, bringing with him a pair of night vision goggles that enabled him to peer through uncurtained windows once darkness fell, but saw no hint of the Scot entering, leaving, or moving around inside any of the flats. Having no wish to tip Lang off that he was after him, Strike had decided against door-to-door inquiries, but had lurked by day near the brick arches of a railway bridge nearby, which had been filled in to create tunnel-like spaces. Small businesses lived here: an Ecuadorian cafe, a hairdresser's. Eating and drinking silently among cheerful South Americans, Strike had been conspicuous by his silence and moroseness. Strike's fresh yawn turned into another groan of tiredness as he stretched in Robin's computer chair, so that he did not hear the first clanging footsteps on the stairs in the hallway. By the time he had realized that somebody was approaching and checked his watch, it was surely too early for Robin, who had told him her mother's train would leave at 11. A shadow was climbing the wall outside the frosted glass. A knock on the door, and to Strike's astonishment, 2 Times entered the office. A paunchy, middle-aged businessman, he was considerably wealthier than his crumpled, nondescript appearance would suggest. His face, which was entirely forgettable, neither handsome nor homely, was today screwed up in consternation. "She's dumped me," he told Strike, without preamble. He dropped onto the mock-leather sofa in an eruption of fake flatulence that took him by surprise, for the second time Strike assumed that day. It must have been a shock to the man to be dumped, when his usual procedure was to collect evidence of infidelity and present it to the blonde in question, thus severing the connection. The better Strike had got to know his client, the more he had understood that, for 2 times, this constituted some kind of satisfying sexual climax. The man appeared to be a peculiar mix of masochist, voyeur, and control freak. "Really?" said Strike, getting to his feet and heading towards the kettle. He needed caffeine. "We've been keeping a very close eye on her, and there hasn't been a hint of another man." In fact, he had done nothing about Platinum all week, except to take Raven's calls, a few of which he had allowed to go to voicemail while he had been tailing Mad Dad. He now wondered whether he had listened to all of them. He hoped to Christ that Raven had not been warning him that another rich man had shown up, ready to defray some of Platinum's student expenses in return for exclusive privileges, or he would have to say goodbye to 2 times his cash for good. "Why she dumped me then?" demanded 2 times. "Because you're a fucking weirdo." "Well, I can't swear there isn't someone else," said Strike, choosing his words carefully as he poured instant coffee into a mug. "I'm just saying she's been bloody clever about it if there is. We've been tailing her every move," he lied. "Coffee?" "I thought you were supposed to be the best," grumbled Two Times. "No, I don't drink instant." Strike's mobile rang. He pulled it out of his pocket and checked the caller. Wardle. "Sorry, I need to take this," he told his disgruntled client, and did so. "Hi, Wardle." "Mally's ruled out," said Wardle. It was a mark of Strike's exhaustion that these words meant nothing to him for a second or two. Then the realization dawned that Wardle was talking about the gangster who had once cut off a man's penis, and of whose probable guilt in the matter of the leg Wardle had seemed convinced. "Digger, right," said Strike, to show that he was paying attention. "He's out, is he?" "It can't have been him. He was in Spain when she was killed." "Spain," repeated Strike. Two Times drummed his thick fingers on the arm of the sofa. "Yeah," said Wardle. "Bloody Minorca." Strike took a swig of coffee so strong he might as well have emptied boiling water straight into the jar. A headache was building in the side of his skull. He rarely got headaches. "But we've made progress with those two whose pictures I showed you," said Wardle. "The bloke and the girl who were posting on that Freaks website where Kelsey was asking questions about you." Strike dimly remembered the pictures Wardle had shown him of a young man with lopsided eyes and a woman with black hair and glasses. "We've interviewed them and they never met her. They only had online contact. Plus, he's got a rock-solid alibi for the date she died. He was doing a double shift at Asda, in Leeds. We've checked." "But," said Wardle, and Strike could tell he was leading up to something he thought promising, "there's a bloke who's been hanging around the forum, calls himself Devotee, who's been freaking them all out a bit. He's got a thing for amputees. He liked to ask the women where they wanted to be amputated, and apparently he tried to meet a couple of them. He's gone very quiet lately. We're trying to track him down." "Uh-huh," said Strike, very conscious of Two Times' mounting irritation. "Sounds hopeful." "Yeah, and I haven't forgotten that letter you got from the bloke who liked your stump," said Wardle. "We're looking into him, too." "Great," said Strike, hardly aware of what he was saying, but holding up a hand to show Two Times, who was on the verge of getting up from the sofa, that he was almost done. "Listen, I can't talk now, Wardle. Maybe later." When Wardle had hung up, Strike attempted to placate Two Times, who had worked himself up into a state of weak anger while forced to wait for the phone call to end. Precisely what he thought Strike could do about the fact that his girlfriend had chucked him was a question that the detective, who could not afford to jettison possible repeat business, did not ask. Swigging tar-black coffee while the pain built in his head, Strike's dominant emotion was a fervent wish that he was in a position to tell Two Times to fuck off. "So what," asked his client, "are you going to do about it?" Strike was unsure whether he was being asked to force Platinum back into the relationship, track her all over London in the hopes of discovering another boyfriend, or refund Two Times' money. Before he could answer, however, he heard more footsteps on the metal stairs and female voices. Two Times barely had time for more than a startled, questioning look at Strike before the glass door opened. Robin looked taller to Strike than the Robin he kept in his memory. Taller, better looking, and more embarrassed. Behind her, and under normal circumstances he would have been interested and amused by the fact, was a woman who could only be her mother. Though a little shorter and definitely broader, she had the same strawberry blonde hair, the same blue-grey eyes, and an expression of beneficent shrewdness that was deeply familiar to Robin's boss. "I'm so sorry," said Robin, catching sight of Two Times and halting abruptly. "We can wait downstairs. Come on, Mum." Their unhappy client got to his feet, definitely cross. No, not at all," he said. "I didn't have an appointment. I'll go. Just my final invoice then, Strike." He pushed his way out of the office. An hour and a half later, Robin and her mother were sitting in silence as their taxi moved towards King's Cross, Linda's suitcase swaying a little on the floor. Linda had been insistent that she wanted to meet Strike before she left for Yorkshire. "You've been working with him for over a year. Surely he won't mind if I look in to say hello. I'd like to see where you work, at least, so I can picture it when you're talking about the office." Robin had resisted as hard as she could, embarrassed by the very idea of introducing her mother to Strike. It felt childish, incongruous, and silly. She was particularly concerned that appearing with her mother in tow would reinforce Strike's evident belief that she was too shaken up to deal with the Kelsey case. Bitterly did Robin now regret betraying her distress when the Vetriano card had arrived. She ought to have known better than to let any hint of fear show, especially after telling him about the rape. He said it had made no difference, but she knew better. She'd had plenty of experience of people telling her what was and wasn't good for her. The taxi bowled along the inner circle, and Robin had to remind herself that it was not her mother's fault that they had blundered in on 2 times. She ought to have called Strike first. The truth was that she had hoped that Strike would be out or upstairs, that she would be able to show Linda around the office and take her away without having to introduce them. She had been afraid that if she phoned him, Strike would make a point of being there to meet her mother, out of a characteristic blend of mischief and curiosity. Linda and Strike had chatted away while Robin made tea, keeping deliberately quiet. She strongly suspected that one of the reasons Linda wanted to meet Strike was to assess the precise degree of warmth that existed between him and her daughter. Helpfully, Strike looked appalling, a good 10 years older than his real age, with that blue-jawed, sunken-eyed look that he got when he forfeited sleep for work. Linda would surely be hard-pressed to imagine that Robin was nursing a secret infatuation now she had seen her boss. "I liked him," said Linda, as the red-brick palace of St. Pancras came into view. "And I have to say, he might not be pretty, but he's got something about him." "Yes," said Robin coldly. "Sarah Shadlock feels the same way." Shortly before they had left for the station, Strike had asked for 5 minutes with her alone in the inner office. There he had handed her the beginnings of a list of massage parlours, strip joints and lap dancing clubs in Shoreditch, and asked her to begin the laborious process of ringing them all in search of Noel Brockbank. "The more I think about it," Strike had said, "the more I think he'll still be working as a heavy or a bouncer. What else is there for him? Big bloke with brain damage and his history." Out of deference to the listening Linda, Strike had omitted to add that he was sure Brockbank would still be working in the sex industry, where vulnerable women might be most easily found. "Okay," Robin had replied, leaving Strike's list where he had put it on her desk. "I'll see Mum off and come back." "No, I want you to do it from home. Keep a record of all the calls. I'll reimburse you." A mental picture of the Destiny's Child survivor poster had flickered in Robin's mind. "When do I come back into the office?" "Let's see how long that takes you," he said. Correctly reading her expression, he had added, "Look, I think we've just lost 2 times for good. I can cover Mad Dad alone." "What about Kelsey?" "You're trying to trace Brockbank," he said, pointing at the list in her hand. Then, his head was pounding, though Robin did not know it. "Look, everyone'll be off work tomorrow. It's a bank holiday, the royal wedding." It could not have been clearer. He wanted her out of the way. Something had changed while she had been out of the office. Perhaps Strike was remembering that, after all, she had not been trained by the military police, had never seen dismembered limbs before a leg was delivered to their door, that she was not, in short, the kind of partner who was of use to him in this extremity. "I've just had 5 days off." "For Christ's sake," he said, losing patience. "You're only making lists and phone calls. Why do you have to be in here to do it?" You're only making lists and phone calls. She remembered how Elin had called her strike secretary. Sitting in the taxi with her mother, a lava slide of anger and resentment swept away rationality. He had called her his partner in front of Wardle, back when he had needed her to look at the photographs of a dismembered body. There had been no new contract, though, no formal renegotiation of their working relationship. She was a faster typist than Strike, with his wide, hairy fingers. She dealt with the bulk of the invoices and emails. She did most of the filing, too. Perhaps, Robin thought, Strike himself had told Elin that she was his secretary. Perhaps calling her partner had been a sop to her, a mere figure of speech. Maybe. She was deliberately inflaming her own resentment now, and she knew it. Strike and Elin discussed Robin's inadequacies during their sneaky dinners away from Ellen's husband. He might have confided in Elin how much he now regretted taking on a woman who, after all, had been a mere temp when she had come to him. He had probably told Elin about the rape, too. It was a difficult time for me, too, you know. You're only making lists and phone calls. Why was she crying? Tears of rage and frustration were trickling down her face. "Robin?" said Linda. "It's nothing, nothing," said Robin savagely, wiping under her eyes with the heels of her hands. She had been desperate to get back to work after 5 days in the house with her mother and Matthew, after the awkward three-cornered silences in the tiny space, the whispered conversations she knew that Linda had had with Matthew while she was in the bathroom, and about which she had chosen not to ask. She did not want to be trapped at home all over again. Irrational though it might have been, she felt safer in the middle of London, keeping an eye out for that large figure in the beanie hat, than she did in her flat in Hastings Road. They pulled up at last outside King's Cross. Robin was trying hard to keep her emotions under control, conscious of Linda's sideways looks as they crossed the crowded station towards her platform. She and Matthew would be alone again tonight, with the looming prospect of that final, definitive talk. She had not wanted Linda to come and stay, yet her imminent departure forced Robin to admit that there had been a comfort in her mother's presence that she had barely acknowledged. "Right," said Linda, once her case had been safely stowed in the luggage rack, and she had returned to the platform to spend the last couple of minutes with her daughter. "This is for you." She was holding out £500. "Mum, I can't take—" "Yes, you can," said Linda. "Put it towards a deposit on a new place to live, or a pair of Jimmy Choos for the wedding." They had gone window shopping in Bond Street on Tuesday, staring through the shop windows at flawless jewels, at handbags that cost more than second-hand cars, at designer clothing to which neither woman could ever aspire. It felt a long way from the shops of Harrogate. Robin had gazed most covetously through the shoe shop windows. Matthew did not like her to wear very high heels. Defiantly, she had voiced a hankering for some 5-inch spikes. "I can't," repeated Robin, as the station echoed and bustled around them. Her parents were sharing the expense of her brother Stephen's wedding later in the year. They had already paid a sizable deposit on her reception, which had been postponed once. They had bought the dress and paid for its alterations, lost one deposit on the wedding cars. "I want you to," said Linda sternly. "Either invest it in your single life or buy wedding shoes." Fighting more tears, Robin said nothing. "You've got Dad's and my full support, whatever you decide," said Linda. "But I want you to ask yourself why you haven't let anyone else know why the wedding's off. You can't keep living in limbo like this. It's not good for either of you. Take the money. Decide." She wrapped Robin in a tight embrace, kissed her just beneath the ear, and got back on the train. Robin managed to smile all the time she was waving goodbye, but when the train had finally pulled away, taking her mother back to Massam, to her father, to Rowntree the Labrador, and everything that was friendly and familiar, Robin dropped down on a cold metal bench, buried her face in her hands, and wept silently into the banknotes Linda had given her. "Cheer up, darling. Plenty more fish in the sea." She looked up. An unkempt man stood in front of her. His belly spilled widely over his belt, and his smile was lascivious. Robin got slowly to her feet. She was as tall as he was. Their eyes were on a level. "Sod off," she said. He blinked. His smile turned to a scowl. As she strode away, stuffing Linda's money into her pocket, she heard him shout something after her, but she neither knew nor cared what it had been. A vast, unfocused rage rose in her, against men who consider displays of emotion a delicious open door, men who ogled your breasts under the pretense of scanning the wine shelves, men for whom your mere physical presence constituted a lubricious invitation. Her fury billowed to encompass Strike, who had sent her home to Matthew because he now considered her a liability, who would rather endanger the business that she had helped build up, soldiering on single-handedly, than let her do what she was good at, what she sometimes outshone him at, because of the permanent handicap she had in his eyes acquired by being in the wrong stairwell at the wrong time 7 years previously. So yes, she would ring his bloody lap-dancing clubs and his strip joints in search of the bastard who had called her little girl. But there was something else she would do too. She had been looking forward to telling Strike about it, but there had been no time with Linda's train due, and she had felt no inclination after he told her to stay at home. Robin tightened her belt and marched on, frowning, feeling fully justified in continuing to follow one lead, unbeknownst to Strike, alone. Chapter 37. This ain't the Garden of Eden. Blue Oyster Cult. This ain't the summer of love. If she had to be at home, she supposed she would watch the wedding. Robin staked out a position on the sitting-room sofa early next morning, her laptop open on her knees, her mobile beside her, the TV on in the background. Matthew, too, had the day off work, but he was in the kitchen, keeping out of her way. There had been no solicitors' offers of tea today, no questions about her work, no obsequious attentiveness. Robin sensed a change in him since her mother had left. He seemed anxious, wary, more serious. Somehow, during their quiet conversations, Linda appeared to have convinced Matthew that what had happened might never be repairable. Robin knew perfectly well that she needed to deliver the coup de grace. Linda's parting words had increased her sense of urgency. She had not yet found another place to live, but she must nevertheless tell Matthew that she was moving out and agree a form of words to issue to their friends and family. Yet here she sat on the sofa, working rather than dealing with the subject that seemed to fill the small flat, pressing against the walls, keeping the atmosphere perpetually stiff with tension. Commentators wearing buttonholes and corsages were babbling on screen about the decorations in Westminster Abbey. Famous guests snaked towards the entrance, and Robin half listened as she noted down the telephone numbers for lap-dancing clubs, strip joints, and massage parlours in and around Shoreditch. Every now and then she scrolled down a page to look through the client reviews on the remote chance that somebody might have mentioned a bouncer called Noel. But no individual was named, except the women who worked there. Punters often recommended them on the basis of their reported enthusiasm for their jobs. Mandy from one massage parlour gives full 30 minutes with never any sense of being rushed. The gorgeous Sherry of Beltway strippers was always willing, accommodating, and up for a laugh. "I can thoroughly recommend Zoe," said one punter. "Gorgeous figure and a very happy ending." In a different mood, or perhaps in a different life, Robin might have found the way they talked about the women funny. So many of the men handing over cash for sex needed to believe that the women's enthusiasm was real, that they took their time for pleasure, that they were really laughing at Punter's jokes, genuinely enjoying the body-to-body massages and hand jobs. One reviewer had posted a poem about his favourite girl. Even as she diligently compiled her list of numbers, Robin thought it unlikely that Brockbank, with his insalubrious record, would have been hired by any of the more upmarket places, whose websites featured artistically lit, airbrushed naked girls and invitations for couples to attend together. Brothels, Robin knew, were illegal, but you did not have to travel too far into cyberspace to find mention of them. She had become adept at nosing information from out-of-the-way corners of the internet since going to work for Strike, and was soon painstakingly cross-referencing mentions of local establishments on ramshackle sites dedicated to the exchange of such information. Here, at the cheapest end of the market, there were no poems. £60 for anal going rate round here. All Foreign girls, no English. Very young, probably still clean. Wouldn't put your dick in some of what you see. Often, only an approximate location was available. She knew that Strike would not let her go looking for any of these basements and tenements where mostly East European girls or all Chinese tail were working. Taking a break, and subconsciously hoping to loosen the tight knot in her chest, she looked up at the television. Princes William and Harry were walking up the aisle together. As Robin watched, the door to the sitting room opened and Matthew walked in, carrying a mug of tea. He had not offered to make her one. He sat down in the armchair, saying nothing, and stared at the television screen. Robin returned to her work, hyper-conscious of Matthew beside her. Joining her without talking was a departure. Acceptance of her separateness, not interrupting her, even with the offer of tea, was also new. So was the fact that he did not pick up the remote control and change the channel. The cameras returned to the outside of the Goring Hotel, where they were keeping vigil for the first glimpse of Kate Middleton in her wedding dress. Robin took covert glimpses over the top of her laptop while scrolling slowly down a series of barely literate comments about a brothel near Commercial Road. An outburst of excitable comment and cheering made Robin look up in time to see Kate Middleton climbing into a limousine. Long lace sleeves, just like the one she had removed from her own wedding dress. The limousine moved slowly away. Kate Middleton was just visible beside her father in the car. So she had chosen to wear her hair down. Robin had planned to keep her hair down too. Matthew liked it that way. Not that that mattered anymore. The crowds were cheering all the way down the Mall, Union Jacks as far as the eye could see. As Matthew turned towards her, Robin pretended to be immersed in her laptop again. "Do you want tea?" "No," she said. "Thanks," she added grudgingly, aware how aggressive she had sounded. Her mobile beeped beside her. Matthew often scowled or sulked when this happened on her days off. He expected it to be Strike, which it sometimes was. Today, he merely turned back to watch the television. Robin picked up her mobile and read the text that had just arrived. "How do I know you're not press?" It was the lead she was pursuing without Strike's knowledge, and she had her answer ready. While the crowds cheered the limousine's slow progress on screen, she typed in, "If the press knew about you, they'd already be outside your house. I told you to look me up online. There's a picture of me going into court to give evidence in Owen Quine's murder case. Have you found it?" She put the mobile down again, her heart beating faster. Kate Middleton was getting out of her limousine at the Abbey. Her waist looked tiny in the lace dress. She looked so happy, genuinely happy. Robin's heart hammered as she watched the beautiful woman in a tiara proceed towards the Abbey entrance. Her mobile beeped again. "Yes, I've seen the picture. So?" Matthew made a peculiar noise into his mug of tea. Robin ignored him. He probably thought that she was texting Strike, usually the cause of his little grimaces and noises of exasperation. Switching her mobile to camera mode, Robin held it up in front of her face and took a photo. The flash startled Matthew, who looked around. He was crying. Robin's fingers trembled as she sent the photograph of herself off in a text. After that, not wanting to look at Matthew, she watched the television again. Kate Middleton and her father were now walking slowly up the scarlet-carpeted aisle that divided a sea of hatted guests. The culmination of a million fairy tales and fables was being played out in front of her. The commoner walking slowly towards her prince, beauty moving inexorably towards high rank. Against her will, Robin remembered the night that Matthew had proposed under the statue of Eros at Piccadilly Circus. There had been tramps sitting on the steps, jeering as Matthew sank to his knees. She had been caught completely off guard by that unexpected scene on the grimy steps. Matthew risking his best suit on the damp, dirty stone, alcoholic fumes wafting towards them over the smell of exhaust fumes. The little blue velvet box, and then the winking sapphire, smaller and paler than Kate Middleton's. Matthew later told her he'd chosen it because it matched her eyes. One of the tramps had got to his feet and applauded drunkenly when she said yes. She remembered the flashing neon lights of Piccadilly reflected on Matthew's beaming face. 9 years of shared life, of growing up together, of arguing and reconciling, of loving. 9 years, holding fast to each other through trauma that ought to have broken them apart. She remembered the day after the proposal, the day she had been sent by the temping agency to Strike. It seemed much, much longer ago than it was. She felt like a different person. At least, she had felt like a different person, until Strike told her to stay at home and copy down phone numbers, evading the question of when she would return to work as his partner. They split up. What? Said Robin. They did, said Matthew, and his voice broke. He nodded at the screen. Prince William had just turned to look at his bride. They broke up for a bit. I know they did, said Robin. She tried to speak coldly, but Matthew's expression was bereft. Maybe on some level I think you deserve better than me. Is it? Are we really over? He asked. Kate Middleton had drawn level with Prince William at the altar. They looked delighted to be reunited. Staring at the screen, Robin knew that today her answer to Matthew's question would be taken as definitive. Her engagement ring was still lying where she had left it, on top of old accountancy textbooks on the bookcase. Neither of them had touched it since she had taken it off. Dearly beloved, began the Dean of Westminster on screen. She thought of the day that Matthew had asked her out for the very first time, and remembered walking home from school, her insides on fire with excitement and pride. She remembered Sarah Shadlock giggling, leaning against him in a pub in Bath, and Matthew frowning slightly and pulling away. She thought of Strike and Elin. What have they got to do with anything? She remembered Matthew, white-faced and shaking, in the hospital where they had kept her for 24 hours after the rape. He had missed an exam to be with her, simply taken off without leaving word. His mother had been annoyed about that. He had had to resit in the summer. I was 21 and I didn't know then what I know now, that there's nobody like you and that I could never love anyone else as much as I love you. Sarah Shadlock, arms around him when he was drunk, no doubt, while he poured out his confused feelings about Robin, agoraphobic, unable to be touched. The mobile beeped. Automatically, Robin picked it up and looked at it. All right, I believe it's you." Robin could not take in what she was reading and set the mobile down on the sofa without responding. Men looked so tragic when they cried. Matthew's eyes were scarlet. His shoulders heaved. "Matt," she said in a low voice over his silent sobs. "Matt." She held out her hand. Chapter 38. Dance on Stilts. The sky was marbled pink, but the streets were still heaving with people. A million Londoners and out-of-towners swarmed the pavements, red, white and blue hats, Union Jacks and plastic crowns, beer-swilling buffoons clutching the hands of children with painted faces, all of them bobbing and eddying on a tide of mawkish sentiment. They filled the tube, they packed the streets, and as he forced his way through them, looking for what he needed, he heard more than once the refrain of the national anthem, sung tunelessly by the tipsy, and once with virtuosity by a gaggle of rollicking Welsh women who blocked his way out of the station. He had left it sobbing. The wedding had lifted it temporarily out of its misery, led to cloying affection and self-pitying tears, to plaintive hints about commitment and companionship. He had kept his temper only because his every nerve, every atom of his being focused on what he was going to do tonight. Focused on the release that was coming. He had been patient and loving, but his reward had been it taking the biggest liberty yet, and trying to prevent him leaving. He had already put on the jacket that accommodated his knives, and he had cracked. Although he had not laid a finger on it, he knew how to terrify and intimidate with words alone, with body language, with a sudden revelation of the beast inside. He had slammed his way out of the house, leaving it cowed and appalled behind him. He would have to work hard to make up for that, he reflected, as he pushed his way through a crowd of drinkers on a pavement. A bunch of poxy flowers, some fake regret, some bullshit about being stressed. The thought turned his expression mean. Nobody dared challenge him, not with his size and demeanour, though he knocked into several of them, ploughing his way through them. They were like skittles, fleshy ninepins, and they had about as much life and meaning to him. People had significance in his life only in what they could do for him. That was how the secretary had come to assume such importance. He had never tracked a woman for so long. Yes, the last one had taken a while too, but that had been different. That dumb little bitch had toppled so gleefully into his clutches, you'd have thought getting hacked to pieces was her life's ambition, which of course it had been. The thought of it made him smile. The peach towels and the stink of her blood. He was starting to get the feeling again, that feeling of omnipotence. He was going to get one tonight. He could feel it. Heading for a meeting, shining up my greeting. He was on the lookout for a girl who would become separated from the massing throngs, addled with drink and sentimentality. But they moved in herds through the streets, so he was starting to think he'd be better with a whore after all. Times had changed. It wasn't how it had been in the old days. Hookers didn't need to walk the streets anymore, not with mobile phones and the internet. Buying yourself a woman was as easy as dialing up a takeaway nowadays, but he didn't want to leave a trail online or on some bitch's mobile records. Only the dregs were left on the streets, and he knew all the areas. But it had to be somewhere that he had no association with, somewhere a long way from it. By 10 to midnight he was in Shacklewell, walking the streets with his lower face concealed by the upturned collar of his jacket, his hat low on his forehead, the knives bouncing heavily against his chest as he walked, one a straightforward carving knife, the other a compact machete. Lit windows of curry houses and more pubs, Union Jack bunting everywhere, If it took all night, he would find her. On a dark corner stood 3 women in tiny skirts, smoking, talking. He passed by on the other side of the street, and one of them called out to him, but he ignored her, passing on into the darkness. 3 was too many. 2 witnesses left. Hunting was both easier and more difficult on foot. No worries about number plates caught on camera, but the difficulty was where he took her, not to mention the getaway being so much harder. He prowled the streets for another hour until he found himself back on that stretch of road where the 3 whores had stood. Only 2 of them now. More manageable. A single witness. His face was almost entirely covered. He hesitated, and as he did so, a car slowed, and the driver had a brief conversation with the girls. One of them got in, and the car drove away. A glorious poison flooded his veins and his brain. It was exactly like the first time he'd killed. Then, too, he had been left with the uglier one, to do with whatever he wanted. No time for hesitation. Either of her mates could come back. "Back again, babes?" Her voice was guttural, although she looked young, with red hennaed hair and a shabby bob, piercings in both ears and her nose. Her nostrils were wet and pink, as though she had a cold. Along with her leather jacket and rubber miniskirt, she wore vertiginous heels, on which she seemed to have trouble balancing. "How much?" he asked, barely listening to her answer. What mattered was where. "We can go to my place if you want." He agreed, but he was tense. It had better be a self-contained room or a bedsit. Nobody on the stairs, no one to hear or see, just some dirty, dark little nook where a body begged to be. If it turned out to be a communal place, some actual brothel, with other girls and a fat old bitch in charge, or worse, a pimp. She wobbled out onto the road before the pedestrian light turned green. He seized her arm and yanked her back as a white van went hurtling past. "My saviour," she giggled. "Tar, babes." He could tell she was on something. He'd seen plenty like her. Her raw, weeping nose disgusted him. Their reflection in the dark shop windows they passed could have been father and daughter. She was so short and skinny, and he so large, so burly. "See the wedding?" she asked. "What?" "Royal wedding. She looked lovely." Even this dirty little whore was wedding crazy. She babbled on about it as they walked, laughing far too often, teetering on her cheap stilettos, while he remained entirely silent. "Shame his mum never saw him marry, though, innit?" "Here we go," said the girl, pointing to a tenement a block ahead. "That's my gaff." He could see it in the distance. There were people standing around the lit door, a man sitting on the steps. He stopped dead. "No." "Smatter." "Don't worry about them, babes. They know me," she said earnestly. "No," he said again, his hand tight around her thin arm, suddenly furious. What was she trying to pull? Did she think he was born yesterday? "Down there," he said, pointing to a shadowy space between 2 buildings. "Babes, there's a bed." "Down there," he repeated angrily. She blinked at him out of heavily made-up eyes, a little phased, but her thought processes were fogged, the silly bitch, and he convinced her silently by sheer force of personality. "Yeah, all right, babes." Their footsteps crunched on a surface that seemed to be part gravel. He was afraid there might be security lights or sensors, but a thicker, deeper darkness awaited them 20 yards off the road. His hands were gloved. He handed over the notes. She unzipped his trousers for him. He was still soft. While she was busy on her knees in the darkness, trying to persuade him into tumescence, He was pulling his knives silently from their hiding place inside his jacket. A sliver of nylon lining, one in each hand, his palms sweaty on the plastic handles. He kicked her so hard in the stomach that she flew backwards through the air. A choking, wheezing gasp, then a crunch of gravel told him where she had landed. Lurching forward, his flies still open, his trousers sliding down his hips, he found her by tripping over her and was on her. The carving knife plunged and plunged. He hit bone, probably rib, and stabbed again. A whistle from her lungs and then, shocking him, she screamed. Though he was straddling her, she was fighting, and he could not find her throat to finish her. He gave a mighty left-handed swing with the machete, but incredibly, she still had enough life in her to shriek again. A stream of obscenities poured from his mouth. Stab, stab, and stab again with the carving knife. He punctured her palm as she tried to stop him, and that gave him an idea. Slamming her arm down, kneeling on it, he raised his knife. "You fucking little cocksucking." "Who's down there?" Fucking hell and shit. A man's voice, coming out of the dark from the direction of the street, said again, "Who's there?" He scrambled off her, pulling up his pants and his trousers, backing away as quietly as he could. 2 knives in his left hand, and what he thought were 2 of her fingers in his right, still warm, bony, and bleeding. She was still moaning and whimpering. Then, with a last long wheeze, she fell silent. He hobbled away into the unknown, away from her motionless form, every sense as sharp as a cat's, to the distant approach of a hound. "Everything all right down there?" said an echoing male voice. He had reached a solid wall. He felt his way along it until it turned into wire mesh. By the distant light of a street lamp, he saw the outlines of what looked like a ramshackle car repair shop beyond the fence, the hulking forms of vehicles, eerie in the gloom. Somewhere in the space he had just left he heard footsteps. The man had come to investigate the screams. He must not panic. He must not run. Noise would be fatal. Slowly, he edged along the wire enclosure containing the old cars, towards a patch of darkness that might be either an opening onto an adjoining street or a dead end. He slid the bloody knives back inside his jacket, dropped her fingers into his pocket, and crept along, trying not to breathe. An echoing shout from the alleyway. "Fucking hell! Andy! Andy!" He began to run. They would not hear him now, not with their yells echoing off the walls, and as though the universe were once again his friend, it laid soft, grassy ground beneath his feet as he lumbered into the new darkness of the opening. A dead end. A 6-foot wall. He could hear traffic on the other side. Nothing else for it. Panting, scrambling, wishing he were what he had once been, fit and strong and young, he tried to hoist himself up, his feet trying to find some purchase, his muscles screaming in protest. Panic can do wonderful things. He was on top of the wall and down again. He landed heavily, his knees protested, but he staggered, then regained his balance. Walk on, normal, normal, normal. Cars whooshed past. Surreptitiously, he wiped his bloody hands on his jacket. Distant shouting, too muffled to hear. He needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. He would go to the place that it didn't know about. A bus stop. He jogged a short distance and joined the queue. It didn't matter where he went as long as it took him out of here. His thumb made a bloody mark on the ticket. He pushed it deep into his pocket and made contact with her severed fingers. The bus rumbled away. He took long, slow breaths, trying to calm himself. Somebody upstairs began singing the national anthem again. The bus sped up, his heart jolted. Slowly, his breathing returned to normal. Staring at his own reflection in the filthy window, he rolled her still warm little finger between his own. As panic receded, elation took its place. He grinned at his dark reflection sharing his triumph with the only one who could understand. Chapter 39. The door opens both ways. Blue Oyster Cult out of the darkness. "Look at this," said Elin on Monday morning, standing aghast in front of the television with a bowl of granola in her hands. "Can you believe it?" Strike had just entered the kitchen, freshly washed and dressed, after their usual Sunday night rendezvous. The spotless cream and white space was full of stainless steel surfaces and subdued lighting, like a space-age operating theatre. A plasma TV hung on the wall behind the table. President Obama was on screen, standing at a podium, talking. "They've killed Osama bin Laden," said Elin. "Bloody hell," said Strike, stopping dead to read the ticker tape running across the bottom of the screen. Clean clothes and a shave had made little difference to his hangdog look of exhaustion. The hours he was putting in, trying to catch a glimpse of Lang or Whitaker, were beginning to take their painful toll. His eyes were bloodshot, and his skin was tinged with grey. He crossed to the coffee maker, poured himself a mugful, and gulped it down. He had almost fallen asleep on top of Elin last night, and counted it among the week's few small achievements that he had finished the job at least. Now he leaned against the steel-topped island, watching the immaculate president, and envying him from his soul. He, at least, had got his man. The known details of bin Laden's death gave Elin and Strike something to talk about while she was dropping him off at the tube. "I wonder how sure they were it was him," she said, pulling up outside the station, before they went in. Strike had been wondering that too. Bin Laden had been physically distinctive, of course, well over 6 feet tall, and Strike's thoughts drifted back to Brockbank, Lang, and Whitaker, until Elin recalled them. "I've got work drinks on Wednesday, if you fancy it." She sounded slightly self-conscious. "Duncan and I have nearly agreed everything. I'm sick of sneaking around." "Sorry, no can do," he said. "Not with all these surveillance jobs on, I told you." He had to pretend to her that the pursuit of Brockbank, Lang and Whitaker were paid jobs, because she would never have understood his so far fruitless persistence otherwise. "Okay. Well, I'll wait for you to ring me then," she said. And he caught, but chose to ignore, a cool undertone in her voice. "Is it worth it?" he asked himself, as he descended into the underground, backpack over his shoulder, with reference not to the men he was pursuing, but to Elin. What had begun as an agreeable diversion was starting to assume the status of onerous obligation. The predictability of their rendezvous, same restaurants, same nights, had started to pall. Yet now that she offered to break the pattern, he found himself unenthusiastic. He could think offhand of a dozen things he would rather do with a night off than have drinks with a bunch of Radio 3 presenters. Sleep headed the list. Soon, he could feel it coming, she would want to introduce him to her daughter. In 37 years, Strike had successfully avoided the status of Mummy's boyfriend. His memories of the men who had passed through Leda's life, some of them decent, most of them not, the latter trend reaching its apotheosis in Whitaker, had left him with a distaste that was almost revulsion. He had no desire to see in another child's eyes the fear and mistrust that he had read in his sister Lucy's every time the door opened onto yet another male stranger. What his own expression had been, he had no idea. For as long as he had been able to manage it, he had closed his mind willfully to that part of Leda's life, focusing on her hugs and her laughter, her maternal delight in his achievements. As he climbed out of the tube at Notting Hill Gate on his way to the school, his mobile buzzed. Mad Dad's estranged wife had texted. "Just checking you know boy's not at school today because of bank holiday. They're with grandparents. He won't follow them there." Strike swore under his breath. He had indeed forgotten about the bank holiday. On the plus side, He was now free to return to the office, catch up with some paperwork, then head out to Catford Broadway by daylight for a change. He only wished that the text could have arrived before he made the detour to Notting Hill. 45 minutes later, Strike was tramping up the metal staircase towards his office and asking himself for the umpteenth time why he had never contacted the landlord about getting the birdcage lift fixed. When he reached the glass door of his office, however, a far more pressing question presented itself. Why were the lights on? Strike pushed open the door so forcefully that Robin, who had heard his laborious approach, nevertheless jumped in her chair. They stared at each other, she defiant, he accusing. "What are you doing here?" "Working," said Robin. "I told you to work from home." "I finished," she said, tapping a sheaf of papers that lay on the desk beside her, covered with handwritten notes and telephone numbers. "Those are all the numbers I could find in Shoreditch." Strike's eyes followed her hand, but what caught his attention was not the small stack of neatly written papers she was showing him, but the sapphire engagement ring. There was a pause. Robin wondered why her heart was pummeling her ribs. How ridiculous to feel defensive. It was up to her whether she married Matthew. Ludicrous even to feel she had to state that to herself. "Back on, is it?" Strike said, turning his back on her as he hung up his jacket and backpack. "Yes," said Robin. There was a short pause. Strike turned back to face her. "I haven't got enough work for you. We're down to one job. I can cover Mad Dad on my own." She narrowed her grey-blue eyes. "What about Brockbank and Lang and Whittaker?" "What about them?" "Aren't you still trying to find them?" "Yes, but that's not the... So how are you going to cover 4 cases? "They're not cases. No one's paying." "So they're a kind of hobby, are they?" said Robin. "That's why I've been looking for numbers all weekend." "Look, I want to trace them, yes," said Strike, trying to marshal his arguments through heavy fatigue and other less easily definable emotions. The engagement was back on. He had suspected all along that it might happen. Sending her home, giving her time with Matthew would have helped, of course. "But I don't—" "You were happy enough to let me drive you to Barrow," said Robin, who had come prepared for argument. She had known perfectly well he didn't want her back in the office. "You didn't mind me questioning Holly Brockbank and Lorraine McNaughton, did you? So what's changed?" "You got sent another fucking body part, that's what's fucking changed, Robin." He had not intended to shout, but his voice echoed off the filing cabinets. Robin remained impassive. She had seen Strike angry before, heard him swear, seen him punch those very metal drawers. It didn't bother her. "Yes," she said calmly, "and it shook me up. I think most people would have been shaken up by getting a toe stuck inside a card. You look pretty sick about it yourself." "Yeah, which is why—" "You're trying to cover 4 cases single-handedly, and you sent me home. I didn't ask for time off." In the euphoric aftermath of replacing her ring, Matthew had actually helped her rehearse her case for returning to work. It had been quite extraordinary, looking back on it, he pretending to be Strike and she putting her arguments, but Matthew had been ready to help her do anything at all, so long as she agreed to marry him on the 2nd of July. "I wanted to get straight back to—" "Just because you wanted to get back to work," said Strike, "doesn't mean it was in your best interests to do so." "Oh, I didn't realise you're a qualified occupational therapist," said Robin, delicately sarcastic. "Look," said Strike, more infuriated by her aloof rationality than he would have been with rage and tears, the sapphire sparkling coolly from her finger again. "I'm your employer, and it's down to me if—" "I thought I was supposed to be your partner," said Robin. "Makes no difference," said Strike. "Partner or not, I've still got a responsibility, so you'd rather see this business fail than let me work," said Robin, an angry flush rising in her pale face, and while Strike felt he was losing on points, he took an obscure pleasure in the fact that she was losing her cool. "I helped you build it up. You're playing right into his hands, whoever he is, sidelining me, neglecting paying cases, and working yourself into the—" How do you know I've— Because you look like shit, said Robin baldly, and Strike, caught off guard, almost laughed for the first time in days. Either, she resumed, I'm your partner or I'm not. If you're going to treat me like some piece of special occasion china that gets taken out when you don't think I'll get hurt, we're doomed. The business is doomed. I'd do better to take Wardle up on what? Said Strike sharply. On his suggestion that I apply to the police, said Robin, looking Strike squarely in the face. This isn't a game to me, you know. I'm not a little girl. I've survived far worse than being sent a tow. So, she screwed up her courage. She had hoped it would not come to an ultimatum. Decide. Decide whether I'm your partner or a liability. If you can't rely on me, if you can't let me run the same risks you do, then I'd rather— Her voice nearly broke, but she forced herself onwards. Rather get out, she finished. In her emotion, she swung her chair round to face her computer a little too forcefully and found herself facing the wall. Mustering what dignity she felt she had left, she adjusted her seat to face the monitor and continued opening emails, waiting for his answer. She had not told him about her lead. She needed to know whether she was reinstated as his partner before she either shared her spoils or gave it to him as a farewell gift. Whoever he is, he butchers women for pleasure, said Strike quietly. And he's made it clear he'd like to do the same to you. I've grasped that, said Robin in a tight voice, her eyes on the screen. But have you grasped the fact that if he knows where I work, he probably also knows where I live? And if he's that determined, he'll follow me anywhere I go. Can't you understand that I'd much rather help catch him than sit around waiting for him to pounce? She was not going to beg. She had emptied the inbox of 12 spam emails before he spoke again, his voice heavy. All right. All right what? She asked, looking around cautiously. All right, you're back at work. She beamed. He did not return the smile. Oh, cheer up, she said, getting to her feet and moving around the desk. For one crazy moment, Strike thought she might be about to hug him. She looked so happy, and with the protective ring back on her finger, perhaps he had become a safely huggable figure, a desexed non-competitor. But she was merely heading for the kettle. I've got a lead, she told him. Yeah, he said, still struggling to make sense of the new situation. What was he going to ask her to do that wasn't too dangerous? Where could he send her? Yes, she said. I've made contact with one of the people on the BIID forum who was talking to Kelsey. Yawning widely, Strike dropped down into the fake leather sofa, which made its usual flatulent noises under his weight, and tried to remember whom she was talking about. He was so sleep-deprived that his usually capacious and accurate memory was becoming unreliable. The bloke or the woman? He asked, with the vague remembrance of the photographs Wardle had shown them. The man, said Robin, pouring boiling water onto tea bags. For the first time in their relationship, Strike found himself relishing an opportunity to undermine her. So you've been going onto websites without telling me? Playing games with a bunch of anonymous punters without knowing who you're messing with? I told you I'd been on there, said Robin indignantly. I saw Kelsey asking questions about you on a message board, remember? She was calling herself Nowhere to Turn. I told you all this when Wardle was here. He was impressed, she added. He's also way ahead of you, said Strike. He's questioned both of those people she was talking to online. It's a dead end. They never met her. He's working on a guy called Devotee now, who was trying to meet women off the site. I already know about Devotee. How? He asked to see my picture, and when I didn't send it, he went quiet. So, you've been flirting with these nutters, have you? Oh, for God's sake, said Robin impatiently. I've been pretending I've got the same disorder they have. It's hardly flirting. and I don't think devotee's anything to worry about. She passed Strike a mug of tea, which was precisely his preferred shade of creosote. Perversely, this aggravated rather than soothed him. So you don't think devotee's anything to worry about? What are you basing that on? I've been doing some research into acrotomophiliacs ever since that letter came in addressed to you. The man who was fixated on your leg, remember? As paraphilias go, it's hardly ever associated with violence. I think devotee's much more likely to be masturbating over his keyboard at the idea of all the wannabes. Unable to think of any response to this, Strike drank some tea. Anyway, said Robin. His lack of thanks for his tea had rankled. The guy Kelsey was talking to online. He wants to be an amputee too. Lied to Wardle. What do you mean he lied? He did meet Kelsey in real life. Yeah, said Strike, determinedly casual. How do you know that? He's told me all about it. He was terrified when the Met contacted him. None of his family or his friends knows about his obsession with getting rid of his leg. So he panicked and said he'd never met Kelsey. He was afraid that if he admitted he had, there would be publicity and he'd have to give evidence in court. Anyway, once I'd convinced him that I am who I am, that I'm not a journalist or a policewoman. You told him the truth? Yes, which was the best thing I could have done. Because once he was convinced I was really me, he agreed to meet. And what makes you think he's genuinely going to meet you? Asked Strike. Because we've got leverage with him that the police haven't. Like what? Like, she said coldly, wishing that she could have returned a different answer. You. Jason's absolutely desperate to meet you. Me? Said Strike, completely thrown. Why? Because he believes you cut your leg off yourself. What? Kelsey convinced him that you did it yourself. He wants to know how. Jesus fucking Christ, said Strike. Is he mentally ill? Of course he is, he answered himself immediately. Of course he's mentally ill. He wants to cut his fucking leg off. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, you know, there's a debate about whether BIID is a mental illness or some kind of brain abnormality, said Robin. When you scan the brain of someone suffering, whatever, said Strike, waving the topic away. What makes you think this nutter's got anything useful? He met Kelsey, said Robin impatiently, who must have told him why she was so convinced you were one of them. He's 19 years old. He works in an Asda in Leeds. He's got an aunt in London, and he's going to come down, stay with her and meet me. We're trying to find a date. He needs to find out when he can get the time off. Look, he's 2 removes from the person who convinced Kelsey you were a voluntary amputee, she went on, both disappointed and annoyed by Strike's lack of enthusiasm for the results of her solo work, but still holding out a faint hope that he would stop being so tetchy and critical. And that person is almost certainly the killer. Strike drank more tea, allowing what she had told him to percolate slowly through his exhausted brain. Her reasoning was sound. Persuading Jason to meet her was a significant achievement. He ought to offer praise. Instead, he sat in silence, drinking his tea. If you think I should call Wardle and pass this over to him, said Robin, her resentment palpable. No, said Strike, and the haste with which he answered gave Robin some small satisfaction. Until we've heard what is, we won't waste Wardle's time. We'll let him know once we've heard what this Jason's got. When did you say he's coming to London? He's trying to get time off. I don't know yet. One of us could go up to Leeds and meet him. He wants to come down. He's trying to keep all this away from anyone who knows him. Okay, said Strike, gruffly, rubbing his bloodshot eyes and trying to formulate a plan that would keep Robin simultaneously busy and out of harm's way. You keep the pressure on him, then, and start ringing round those numbers. See whether you can get a lead on Brockbank. I've already started doing that, she said, and he heard the latent rebelliousness, the imminent insistence that she wanted to be back on the street. "And," said Strike, thinking fast, "I want you to stake out Wollaston Close." "Looking for Lang?" "Exactly. Keep a low profile, don't stay there after dark, and if you see the beanie bloke, you get out of there or set off your bloody rape alarm, preferably both." Even Strike's surliness could not douse Robin's delight that she was back on board, a fully equal partner in the business. She could not know that Strike believed and hoped that he was sending her up a dead end. By day and by night, he had watched the entrances to the small block of flats, shifting position regularly, using night vision goggles to scan the balconies and windows. Nothing he had seen indicated that Lang was lurking within. No broad shadow moving behind a curtain, no hint of a low-growing hairline or dark ferret-like eyes. No massive figure swaying along on crutches, or, because Strike took nothing for granted when it came to Donald Lang, swaggering along like the ex-boxer he was. Every man who had passed in and out of the building had been scrutinized by Strike for a hint of resemblance to Lang's Just Giving photograph, or to the faceless figure in the beanie hat, and none of them had come close to a match. "Yeah," he said, "you get on to Lang and give me half those Brockbank numbers. We'll divide 'em up. I'll stick with Whittaker. Make sure you check in regularly, okay?" He heaved himself out of the sofa. "Of course," said Robin, elated. "Oh, and Cormoran?" He was already on the way to the inner office, but turned. "What are these?" She was holding up the Accutane pills that he had found in Kelsey's drawer, and which he had left in Robin's in-tray after looking them up online. "Oh, them," he said. "They're nothing." Some of her cheeriness seemed to evaporate. A faint guilt stirred. He knew he was being a grumpy bastard. She didn't deserve it. He tried to pull himself together. "Acne medication," he said. "They were Kelsey's." "Of course. You went to the house. You saw her sister. What happened? What did she say?" Strike did not feel equal to telling her all about Hazel Furley now. The interview felt a long time ago. He was exhausted and still felt unreasonably antagonistic. "Nothing new," he said. "Nothing important." "So why did you take these pills?" "I thought they might be birth control. Maybe she was up to something her sister didn't know about." "Oh," said Robin. "So they really are nothing." She tossed them into the bin. Ego made Strike go on. Ego, pure and simple. She had found a good lead, and he had nothing except a vague idea about the Accutane. "And I found a ticket," he said. "A what?" "Like a coat check ticket." Robin waited expectantly. "Number 18, said Strike. Robin waited for a further explanation, but none came. Strike yawned and conceded defeat. "I'll see you later. Keep me posted on what you're up to and where you are." He let himself into his office, closed the door, sat down at his desk, and slumped backwards in his chair. He had done all he could to stop her getting back on the street. Now, he wanted nothing more than to hear her leave. Chapter 40. Love is like a gun, and in the hands of someone like you, I think it'd kill. Blue Oyster Cult, Searchin' for Celine. Robin was a decade younger than Strike. She had arrived in his office as a temporary secretary, unsought and unwelcome, at the lowest point of his professional life. He had only meant to keep her on for a week, and that because he had almost knocked her to a death down the metal stairs when she arrived, and he felt he owed her. Somehow, she had persuaded him to let her stay, firstly for an extra week, then for a month, and finally, forever. She had helped him claw his way out of near insolvency, worked to make his business successful, learned on the job, and now asked nothing more than to be allowed to stand beside him while that business crumbled again, and to fight for its survival. Everyone liked Robin. He liked Robin. How could he fail to like her after everything they had been through together? However, from the very first he told himself, this far and no further. A distance must be maintained. Barriers must remain in place. She had entered his life on the very day that he had split from Charlotte for good, after 16 years of an on-off relationship that he still could not say had been more pleasurable than painful. Robin's helpfulness, her solicitousness, her fascination with what he did, her admiration for him personally, if he was going to be honest with himself, he should do it thoroughly, had been balm to those wounds that Charlotte had inflicted, those internal injuries that had long outlasted her parting gifts of a black eye and lacerations. The sapphire on Robin's third finger had been a bonus then, a safeguard and a full stop. In preventing the possibility of anything more, it set him free to, what? Rely on her? Befriend her? Allow barriers to become imperceptibly eroded, so that as he looked back, it occurred to him that they had each shared personal information that hardly anybody else knew. Robin was one of only 3 people, he suspected, who knew about that putative baby that Charlotte claimed to have lost, but which might never have existed, or was aborted. He was one of a mere handful who knew that Matthew had been unfaithful. For all his determination to keep her at arm's length, they had literally leaned on each other. He could remember exactly what it felt like to have his arm around her waist as they had meandered towards Hazlitt's hotel. She was tall enough to hold easily. He did not like having to stoop. He had never fancied very small women. Matthew would not like this, she had said. He would have liked it even less had he known how much Strike had liked it. She was nowhere near as beautiful as Charlotte. Charlotte had had the kind of beauty that made men forget themselves mid-sentence, that stunned them into silence. Robin, as he could hardly fail to notice when she bent over to turn off her PC at the wall, was a very sexy girl. But men were not struck dumb in her presence. Indeed, remembering Wardle, she seemed to make them more loquacious. Yet he liked her face, he liked her voice, he liked being around her. It wasn't that he wanted to be with her. That would be insanity. They could not run the business together and have an affair. In any case, she wasn't the kind of girl you had an affair with. He had only ever known her engaged, or else bereft at the demise of her engagement, and therefore saw her as the kind of woman who was destined for marriage. Almost angrily, he added together those things he knew and had observed that marked her as profoundly different from him, as embodying a safer, more cloistered, more conventional world. She had had the same pompous boyfriend since 6th form, although he understood that a little better now. A nice middle-class family back in Yorkshire, parents married for decades and apparently happy, a Labrador and a Land Rover and a pony, Strike reminded himself. A bloody pony. Then other memories intruded, and a different Robin peeled away from this picture of a safe and ordered past. And there in front of him stood a woman who would not have been out of place in the SIB. This was the Robin who had taken advanced driving courses, who had concussed herself in the pursuit of a killer, who had calmly wrapped her coat like a tourniquet around his bleeding arm after he was stabbed and taken him to hospital. The Robin who had improvised so successfully in interrogating suspects that she had winkled out information that the police had not managed to get, who had invented and successfully embodied Venetia Hall, who had persuaded a terrified young man who wanted his leg amputated to confide in her, who had given Strike 100 other examples of initiative, resourcefulness and courage that might have turned her into a plainclothes police officer by now, had she not once walked into a dark stairwell where a bastard in a mask stood waiting. And that woman was going to marry Matthew. Matthew, who had been banking on her working in human resources with a nice salary to complement his own, who sulked and bitched about her long, unpredictable hours and her lousy paycheck. Couldn't she see what a stupid bloody thing she was doing? Why the fuck had she put that ring back on? Hadn't she tasted freedom on that drive up to Barrow, which Strike looked back on with a fondness that discomposed him? She's making a fucking huge mistake, that's all. That was all. It wasn't personal. Whether she was engaged, married, or single, nothing could or ever would come of the weakness he was forced to acknowledge that he had developed. He would re-establish the professional distance that had somehow ebbed away with her drunken confessions and the camaraderie of their trip up north, and temporarily shelve his half-acknowledged plan to end the relationship with Elin. It felt safer just now to have another woman within reach, and a beautiful one at that, whose enthusiasm and expertise in bed ought surely to compensate for an undeniable incompatibility outside it. He fell to wondering how long Robin would continue working for him after she became Mrs. Cunliffe. Matthew would surely use every ounce of his husbandly influence to prise her away from a profession as dangerous as it was poorly paid. Well, that was her lookout, her bed, and she could lie in it. Except that once you had broken up, it was much easier to do so again. He ought to know. How many times had he and Charlotte split? How many times had their relationship fallen to pieces, and how many times had they tried to reassemble the wreckage? There had been more cracks than substance by the end. They had lived in a spider's web of fault lines, held together by hope, pain, and delusion. Robin and Matthew had just 2 months to go before the wedding. There was still time. Chapter 41. See there a scarecrow who waves through the mist. Blue Oyster Cult, Out of the Darkness. It happened quite naturally that Strike saw Robin very little over the following week. They were staking out different locations and exchanged information almost exclusively over their mobiles. As Strike had expected, neither Wollaston Close nor its environs had revealed any trace of the ex-King's Own royal borderer, but he had been no more successful in spotting his man in Catford. The emaciated Stephanie entered and left the flat over the chip shop a few more times. Although he could not be there around the clock, Strike was soon pretty sure that he had seen her entire wardrobe, a few pieces of dirty jersey and one tatty hoodie. If, as Shanker had confidently asserted, she was a prostitute, she was working infrequently. While he took care never to let her see him, Strike doubted that her hollow eyes would retain much of an impression even if he had moved into plain view. They had become shuttered, full of inner darkness, no longer taking in the outside world. Strike had tried to ascertain whether Whittaker was almost permanently inside or almost constantly absent from the flat in Catford Broadway. But there was no landline registered for the address, and the property was listed online as owned by a Mr. Dareshack, who was either renting it or unable to get rid of his squatters. The detective was standing smoking beside the stage door one evening, watching the lit windows and wondering whether he was imagining movement behind them, when his mobile buzzed and he saw Wardle's name. "Strike here. What's up?" "Bit of a development, I think," said the policeman. "Looks like our friend struck again." Strike moved the mobile to his other ear, away from the passing pedestrians. "Go on." "Someone stabbed a hooker down in Shackerwell and cut off 2 of her fingers as a souvenir. Deliberately cut them off. Pinned her arm down and hacked at them." "Jesus. When was this?" 10 days ago, 29th of April. She's only just come out of an induced coma." "She survived," said Strike, now taking his eyes entirely off the windows, behind which Whittaker might or might not have been lurking, his attention all Wardle's. "By a fucking miracle," said Wardle. "He stabbed her in the abdomen, punctured her lung, then hacked off her fingers. Miracle he missed major organs. We're pretty sure he thought she was dead. She'd taken him down a gap between 2 buildings for a blowjob, but they were disturbed. 2 students walking down Shacklewell Lane heard her scream and went down the alley to see what was going on. If they'd been 5 minutes later, she'd have been a goner. It took 2 blood transfusions to keep her alive. And, said Strike, what's she saying? Well, she's drugged up to the eyeballs and can't remember the actual attack. She thinks he was a big, beefy white guy wearing a hat, dark jacket, upturned collar. Couldn't see much of his face, but she thinks he was a northerner. She does, said Strike, his heart pounding faster than ever. That's what she said. She's groggy, though. Oh, and he stopped her getting run over. That's the last thing she can remember. Pulled her back off the road when a van was coming. What a gent, said Strike, exhaling smoke at the starry sky. Yeah, said Wardle. Well, he wanted his body parts pristine, didn't he? Any chance of a photo fit? We're going to get the artist in to see her tomorrow, but I haven't got high hopes. Strike stood in the darkness, thinking hard. He could tell that Wardle had been shaken by the new attack. Any news on any of my guys? He asked. Not yet, said Wardle tersely. Frustrated, Strike chose not to push it. He needed this open line into the investigation. What about your Dev-OT lead? Strike asked, turning back to look at the windows of Whittaker's flat, where nothing seemed to have changed. How's that coming along? I'm trying to get the cybercrime lot after him, but I'm being told they've got bigger fish to fry just now, said Wardle, not without bitterness. Their view is he's just a common old garden pervert. Strike remembered that this had also been Robin's opinion. There seemed little else to say. He said goodbye to Wardle, then sank back into his niche in the cold wall, smoking and watching Whittaker's curtained windows as before. Strike and Robin met in the office by chance the following morning. Strike, who had just left his flat with a cardboard file of pictures of Mad Dad under his arm, had intended to head straight out without entering the office. But the sight of Robin's blurred form through the frosted glass changed his mind. Morning. Hi, said Robin. She was pleased to see him, and even more pleased to see that he was smiling. Their recent communication had been full of an odd constraint. Strike was wearing his best suit, which made him look thinner. Why are you so smart? She asked. Emergency lawyer's appointment. Mad Dad's wife wants me to show them everything I've got. All the pictures of him lurking outside the school and jumping out at the kids. She called me late last night. He just turned up at the house pissed and threatening. She's going to throw the book at him, try and get an injunction out. Does this mean we're stopping surveillance on him? I doubt it. Mad Dad won't go quietly, said Strike, checking his watch. Anyway, forget that. I've got 10 minutes and I've got news. He told her about the attempted murder of the prostitute in Shacklewell. When he had finished, Robin looked sober and thoughtful. He took fingers. Yeah. You said, when we were in the Feathers, you said you didn't see how Kelsey could have been his first murder. You said you were sure he'd worked up to what he did to her. Strike nodded. Do you know whether the police have looked for any other killings where a bit of the woman was cut off? Bound to have, said Strike, hoping he was right and making a mental note to ask Wardle. Anyway, he said, after this one they will. And she doesn't think she'd recognize him again. Like I said, he'd obscured his face. Big white guy, black jacket. Did they get any DNA evidence from her? Asked Robin. Simultaneously, both of them thought of what Robin herself had been subjected to in hospital after her attack. Strike, who had investigated rapes, knew the form. Robin had a sudden miserable memory of having to pee into a sample bottle, one eye completely closed from where he had punched her, aching all over, her throat swollen from the strangulation, then having to lie down on the examination couch, and the female doctor's gentleness as she parted Robin's knees. No, said Strike. He didn't. No penetration. Anyway, I'd better get going. You can forget about tailing Mad Dad today. He'll know he's blotted his copybook. I doubt he'll show up at school. If you can keep an eye on Wollaston. Wait, I mean if you've got time, she added. Couple more minutes, he said, checking his watch again. What's up? You haven't spotted Lang? No, she said, but I think, just possibly, we might have a lead on Brockbank. You're kidding. It's a strip club off Commercial Road. I've had a look at it on Google Street View. Looks pretty grotty. I called and asked for Noel Brockbank, and a woman said, who? And then, Niall, you mean? And she put her hand over the mouthpiece and had a bit of discussion with another woman about what the new bouncer was called. He's obviously only just arrived. So I described him physically, and she said, yeah, that's Niall. Of course, said Robin self-deprecatingly. It might not be him at all. It could be a dark man who really is called Niall. But when I described the long jaw, she said immediately, You played your usual blinder, said Strike, checking his watch. Gotta go. Text me the details of this strip club, will you? I thought I might. No, I want you to stick to Wollaston Close, said Strike. Keep in touch. As the glass door closed behind him and he clanged away down the metal stairs, she tried to feel pleased that he had said she'd played a blinder. Nevertheless, she had hoped for a chance to do something other than stare pointlessly at the flats of Wollaston Close for hours. She was starting to suspect that Lang was not there, and, worse still, that Strike knew it. The visit to the lawyers was brief but productive. The solicitor was delighted with the copious evidence that Strike had laid in front of him, which vividly documented Mad Dad's constant violations of the custody agreements. Oh, excellent, he beamed, over an enlarged picture of the youngest son, cowering tearfully behind his nanny as his father snarled and pointed, almost nose to nose with the defiant woman. Excellent, excellent. And then, catching sight of his client's expression, he had hurried to conceal his glee at this vision of her child's distress and offered tea. An hour later, Strike, still in his suit but with his tie now stuffed in his pocket, was following Stephanie into Catford Shopping Centre. This meant passing under a gigantic fiberglass sculpture of a grinning black cat, which sat on top of the girder that spanned the alley leading into the mall. 2 stories high from its dangling paw to the tip of its jaunty tail, which pointed skywards, it seemed poised to pounce upon or scoop up shoppers as they passed beneath. Strike had decided to follow Stephanie on a whim, never having tracked her before, and intended to return to keep watch over the flat once he had satisfied himself as to where she was going and whom she might be meeting. She walked, as she almost always did, with her arms wrapped tightly round her torso, as though holding herself together, wearing the familiar grey hoodie on top of a black miniskirt and leggings. The slenderness of her twig-like legs was emphasised by her clumpy trainers. She visited a pharmacy, and Strike watched through the window as she sat huddled in a chair, waiting for a prescription, making eye contact with nobody, staring at her feet. Once she had collected her white paper bag, she left the way she had come, passing back beneath the giant cat with its dangling paw, apparently returning to the flat. However, she walked straight past the Chippy in Catford Broadway, and shortly afterwards took a right at the Afro-Caribbean Food Centre and disappeared into a small pub called the Catford Ram, which was built into the rear of the shopping centre. The pub, which appeared to have only one window, had a wood-clad exterior that would have given it the look of a large Victorian kiosk had it not been plastered with signs advertising fast food, Sky Sports, and a Wi-Fi connection. The entire area was paved for pedestrians, but a battered grey transit van had been parked a short distance from the pub entrance, giving Strike useful cover as he lurked, debating his options. No purpose would be served at this juncture by coming face to face with Whittaker, and the pub looked too small to avoid being seen by his ex-stepfather, if that was whom Stephanie was meeting. All he really wanted was a chance to measure Whittaker's current appearance against that of the figure in the beanie hat, and, perhaps, the man in the camouflage jacket who had been watching the court. Strike leaned up against the van and lit a cigarette. He had just resolved to find a vantage point that was a little further away so that he might observe whom Stephanie left the pub with, when the rear doors of the van behind which he was lurking suddenly opened. Strike took several hasty steps backwards as 4 men clambered out of the back, along with a smoky haze that gave out a powerful, acrid smell of burned plastic that the ex-SIB man recognized immediately as crack. All 4 were unkempt, their jeans and T-shirts filthy, their age hard to gauge because each of them was sunken-faced and prematurely wrinkled. The mouths of 2 of them had collapsed inwards onto gums that had lost teeth. Momentarily taken aback to find the clean-suited stranger at such close quarters, they seemed to understand from his startled expression that he had not known what was happening inside and slammed the van doors. 3 of them swaggered off towards the pub, but the 4th man did not leave. He was staring at Strike, and Strike was staring right back at him. It was Whittaker. He was bigger than Strike remembered. Although he had known that Whittaker was almost as tall as he was, he had forgotten the scale of him, the breadth of his shoulders, the heft of the bones beneath his heavily tattooed skin. His thin T-shirt, emblazoned with the logo of the band Slayer, which was both militaristic and occult, blew back against him as they stood facing each other, revealing the outline of ribs. His yellow face looked freeze-dried like an old apple, the flesh wasted, the skin shrunken against the bone, with cavities beneath the high cheekbones. His matted hair was thinning at the temples. It hung in rat's tails around his stretched earlobes, each of which was adorned with a silver flesh tunnel. There they stood, Strike in his Italian suit, abnormally well-groomed, and Whittaker, stinking of crack fumes, his heretic priest's golden eyes now set beneath wrinkled, sagging lids. Strike could not have said how long they stared at each other, but a stream of perfectly coherent thoughts passed through his mind while they did. If Whittaker were the killer, he might be panicked, but not too surprised to see Strike. If he were not the killer, his shock at finding Strike right outside his van ought to be extreme. Yet Whittaker had never behaved like other people. He always liked to appear unshockable and omniscient. Then Whittaker reacted, and Strike felt at once that it would have been unreasonable to expect him to do anything other than what he did. Whittaker grinned, revealing blackened teeth, and instantly the hatred of 20 years ago rose in Strike, and he yearned to put his fist through Whittaker's face. "Looky, look," said Whittaker quietly. "It's Sergeant Sherlock fucking Holmes." He turned his head, and Strike saw scalp shining through the thinning roots, and took some pleasure in the fact that Whittaker was going bald. He was a vain fucker. He wouldn't like that. "Banjo!" shouted Whittaker at the last of his 3 companions, who had only just reached the pub. "Bring her out here!" His smile remained insolent, although the mad eyes flickered from the van to Strike and back to the pub. His filthy fingers were flexing. For all his assumed insouciance, he was edgy. Why didn't he ask why Strike was there? Or did he already know? The friend called Banjo reappeared, dragging Stephanie out of the pub by her thin wrist. In her free hand she was still clutching the pharmacist's white paper bag. It looked glaringly pristine against her and Banjo's cheap and dirty clothes. A gold necklace bounced around her neck. "Why you? What?" she whimpered, uncomprehending. Banjo deposited her beside Whittaker. "Go get us a pint," Whittaker instructed Banjo, who shuffled obediently away. Whittaker slid a hand around the back of Stephanie's thin neck, and she looked up at him with the slavish adoration of a girl who, like Leda before her, saw in Whittaker wonderful things that were totally invisible to Strike. Then Whittaker's fingers gripped her neck until the skin around them went white, and began to shake her, not so vigorously as to attract the attention of a passer-by, but with sufficient force to change her expression instantly to one of abject fear. "Know anything about this?" "About what?" she stammered. The pills were rattling in her white paper bag. "Him," said Whittaker quietly. "Him that you're so interested in, you filthy little bitch." "Get off her," said Strike, speaking for the first time. "Do I take orders?" Whittaker asked Strike quietly, his grin wide, his eyes manic. With sudden, shocking strength, he seized Stephanie around the neck with both hands and lifted her bodily into the air, so that she dropped the white bag on the pavement to try to fight free, her feet scrabbling, her face growing purple. No thought, no reflection. Strike punched Whittaker hard in the gut, and he fell backwards, taking Stephanie with him. Before Strike could do anything to prevent it, he heard the smack of her head on the concrete. Temporarily winded, Whittaker tried to get to his feet, a stream of whispered filth pouring from between his black teeth, while out of the corner of his eye, Strike saw Whittaker's 3 friends, Banjo at the fore, pushing their way out of the pub. They had seen everything through its one dingy window. One of them was holding a short, rusty blade. "Do it," Strike taunted them, standing his ground and opening his arms wide. "Bring the cops round your mobile crack den." The winded Whittaker made a gesture from the ground that had the effect of holding his friends at bay, which was the most common sense Strike had ever known him show. Faces were peering out of the pub window. "You fucking mother! You motherfucker!" Whittaker wheezed. "Yeah, let's talk about mothers," Strike said, jerking Stephanie to her feet. The blood was pounding in his ears. He itched to punch Whittaker until the yellow face was pulp. "He killed mine," he told the girl, looking into her hollow eyes. Her arms were so thin that his hands almost met around them. "Did you hear that? He's already killed 1 woman. Maybe more." Whittaker tried to grab Strike around his knees and bring him down. Strike kicked him off, still holding Stephanie. Whittaker's red handprint stood out on her white neck, as did the imprint of the chain, from which hung the outline of a twisted heart. "Come with me now," Strike told her. "He's a fucking killer. There are women's refuges. Get away from him." Her eyes were like boreholes into a darkness he had never known. He might have been offering her a unicorn. His proposal was madness, outside the realm of the possible, and, incredibly, though Whittaker had squeezed her throat until she could not speak, she wrenched away from Strike as if he were a kidnapper, stumbled over to Whittaker, and crouched protectively over him, the twisted heart swinging. Whittaker allowed Stephanie to help him to his feet and turned to face Strike, rubbing his stomach where the punch had landed, and then, in his manic way, he began cackling like an old woman. Whittaker had won. They both knew it. Stephanie was clinging to him as though he had saved her. He pushed his filthy fingers deep into the hair at the back of her head and pulled her hard towards him, kissing her, his tongue down her throat, but with his free hand he gestured to his still-watching friends to get back in the van. Banjo climbed into the driver's seat. "See ya, Mummy's boy," Whittaker whispered to Strike, pushing Stephanie in front of him into the back of the van. Before the doors shut on the obscenities and jeers of his male companions, Whittaker looked directly into Strike's eyes and made the familiar throat-slashing gesture in mid-air, grinning. The van moved away. Strike became suddenly aware that a number of people were standing around him, staring, all gazing at him with the vacant yet startled expressions of an audience when the lights go up unexpectedly. Faces were still pressed up against the pub window. There was nothing left for him to do except memorize the registration number of the battered old van before it turned the corner. As he departed the scene, furious, the onlookers scattered, clearing his way. Chapter 42. I'm living for giving the devil his due. Blue Oyster Cult, burning for you. Fuck-ups happen, Strike told himself. His military career had not been entirely devoid of mishap. You could train as hard as you liked, check every piece of equipment, plan for every contingency, and still some random mischance would screw you. Once, in Bosnia, a faulty mobile phone had unexpectedly dumped all its power, triggering a train of mishaps that culminated in a friend of Strike's barely escaping with his life after driving up the wrong street in Mostar. None of this altered the fact that if a subordinate in the SIB had been running surveillance and leaned up against the back of a carelessly parked van without first checking that it was empty, Strike would have had a lot to say about it, and loudly. He had not meant to confront Whittaker, or so he told himself, but a period of sober reflection forced him to admit that his actions told a different story. Frustrated by the long hours watching Whittaker's flat, he had taken few pains to hide himself from the pub windows, and while he could not have known that Whittaker was inside the van, there was a savage retrospective pleasure in knowing that at last he had punched the fucker. God, he had wanted to hurt him. The gloating laugh, the rat's tail hair, the Slayer t-shirt, the acrid smell, the clutching fingers around the thin white neck, the taunting talk of mothers, the feelings that had erupted in Strike at the unexpected sight of Whittaker had been those of his 18-year-old self, eager to fight, careless of consequences. Setting aside the pleasure it had been to hurt Whittaker, the encounter had not produced much meaningful information. Try though he might to effect a retrospective comparison, he could neither identify nor rule out Whittaker as the large figure in the beanie hat on looks alone. While the dark silhouette that Strike had chased through Soho had not had Whittaker's matted locks, long hair can be tied back or tucked into a hat. It had looked burlier than Whittaker, but padded jackets easily add substance. Nor had Whittaker's reaction on finding Strike outside his van given the detective real clues. The more he thought about it, the less he could decide whether he had read triumph in Whittaker's gloating expression, or whether the last gesture, the dirty fingers slashing through the air, had been his usual play-acting, a toothless threat, the infantile retaliation of a man determined at all costs to be the worst, the scariest. In brief, their encounter had revealed that Whittaker remained narcissistic and violent, and given Strike two small pieces of additional information. The first was that Stephanie had aggravated Whittaker by showing curiosity about Strike. And while Strike assumed that this was merely because he had once been Whittaker's stepson, he did not entirely rule out the possibility that it had been triggered by Whittaker mentioning a desire for retribution, or letting slip that he was seeking it. Secondly, Whittaker had managed to make himself some male friends. While he had always had a, to Strike, incomprehensible attraction for certain women, Whittaker had been almost universally disliked and despised by men in the days that Strike had known him. His own gender had tended to deplore his histrionics, the satanic bullshit, his craving to be first in all company, and, of course, to resent his strange magnetic pull over females. Now, though, Whittaker seemed to have found a crew of sorts, men who shared drugs with him and allowed him to boss them around. Strike concluded that the one thing he could profitably do in the short term was tell Wardle what had happened and give him the registration number of the van. He did this in the hope that the police would think it worth their while to check for drugs and any other incriminating evidence within the vehicle, or even better, inside that flat over the chippy. Wardle listened to Strike's insistence that he had smelled crack fumes without any form of enthusiasm. Strike was forced to admit, when their call had concluded, that if he were in Wardle's position, he would not have considered his own evidence grounds for a search warrant. The policeman clearly thought that Strike had it in for his ex-stepfather, and no amount of pointing out the Blue Oyster Cult connection between himself and Whittaker seemed likely to change Wardle's mind. When Robin phoned that night with her usual progress report, Strike found relief and solace in telling her what had happened. Although she had news of her own, she was instantly distracted by the announcement that he had come face to face with Whittaker and listened to the whole story in eager silence. "Well, I'm glad you hit him," she said, when Strike had finished castigating himself for allowing the altercation to happen. "You are?" said Strike, taken aback. "Of course I am. He was strangling the girl." The moment the words left Robin's mouth, she wished she had not said them. She did not want to give Strike any further reason for remembering the thing that she wished she had never told him. "As knights errant go, I was on the crap side. She fell over with him and cracked her head on the pavement. What I don't get," he added, after a short pause for reflection, "is her. That was her chance. She could have left. I'd have got her to a refuge. I'd have seen her right. Why the fuck did she go back to him? Why do women do that?" In the fractional hesitation before Robin replied, Strike realized that a certain personal interpretation could be put on these words. "I suppose," began Robin, and simultaneously Strike said, "I didn't mean—" Both stopped. "Sorry, go on," said Strike. "I was only going to say that abused people cling to their abusers, don't they? They've been brainwashed to believe there's no alternative. I was the bloody alternative, standing there right in front of her." "Any sign of Lang today?" Strike asked. "No," said Robin. "You know, I really don't think he's there." "I still think it's worth—" "Look, I know who's in every flat except for one of them," said Robin. "People go in and out of all the others. The last one's either unoccupied or someone's lying in there dead because the door never opens. I haven't even seen carers or nurses visit." "We'll give it another week," said Strike. "It's the only lead we've got for Lang. Listen," he added irritably, as she tried to protest. "I'll be in the same position, staking out that strip club." "Except we know that Brockbank's there," said Robin sharply. "I'll believe it when I see him," retorted Strike. They said goodbye a few minutes later in poorly concealed mutual dissatisfaction. All investigations had their slumps and droughts, when information and inspiration ran dry. But Strike was finding it difficult to take a philosophical view. Thanks to the unknown sender of the leg, there was no longer any money coming into the business. His last paying client, Mad Dad's wife, no longer needed him. In the hope of persuading a judge that the restraining order was not required, Mad Dad was actually complying with it. The agency could not survive much longer if the twin stenches of failure and perversity continued to emanate from his office. As Strike had foreseen, his name was now multiplying across the internet in connection with the killing and dismemberment of Kelsey Platt, and the gory details were not only obliterating all mention of his previous successes, they were also eclipsing the simple advertisement of his detective services. Nobody wanted to hire a man so notorious. Nobody liked the idea of a detective so intimately connected with unsolved murder. It was therefore in a mood of determination and slight desperation that Strike set out for the strip club where he hoped to find Noel Brockbank. It turned out to be another converted old pub which lay on a side street off Commercial Road in Shoreditch. The brick facade was crumbling in parts, its windows had been blacked out, and crude white silhouettes of naked women painted upon them. The original name, the Saracen, was still picked out in wide golden letters across the peeling black paint over the double doors. The area had a large proportion of Muslim residents, Strike passed them in their hijabs and taqiyas, browsing the many cheap clothes shops, all bearing names like International Fashion and Made in Milan, and displaying sad mannequins in synthetic wigs, wearing nylon and polyester. Commercial Road was crammed with Bangladeshi banks, tatty estate agents, English schools, and ramshackle grocers that sold past its prime fruit behind grimy windows. But it had no benches to sit on, not even a low, cold wall. Even though he frequently changed his vantage point, Strike's knees soon began to complain about long stretches spent standing, waiting for nothing, because Brockbank was nowhere to be seen. The man on the door was squat and neckless, and Strike saw nobody enter or leave the place except punters and strippers. The girls came and went, and like their place of employment, they were shabbier and less polished than those who worked at Spearmint Rhino. Some were tattooed or pierced, several were overweight, and one, who looked drunk as she entered the building at 11 in the morning, appeared distinctly grubby, viewed through the window of the kebab shop that lay directly opposite the club. After watching the Saracen for 3 days, Strike, whose hopes had been high, whatever he had said to Robin, reluctantly concluded that either Brockbank had never worked there, or that he had already been sacked. Friday morning arrived before the depressing pattern of no leads changed. As he was lurking in the doorway of an especially dismal clothing store named World Flair, Strike's mobile rang, and Robin spoke in his ear. "Jason's coming to London tomorrow. The leg guy, from the wannabe amputee website." "Great," said Strike, relieved at the mere prospect of interviewing someone. "Where are we meeting him?" "It's them," said Robin, with a definite note of reservation in her voice. "We're meeting Jason and Tempest. She's—" "Excuse me?" interrupted Strike. "Tempest?" "I doubt it's her birth name," said Robin dryly. "She's the woman Kelsey was interacting with online. Black hair and glasses." "Oh, yeah, I remember," repeated Strike, supporting the mobile between jaw and shoulder while he lit a cigarette. "I've just got off the phone with her. She's a big activist in the trans-abled community, and she's pretty overwhelming. But Jason thinks she's wonderful, and he seems to feel safer with her there." "Fair enough," said Strike. "So where are we meeting Jason and Tempest?" "They want to go to Gallery Mess. It's the cafe at the Saatchi Gallery." "Really?" Strike seemed to remember that Jason worked in an Asda, and was surprised that his first craving on arriving in London was contemporary art. "Tempest's in a wheelchair," said Robin, "and apparently it's got really good disabled access." "Okay," said Strike. "What time?" "1," said Robin. She, asked whether we'd be paying." "I suppose we'll have to." "And listen, Cormoran, would it be all right if I took the morning off?" "Yeah, of course. Everything okay?" "Everything's fine. I've just got some wedding stuff to sort out." "No problem. Hey," he added before she could hang up, "shall we meet up somewhere first before we question him? Agree our interviewing strategy?" "That'd be great," said Robin, and Strike, touched by her enthusiasm, suggested they meet in a sandwich shop on the King's Road. Chapter 43. Freud have mercy on my soul. Blue Oyster Cult, still burning. The next day, Strike had been in Pret-a-Manger on the King's Road for 5 minutes when Robin arrived, carrying a white bag over her shoulder. He was as uninformed about female fashion as most male ex-soldiers, but even he recognized the name Jimmy Choo. "Shoes," he said, pointing, after he had ordered her a coffee. "Well done," said Robin, grinning. "Shoes, yes, for the wedding," she added, because, after all, they ought to be able to acknowledge that it was happening. A strange taboo had seemed to exist around the subject since she had resumed her engagement. "You're still coming, right?" she added, as they took a table beside the window. Had he ever agreed that he was attending her wedding? Strike wondered. He had been given the reissued invitation, which, like the first, had been a stiff cream card engraved in black, but he could not remember telling her that he would be there. She watched him expectantly for an answer, and he was reminded of Lucy and her attempts to coerce him into attending his nephew's birthday party. "Yeah," he said, unwillingly. "Shall I RSVP for you?" Robin asked. "No," he said. "I'll do it." He supposed that would entail calling her mother. This, he thought, was how women roped you in. They added you to lists and forced you to confirm and commit. They impressed upon you that if you didn't show up, a plate of hot food would go begging, a gold-backed chair would remain unoccupied, a cardboard place name would sit shamefully upon a table, announcing your rudeness to the world. Offhand, he could think of literally nothing he wanted to do less than watch Robin marry Matthew. Would you like me to invite Elin?" Robin asked valiantly, hoping to see his expression become a degree or two less surly. "No," said Strike without hesitation. But he read in her offer a kind of plea, and his real fondness for her caused his better nature to reassert itself. "Let's see the shoes, then." "You don't want to see I asked, didn't I?" Robin lifted the box out of its bag with a reverence that amused Strike, took off the lid, and unfolded the tissue paper inside. They were high, glittery, champagne-coloured heels. "Bit rock and roll for a wedding," said Strike. "I thought they'd be, I don't know, flowery." "You'll hardly see them," she said, stroking one of the stilettos with a forefinger. "They had some platforms, but—" She did not finish the sentence. The truth was that Matthew did not like her too tall. "So, how are we going to handle Jason and Tempest?" she said, pushing the lid back down on the shoes and replacing them in the bag. "You're going to take the lead," said Strike. "You're the one who's had contact with them. I'll jump in if necessary." "You realise," said Robin awkwardly, "that Jason's going to ask you about your leg? That he thinks you lied about how you lost it?" "Yeah, I know." "Okay, I just don't want you to get offended or anything." "I think I can handle it," said Strike, amused by her look of concern. "I'm not going to hit him, if that's what's worrying you." "Well, good," said Robin, "because from his pictures you'd probably break him in two." They walked side by side up the King's Road, Strike smoking, to the place where the entrance to the gallery sat a little retired from the road, behind the statue of a bewigged and stockinged Sir Hans Sloane. Passing through an arch in the pale brick wall, they entered a grassy square that might, but for the noise of the busy street behind them, have belonged to a country estate. 19th-century buildings on three sides surrounded the square. Ahead, contained in what might once have been barracks, was Gallery Mess. Strike, who had vaguely imagined a canteen tacked onto the gallery, now realised that he was entering a far more upmarket space, and remembered, with some misgivings, both his overdraft and his agreement to pay for what was almost certainly going to be lunch for four. The room they entered was long and narrow, with a second, wider area visible through arched openings to their left. White tablecloths, suited waiters, high-vaulted ceilings, and contemporary art all over the walls increased Strike's dread of how much this was going to cost him as they followed the maitre d' into the inner portion of the room. The pair they sought were easy to spot among the tastefully dressed, mostly female clientele. Jason was a stringy youth with a long nose who wore a maroon hoodie and jeans and looked as though he might take flight at the slightest provocation. Staring down at his napkin, he resembled a scruffy heron. Tempest, whose black bob had certainly been dyed, and who wore thick, square, black-rimmed spectacles, was his physical opposite. Pale, dumpy and doughy, her small, deep-set eyes like raisins in a bun. Wearing a black t-shirt with a multicoloured cartoon pony stretched across an ample chest, she was sitting in a wheelchair, adjacent to the table. Both had menus open in front of them. Tempest had already ordered herself a glass of wine. When she spotted Strike and Robin approaching, Tempest beamed, stretched out a stubby forefinger, and poked Jason on the shoulder. The boy looked around apprehensively. Strike registered the pronounced asymmetry of his pale blue eyes, one of which was a good centimetre higher than the other. It gave him an oddly vulnerable look, as though he had been finished in a hurry. "Hi," said Robin, smiling, and reaching out a hand to Jason first. "It's nice to meet you at last." "Hi," he muttered, proffering limp fingers. After one quick glance at Strike, he looked away, turning red. "Well, hello," said Tempest, sticking out her own hand to Strike, still beaming. Deftly, she reversed her wheelchair a few inches and suggested that he pull up a chair from a neighbouring table. "This place is great. It's so easy to get around in, and the staff are really helpful. Excuse me," she said loudly to a passing waiter. "Could we have 2 more menus, please?" Strike sat down beside her, while Jason shunted up to make room for Robin beside him. "Lovely space, isn't it?" said Tempest, sipping her wine. "And the staff are wonderful about the wheelchair. Can't help you enough. I'm going to be recommending it on my site. I do a list of disability-friendly venues." Jason drooped over his menu, apparently afraid to make eye contact with anyone. "I've told him not to mind what he orders," Tempest told Strike comfortably. "He didn't realise how much you'll have made from solving those cases. I've told him. The press will have paid you loads just for your story. I suppose that's what you do now. Try and solve the really high-profile ones." Strike thought of his plummeting bank balance, his glorified bedsit over the office, and the shattering effect the severed leg had had on his business. "We try," he said, avoiding looking at Robin. Robin chose the cheapest salad and a water. Tempest ordered a starter as well as a main course, urged Jason to imitate her, then collected in the menus to return them to the waiter with the air of a gracious hostess. "So, Jason," Robin began. Tempest at once talked over Robin, addressing Strike. "Jason's nervous. He hadn't really thought through what the repercussions of meeting you might be. I had to point them out to him. We've been on the phone day and night. You should see the bills. I should charge you!" But seriously. Her expression became suddenly grave. "We'd really like your assurance up front that we're not going to be in trouble for not telling the police everything. Because it wasn't as though we had any useful information. She was just a poor kid with problems. We don't know anything. We only met up with her once, and we haven't got a clue who killed her. I'm sure you know much more about it than we do. I was pretty worried when I heard Jason had been talking to your partner, to be honest, because I don't think anyone really appreciates how much we're persecuted as a community. I've had death threats myself. I should hire you to investigate them." "Who's made death threats against you?" asked Robin in polite surprise. "It's my website, you see," said Tempest, ignoring Robin and addressing Strike. "I run it. It's like I'm Den Mother, or Mother Superior. Anyway, I'm the one everyone confides in and comes to for advice, so obviously I'm the one who gets attacked when ignorant people target us. I suppose I don't help myself. I fight other people's battles a lot, don't I, Jason? Anyway," she said, pausing only to take a greedy sip of wine, "I can't advise Jason to talk to you without a guarantee he's not going to get in any trouble." Strike wondered what possible authority she thought she had in the matter. The reality was that both Jason and Tempest had concealed information from the police, and, whatever their reasons for doing so, and whether or not the information turned out to be valuable, their behaviour had been foolish and potentially harmful. "I don't think either of you will be in trouble," he lied easily. "Well, okay, that's good to hear," said Tempest with some complacency. "Because we do want to help, obviously. I mean, I said to Jason, if this man's preying on the BIID community, which is possible, I mean, bloody hell, it's our duty to help." It wouldn't surprise me either, the abuse we get on the website, the hatred. It's unbelievable. I mean, obviously it stems from ignorance, but we get abuse from people you'd expect to be on our side, who know exactly what it's like to be discriminated against. Drinks arrived. To Strike's horror, the Eastern European waiter upended his bottle of Spitfire beer into a glass containing ice. "Hey," said Strike sharply. "The beer isn't cold," said the waiter, surprised by what he clearly felt was Strike's overreaction. "For fuck's sake," muttered Strike, fishing the ice out of his glass. It was bad enough that he was facing a hefty lunch bill without ice in his beer. The waiter gave Tempest her second glass of wine with a slightly huffy air. Robin seized her chance. "Jason, when you first made contact with Kelsey..." But Tempest set down her glass and drowned Robin out. "Yeah, I checked all my records and Kelsey first visited the site back in December. Yeah, I told the police that. I let them see everything. She asked about you," Tempest told Strike, in a tone that suggested he ought to be flattered to have secured a mention on her website. "And then she got talking to Jason and they exchanged email addresses. And from then on they were in direct contact, weren't you, Jason?" "Yeah," he said weakly. "Then she suggested meeting up, and Jason got in touch with me, didn't you, Jason? And basically he thought he'd feel more comfortable if I came along, because after all, it's the internet, isn't it? You never know. She could have been anyone. She could have been a man." "What made you want to meet Robin began to ask Jason, but again Tempest talked over her. "They were both interested in you, obviously," said Tempest to Strike. "Kelsey got Jason interested, didn't she, Jason? She knew all about you," said Tempest, smiling slyly, as though they shared disreputable secrets. "So what did Kelsey tell you about me, Jason?" Strike asked the boy. Jason turned scarlet at being addressed by Strike, and Robin wondered suddenly whether he could be gay. From her extensive perusal of the message boards, she had detected an erotic undertone to some, though not all, of the poster's fantasies, devotee being the most blatant of them. "She said," mumbled Jason, "her brother knew you, that he'd worked with you." "Really?" said Strike. "Are you sure she said her brother?" "Yeah." "Because she didn't have one, only a sister." Jason's lopsided eyes travelled nervously over the objects on the table before returning to Strike. "I'm pretty sure she said brother." "Worked with me in the army, did he?" "No, not in the army, I don't think. Later." She lied all the time. If it was Tuesday, she'd say it was Wednesday. "Now, I thought she said her boyfriend told her," said Tempest. "She told us she had a boyfriend called Neil, Jason, remember?" "Niall," mumbled Jason. "Oh, was it? All right, Niall. He picked her up after we had coffee, remember?" "Hang on," said Strike, raising a hand, and Tempest paused obediently. "You saw Niall?" "Yes," said Tempest. "He picked her up on his motorbike." There was a brief silence. "A man on a motorbike picked her up from... Where did you meet her?" asked Strike, his calm tone belying his sudden pounding pulse. "Café Rouge on Tottenham Court Road," said Tempest. "That's not far from our office," said Robin. Jason turned an even darker red. "Oh, Kelsey and Jason knew that. You were hoping to see Cormoran pop in, weren't you, Jason?" laughed Tempest merrily, as the waiter returned with her starter. "A man on a motorbike picked her up, Jason." Tempest's mouth was full, and at last Jason was able to speak. "Yeah," he said, with a furtive look at Strike. "He was waiting for her along the road." "Could you see what he looked like?" asked Strike, correctly anticipating the answer. "No, he was sort of tucked around the corner." "He kept his helmet on," said Tempest, washing down a mouthful with wine, the quicker to rejoin the conversation. What colour was the motorbike, can you remember? Strike asked. Tempest rather thought it had been black, and Jason was sure it had been red, but they agreed that it had been parked far too far away to recognise the make. Can you remember anything else Kelsey said about her boyfriend? Asked Robin. Both shook their heads. Their main courses arrived midway through a lengthy explanation by Tempest of the advocacy and support services offered by the website she had developed. Only with her mouth full of chips did Jason finally find the courage to address Strike directly. "Is it true?" he said suddenly. His face again grew bright red as he said it. "Is what true?" asked Strike. "That you... that..." Chewing vigorously, Tempest leaned towards Strike in her wheelchair, placed her hand on his forearm, and swallowed. "That you did it yourself," she whispered, with the ghost of a wink. Her thick thighs had subtly readjusted themselves as she lifted them off the chair, bearing their own weight, instead of hanging behind the mobile torso. Strike had been in Selly Oak Hospital with men left paraplegic and quadriplegic by the injuries they had sustained in war, seen their wasted legs, the compensations they had learned to make in the movement of their upper bodies to accommodate the dead weight below. For the first time, the reality of what Tempest was doing hit him forcibly. She did not need the wheelchair. She was entirely able-bodied. Strangely, it was Robin's expression that kept Strike calm and polite, because he found vicarious release in the look of distaste and fury she threw Tempest. He addressed Jason. "You'll need to tell me what you've been told before I can tell you whether it's true or not." "Well," said Jason, who had barely touched his black Angus burger, "Kelsey said you went to the pub with her brother and you got drunk and told him the truth. She reckons you walked off your base in Afghanistan with a gun, and you went as far as you could in the dark, then you shot yourself in the leg, and then you got a doctor to amputate it for you." Strike took a large swig of beer. "And I did this why?" "What?" said Jason, blinking confusedly. "Was I trying to get invalided out of the army, or—" "Oh, no," said Jason, looking strangely hurt. "No, you were—" He blushed so hard it seemed unlikely that there was enough blood left in the rest of his body. "Like us. You needed it," he whispered. "You needed to be an amputee." Robin suddenly found that she could not look at Strike, and pretended to be contemplating a curious painting of a hand holding a single shoe. At least she thought it showed a hand holding a shoe. It might equally have been a brown plant pot with a pink cactus growing out of it. "The brother who told Kelsey all about me, did he know she wanted to take off her own leg?" "I don't think so, no. She said I was the only one she'd ever told." "So you think it was just coincidence, he mentioned—" "People keep it quiet," said Tempest, shoehorning herself back into the conversation at the first opportunity. "There's a lot of shame, a lot of shame. I'm not out at work," she said blithely, waving towards her legs. "I have to say it's a back injury. If they knew I'm transabled, they'd never understand. And don't get me started on the prejudice from the medical profession, which is absolutely unbelievable. I've changed GPs twice. I wasn't going to put up with being offered bloody psychiatric help again. No. Kelsey told us she'd never been able to tell anyone, poor little love. She had nobody to turn to. Nobody understood. That's why she reached out to us, and to you, of course," she told Strike, smiling with a little condescension because, unlike her, he had ignored Kelsey's appeal. "You're not alone, mind. Once people have successfully achieved what they're after, they tend to leave the community. We get it, we understand. But it would mean a lot of people hung around just to describe what it feels like to finally be in the body you're meant to be in." Robin was worried that Strike might explode here in this polite white space where art lovers conversed in soft voices. However, she had reckoned without the self-control that the ex-Special Investigation Branch officer had learned through long years of interrogations. His polite smile to Tempest might have been a little grim, but he merely turned again to Jason and asked, "So you don't think it was Kelsey's brother's idea for her to contact me?" "No," said Jason. "I think that was all her own idea." "So what exactly did she want from me?" "Well, obviously," interposed Tempest, half laughing, "she wanted advice on how to do what you'd done." "Is that what you think, Jason?" asked Strike, and the boy nodded. "Yeah, she wanted to know how badly she'd have to injure her leg to get it taken off, and I think she had a sort of idea you'd introduce her to the doctor who did yours." "That's the perennial problem," said Tempest, clearly oblivious to the effect she was having on Strike. "Finding reliable surgeons. They're usually completely unsympathetic. People have died trying to do it themselves. There was a wonderful surgeon in Scotland who performed a couple of amputations on BIID sufferers, but then they stopped him. That was a good 10 years ago. People go abroad, but if you can't pay, if you can't afford travel, you can see why Kelsey wanted to get her mitts on your contact list." Robin let her knife and fork fall with a clatter, feeling on Strike's behalf all the offence that she assumed him to be experiencing. His contact list. As though his amputation was a rare artifact that Strike had bought on the black market. Strike questioned both Jason and Tempest for another 15 minutes before concluding that they knew nothing more of any use. The picture they painted of their one meeting with Kelsey was of an immature and desperate girl whose urge to be amputated was so powerful that she would, by the consent of both of her cyber friends, have done anything to achieve it. "Yeah," sighed Tempest. "She was one of those. She'd already had a go when she was younger with some wire. We've had people so desperate they've put their legs on train tracks. One guy tried to freeze his leg off in liquid nitrogen. There was a girl in America who deliberately botched a ski jump, but the danger with that is you might not get exactly the degree of disability you're after." "So, what degree are you after?" Strike asked her. He had just put his hand up for the bill. "I want my spinal cord severed," said Tempest with total composure. "Paraplegic, yeah. Ideally, I'll have it done by a surgeon. In the meantime, I'd just get on with it," she said, gesturing again to her wheelchair. "Using the disabled bathrooms and stair lifts, the works, eh?" asked Strike. "Cormoran," said Robin in a warning voice. She had thought this might happen. He was stressed and sleep-deprived. She supposed she ought to be glad that they had got all the information they needed first. "It's a need," said Tempest composedly. "I've known ever since I was a child. I'm in the wrong body. I need to be paralysed." The waiter had arrived. Robin held out her hand for the bill, because Strike hadn't noticed him. "Quickly, please," she said to the waiter, who looked sullen. He was the man Strike had barked at for putting ice in his beer glass. "Know many disabled people, do you?" Strike was asking Tempest. "I know a couple," she said. "Obviously we've got a lot in—" "You've got fuck all in common. Fuck all." "I knew it," muttered Robin under her breath, snatching the chip and pin machine out of the waiter's grip and shoving in her Visa card. Strike stood up, towering over Tempest, who looked suddenly unnerved, while Jason shrank back in his seat, looking as though he wanted to disappear inside his hoodie. "Come on, Corm," said Robin, ripping her card out of the machine. "Just so you know," said Strike, addressing both Tempest and Jason, as Robin grabbed her coat and tried to pull him away from the table, "I was in a car that blew up around me." Jason had put his hands over his scarlet face, his eyes full of tears. Tempest merely gaped. "The driver was ripped in two." That'd get you some attention, eh? He said savagely to Tempest. Only he was dead, so not so fucking much. The other guy lost half his face. I lost a leg. There was nothing voluntary about— Okay, said Robin, taking Strike's arm. We're off. Thanks very much for meeting us, Jason. Get some help, said Strike loudly, pointing at Jason as he allowed Robin to pull him away, diners and waiters staring. Get some fucking help with your head. They were out in the leafy road, nearly a block away from the gallery, before Strike's breathing began to return to normal. Okay, he said, though Robin had not spoken. You warned me. I'm sorry. That's all right, she said mildly. We got everything we wanted. They walked on in silence for a few yards. Did you pay? I didn't notice. Yes. I'll take it out of petty cash. They walked on. Well-dressed men and women passed them, busy, bustling. A bohemian-looking girl with dreadlocks floated past in a long paisley dress, but a £500 handbag revealed that her hippie credentials were as fake as Tempest's disability. At least you didn't punch her, said Robin, in her wheelchair, in front of all the art lovers. Strike began to laugh. Robin shook her head. I knew you'd lose it, she sighed. But she was smiling. Chapter 44. Then came the last days of May. He had thought she was dead. It had not troubled him that he hadn't seen a news report, because she'd been a hooker. He'd never seen anything in the papers about the first one he'd done either. Prostitutes didn't fucking count. They were nothing. No one cared. The secretary was the one who was going to make the big splash, because she was working for that bastard. A clean-living girl with her pretty fiancé, the kind the press went wild for. He didn't understand how the whore could still be alive, though. He remembered the feeling of her torso beneath the knife, the popping, puncturing sound of the metal slitting her skin, the grating of steel on bone, the blood gushing. Students had found her, according to the newspaper. Fucking students. He still had her fingers, though. She'd produced a photo fit. What a fucking joke. The police were shaven monkeys in uniforms, the lot of them. Did they think this picture would help? It looked nothing like him, nothing at all. It could have been anyone, white or black. He would have laughed out loud if it hadn't been there, but it wouldn't like him laughing over a dead hooker and a photo fit. It was pretty bolshy at the moment. He had had to work hard to make up for the fact that he had treated it roughly, had to apologize, play the nice guy. I was upset, he had said, really upset. He'd had to cuddle it and buy it fucking flowers and stay home to make up for being angry, and now it was taking advantage, the way women always did, trying to take more, as much as it could get. I don't like it when you go away. I'll make you fucking go away if you keep this up. He had told her a cock and bull story about the chance of a job, but for the first time ever she actually fucking dared question him. Who told you about it? How long will you be gone? He watched it talking, and he imagined drawing back a fist and punching it so hard in its ugly face that the bones splintered. Yet he needed it a little while longer, at least until he did the secretary. It still loved him. That was the trump card. He knew he could bring it back into line with the threat of leaving for good. He didn't want to overplay that one, though. So he pressed on with the flowers, the kisses, the kindness that made the memory of his rage soften and dissolve in its stupid, addled memory. He liked to add a little emollient to her drinks, a little extra something to keep her off balance, weeping into his neck, clinging to him. Patient, kind, but determined. At last she agreed. A week away, completely away, free to do as he liked. Chapter 45. Harvester of Eyes, that's me. Blue Oyster Cult, Harvester of Eyes. Detective Inspector Eric Wardle was far from delighted that Jason and Tempest had lied to his men, but Strike found him less angry than he might have expected when they met for a pint at Wardle's invitation on Monday evening in the Feathers. The explanation for his surprising forbearance was simple. The revelation that Kelsey had been picked up from her rendezvous in Café Rouge by a man on a motorbike fitted perfectly with Wardle's new pet theory. You remember the guy called Devo T who was on their website? Got a fetish for amputees, went quiet after Kelsey was killed. Yeah, said Strike, who recalled Robin saying that she had had an interaction with him. We've tracked him down. Guess what's in his garage? Strike assumed, from the fact that no arrest had been made, that they had not found body parts, so he obligingly suggested, motorbike? Kawasaki Ninja, said Wardle. I know we're looking for a Honda, he added, forestalling Strike, but he crapped himself when we came calling. So do most people when CID turn up on their doorstep. Go on. He's a sweaty little guy named Baxter, a sales rep with no alibi for the weekend of the 2nd and 3rd, or for the 29th. Divorced, no kids. Claims he stayed in for the royal wedding, watching it. Would you have watched the royal wedding without a woman in the house? No, said Strike, who had only caught footage on the news. He claims the bike's his brother's and he's just looking after it. But after a bit of questioning, he admitted he's taken it out a few times. So we know he can ride one, and he could have hired or borrowed a Honda. What did he say about the website? He downplayed that completely. Says he's only pissing around, doesn't mean anything by it. He's not turned on by stumps. But when we asked whether we could have a look at his computer, he didn't like it at all. Asked to talk to his lawyer before he gave an answer. That's where we've left it. But we're going back to see him again tomorrow. Friendly chat. Did he admit to talking to Kelsey online? Hard for him to deny it when we've got her laptop and all Tempest's records. He asked Kelsey about her plans for her leg and offered to meet her and she brushed him off. Online, anyway. Bloody hell, we've got to look into him, said Wardle in response to Strike's sceptical look. He's got no alibi, a motorbike, a thing for amputation, and he tried to meet her. Yeah, of course, said Strike. Any other leads? That's why I wanted to meet you. We found your Donald Lang. He's in Wollaston Close in Elephant and Castle. He is? Said Strike, genuinely taken aback. Savouring the fact that he had surprised Strike for once, Wardle smirked. Yeah, and he's a sick man. We found him through a Just Giving page. We got onto them and got his address. That was the difference between Strike and Wardle, of course. The latter still had badges, authority, and the kind of power Strike had relinquished when he left the army. Have you seen him? Asked Strike. Sent a couple of guys round and he wasn't in, but the neighbours confirmed it's his flat. He rents, lives alone, and he's pretty ill, apparently. They said he's gone home to Scotland for a bit. Friend's funeral. Supposed to be back soon. Likely bloody story, muttered Strike into his pint. If Lang's got a friend left in Scotland, I'll eat this glass. Have it your own way, said Wardle, half amused, half impatient. I thought you'd be pleased we're chasing up your guys. I am, said Strike. Definitely ill, is he? The neighbour reckons he needs sticks. He's been in and out of hospital a lot, apparently. The leather-padded screen overhead was showing last month's Arsenal-Liverpool match, with the sound turned down. Strike watched as Van Persie sank the penalty that he had thought, watching back on his tiny portable at the flat, might help Arsenal to a desperately needed win. It hadn't happened, of course. The gunner's fortunes were currently sinking with his own. You seeing anyone? Asked Wardle abruptly. What? Said Strike, startled. Coco liked the look of you, said Wardle. making sure that Strike saw him smirking as he said it, the better to impress upon Strike that he thought this ludicrous. "The wife's friend, Coco, red hair, remember?" Strike remembered that Coco was a burlesque dancer. "I said I'd ask," said Wardle. "I've told her you're a miserable bastard. She says she doesn't mind." "Tell her I'm flattered," said Strike, which was the truth. "But yeah, I'm seeing someone." "Not your work partner, is it?" asked Wardle. "No," said Strike. "She's getting married." "You missed a trick there, mate," said Wardle, yawning. "I would." "So let me get this straight," said Robin in the office next morning. "As soon as we find out that Lang actually does live in Wollaston Close, you want me to stop watching it." "Hear me out," said Strike, who was making tea. "He's away, according to the neighbours." "You've just told me you don't think he's really gone to Scotland. The fact that the door of his flat's been closed ever since you've been watching it suggests he's gone somewhere." Strike dropped tea bags into 2 mugs. "I don't buy the friend's funeral bit, but it wouldn't surprise me if he popped back to Melrose to try and beat some cash out of his demented mother. That could easily be our Donny's idea of holiday fun. One of us should be there for when he comes back. One of us will be there," said Strike soothingly. "But in the meantime, I want you to switch to Brockbank." "No, I'm doing Brockbank," said Strike. "I want you to have a bash at Stephanie." "Who?" "Stephanie, Whittaker's girl." "Why?" asked Robin loudly, as the kettle boiled in its usual crescendo of rattling lid and rambunctious bubbles, condensation steaming up the window behind it. "I want to see whether she can tell us what Whittaker was doing the day Kelsey was killed, and on the night that girl got her fingers hacked off in Shacklewell. The 3rd and the 29th of April, to be precise." Strike poured water on the tea bags and stirred in milk, the teaspoon pinging off the sides of the mug. Robin was not sure whether she was pleased or aggrieved by the suggested change to her routine. On balance, she thought she was glad, but her recent suspicions that Strike was trying to sideline her were not easily dispelled. "You definitely still think Whittaker could be the killer?" "Yep," said Strike. "But you haven't got any—" "I haven't got any evidence for any of them, have I?" said Strike. "I'm just going to keep going until I either get some or clear all of them." He handed her a mug of tea and sank down on a mock-leather sofa, which for once did not fart beneath him. A minor triumph, but in the absence of others, better than nothing. "I hoped I'd be able to rule out Whittaker on how he's looking these days," said Strike. "But, you know, it could have been him in that beanie hat. I know one thing. He's exactly the same bastard he was when I knew him. I've blown it completely with Stephanie. She's not going to talk to me now, but you might be able to do something with her. If she can give him an alibi for those days, or point us towards someone else who can, we'll have to rethink. If not, he stays on the list." "And what are you going to be doing while I'm on Stephanie?" "Sticking with Brockbank, I've decided," said Strike, stretching out his legs and taking a fortifying drink of tea. "I'm going into the strip club today, find out what's happened to him. I'm tired of eating kebabs and hanging round clothes shops waiting for him to show up." Robin did not say anything. "What?" said Strike, watching her expression. "Nothing." "Come off it." "OK. What if he is there?" "I'll cross that bridge. I'm not going to hit him," said Strike, correctly reading her thoughts. "OK," said Robin. "But then, you hit Whittaker, though." "That was different," said Strike. And when she did not respond, "Whittaker's special. He's family." She laughed, but reluctantly. When Strike withdrew £50 from a cash point prior to entering the Saracen off Commercial Road, the machine churlishly showed him a negative balance in his current account. His expression grim, Strike handed over a tenner to the short-necked bouncer on the door and pushed his way through the strips of black plastic masking the interior, which was dimly lit, but insufficiently to mask the overall impression of shabbiness. The interior of the old pub had been ripped out in its entirety. The refashioned decor gave the impression of a community centre gone bad, dimly lit and soulless. The floor was of polished pine, which reflected the wide neon strip running the length of the bar that took up one side of the room. It was shortly after midday, but there was already a girl gyrating on a small stage at the far end of the pub. Bathed in red light and standing in front of angled mirrors so that every inch of dimpled flesh could be appreciated, she was removing her bra to the Rolling Stones' "Start Me Up." A grand total of 4 men were sitting on high stools, one to each elevated table, dividing their attention between the girl now swinging clumsily around a pole and a big-screen TV showing Sky Sports. Strike headed straight for the bar, where he found himself facing a sign that read, "Any customer caught masturbating will be ejected." "What can I get you, love?" asked a girl with long hair, purple eyeshadow, and a nose ring. Strike ordered a pint of John Smith's and took a seat at the bar. Other than the bouncer, the only other male employee on view was the man sitting behind a turntable beside the stripper. He was stocky, blonde, middle-aged, and did not remotely resemble Brockbank. "I was hoping to meet a friend here," Strike told the barmaid, who, having no further customers, was leaning on the bar, staring dreamily at the television and picking her long nails. "Yeah," she said, sounding bored. "Yeah," said Strike. "He said he was working here." A man in a fluorescent jacket approached the bar, and she moved away to serve him without another word. "Start Me Up" ended, and so did the stripper's act. Naked, she hopped off the stage, grabbed a wrap and disappeared through a curtain at the back of the pub. Nobody clapped. A woman in a very short nylon kimono and stockings slid out from behind the curtain and began walking around the pub, holding out an empty beer glass to punters, who one by one put their hands in their pockets and gave her some change. She reached Strike last. He dropped in a couple of quid. She headed straight for the stage, where she put her pint glass of coins carefully beside the DJ's turntable, wriggled out of her kimono, and stepped onto the stage in bra, pants, stockings and heels. "Gentlemen, I think you're going to enjoy this. Big welcome, please, for the lovely Mia." She began to jiggle to Gary Newman's Our Friends Electric. There was not the remotest synchronicity between her movements and the track. The barmaid resumed her lounging position near Strike. The view of the TV was clearest from where he sat. "Yeah, like I was saying," Strike began again. "A friend of mine told me he's working here." "Mm-hmm," she said. "Name of Noel Brockbank." "Yeah? I don't know him." "No," said Strike, making a show of scanning the place, although he had already established that Brockbank was nowhere to be seen. "Maybe I've got the wrong place." The first stripper pushed her way out from behind the curtain, having changed into a bubblegum pink spaghetti-strap mini-dress that barely skimmed her crotch, and was somehow more indecent than her previous nakedness. She approached the man in the fluorescent jacket and asked him something, but he shook his head. Looking around, she caught Strike's eye, smiled, and approached him. "Hiya," she said. Her accent was Irish. Her hair, which she had thought blonde in the red light of the stage, turned out to be vivid copper. Beneath the thick orange lipstick and the thick false eyelashes hid a girl who looked as though she should still have been at school. "I'm Orla. Who are you?" "Cameron," said Strike, which was what people usually called him after failing to grasp his first name. "Do you fancy a private dance then, Cameron?" "Where does that happen?" "Through there," she said, pointing towards the curtain where she had changed. "I've never seen you in here before." "No, I'm looking for a friend." What's her name? It's a him. You've come to the wrong place for hymns, darling, she said. She was so young he felt mildly dirty, just hearing her call him darling. Can I buy you a drink? Strike asked. She hesitated. There was more money in a private dance, but perhaps he was the kind of guy who needed warming up first. Go on, then. Strike paid an exorbitant amount for a vodka and lime, which she sipped primly on a seat beside him, most of her breasts hanging out of the dress. The texture of her skin reminded him of the murdered Kelsey, smooth and firm, with plenty of youthful fat. There were 3 small blue stars inked on her shoulder. Maybe you know my friend, Strike said. Noel Brockbank. She was no fool, little Orla. Suspicion and calculation mingled in the sharp sideways look she gave him. She was wondering, like the masseurs back in Market Harbour, whether he was police. He owes me money, said Strike. She continued to scrutinize him for a moment, her smooth forehead furrowed, then apparently swallowed the lie. Noel, she repeated. I think he's gone. Hang on. Edie! The bored barmaid did not take her eyes from the TV. What was the name of your man that Des sacked the other week? Guy who only lasted a few days. Dunno what he was called. Yeah, I think it was Noel who was sacked, Orla told Strike. Then, with a sudden and endearing bluntness, she said, Give me a tenner and I'll make sure for you. With a mental sigh, Strike handed over a note. Wait there now, said Orla cheerfully. She slipped off her bar stool, tucked the tenner into the elastic of her pants, tugged her dress down inelegantly, and sauntered over to the DJ, who scowled over at Strike while Orla spoke to him. He nodded curtly, his jowly face glowing in the red light, and Orla came trotting back, looking pleased with herself. I thought so, she told Strike. I wasn't here when it happened, but he had a fit or something. A fit? Repeated Strike. Yeah, it was only his first week on the job. Big guy, wasn't he, with the big chin? That's right, said Strike. Yeah, and he was late, and Des wasn't happy. That's Des over there, she added unnecessarily, pointing out the DJ who was watching Strike suspiciously while changing the track from Our Friends Electric to Cyndi Lauper's Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Des was giving out to him about being late, and your man just dropped to the floor and started riding around. They say, added Orla with relish, he pissed himself. Strike doubted that Brockbank would have urinated over himself to escape a dressing down from Des. It sounded as though he had genuinely had an epileptic fit. Then what happened? Your mate's girlfriend come running out the back. What girlfriend's this? Hang on. Edie! Who's that black girl now with the extensions? The one with the great knockers. The one Des doesn't like. Elisa, said Edie. Elisa, Orla told Strike. She come running out the back and was screaming at Des to phone an ambulance. Did he? Yeah, they took your man away and Elisa went with him. And has Noel been back since? He's no bloody use as a bouncer if he's going to fall down and piss himself just 'cause someone's shouting at him, is he? Said Orla. I heard Elisa wanted Des to give him a second chance, but Des doesn't give second chances. So Elisa called Des a tight cunt, said Edie, emerging suddenly from her listlessness. And he sacked her too, silly bitch. She needs the money. She's got kids. When did all this happen? Strike asked Orla and Edie. Couple of weeks ago, said Edie. But he was a creep, that guy. Good riddance. In what way was he a creep? Asked Strike. You can always tell, said Edie, with a kind of hard-bitten weariness. Always. Elisa's got fucking terrible taste in men. The second stripper was now down to her thong and twerking enthusiastically towards her scanty audience. 2 older men had just entered the club, and hesitated before approaching the bar, their eyes on the thong, which was clearly about to come off. "You don't know where I'd find Noel, do you?" Strike asked Edie, who seemed too bored to demand money for the information. "He's living with Elisa somewhere in Bow," said the barmaid. "She got herself a council house, but she was always bitching about the place. I don't know exactly where it is," she said, forestalling Strike's question. "I never went round or nothing." "I thought she liked it," said Orla vaguely. "She said there was a good nursery." The stripper had wriggled out of her thong and was waving it over her head, lasso style. Having seen all there was to see, the two new punters drifted to the bar. One of them, a man old enough to be Orla's grandfather, fixed his rheumy eyes on her cleavage. She sized him up, businesslike, then turned to Strike. "So, you want a private dance or not?" "I don't think I will," said Strike. Before the words were even fully out of his mouth, she had put down her glass, wriggled off the chair, and slid towards the 60-year-old who grinned, revealing more gaps than teeth. A hulking figure appeared at Strike's side, the necklace bouncer. "Des wants a word," he said, in what would have been a menacing tone had his voice not been surprisingly high-pitched for a man so broad. Strike looked around. The DJ, who was glaring across the room at him, beckoned. "Is there a problem?" Strike asked the bouncer. "Des'll tell you if there is," was the faintly ominous answer. So Strike crossed the room to speak to the DJ and stood like a massive schoolboy summoned to the headmaster at his lectern. Fully alive to the absurdity of the situation, he had to wait while a third stripper deposited her glass of coins safely beside the turntable, wriggled out of her purple robe, and ascended the stage in black lace and perspex heels. She was heavily tattooed and, beneath thick makeup, spotty. "Gentlemen, tits, arse and class from Jacqueline!" Africa by Toto began. Jacqueline began to spin around the pole, at which she was far more accomplished than either of her colleagues, and Des covered the microphone with his hand and leaned forwards. "Right, pal." He appeared both older and harder than he had in the red light of the stage, his eyes shrewd, a scar as deep as Shanker's running along his jaw. "What are you asking about that bouncer for?" "He's a friend of mine." "He never had a contract." "I never said he had." "Unfair dismissal, my fucking arse. He never told me he had fucking fits. Have you been sent here by that Elisa bitch?" "No," said Strike. "I was told Noel worked here. She's a mad fucking cow." "I wouldn't know. It's him I'm looking for." Scratching an armpit, Des glowered at Strike while, 4 feet away, Jacqueline slipped her bra straps from her shoulders and glared over her shoulder at the half-dozen punters watching. "Bollocks was that bastard ever in the Special Forces," said Des aggressively, as though Strike had insisted he had been. "Is that what he told you?" "It's what she said, Elisa. They wouldn't take a fucking wreck like that. Anyway," said Des, eyes narrowed, "there was other stuff I didn't like." "Yeah? Like what?" "That's my business. You tell her that from me. It wasn't just his fucking fit. You tell her to ask Mia why I didn't want him back. And you tell Elisa if she does one more stupid fucking thing to my car or sends one more of her friends round trying to get something on me, I'll fucking have her in court. You tell her that." "Fair enough," said Strike. "Got an address?" "Fuck off, all right," snarled Des. "Fuck off out of here." He leaned into the microphone. "Nice," he said, with a kind of professional leer, as Jacqueline jiggled her breasts rhythmically in the scarlet light. Des made a hop-it gesture to Strike and returned to his stack of old vinyl records. Accepting the inevitable, Strike allowed himself to be escorted to the door. Nobody paid any attention, The audience's attention remained divided between Jacqueline and Lionel Messi on the widescreen TV. At the door, Strike stood aside for a group of young men in suits to enter, all of whom seemed already a little worse for drink. "Tits!" yelled the first of them, pointing at the stripper. "Tits!" The bouncer took exception to this mode of entry. A mild altercation ensued, with the shouter cowed by his friends and the bouncer's strictures, which were delivered with several jabs of a forefinger to his chest. Strike waited patiently for the matter to be adjusted. When the young men had finally been allowed to enter, he took his departure to the opening strains of "The Only Way Is Up" by Yaz. Chapter 46. Subhuman. Alone with his trophies, he felt himself entirely whole. They were proof of his superiority, his astonishing ability to glide through the ape-like police and sheep-like masses, taking whatever he wanted, like a demigod. Of course, they gave him something else too. He never seemed to get hard when he was actually killing. Thinking about it beforehand, yes. Sometimes he could drive himself into an onanistic frenzy with ideas of what he was going to do, refining and restaging the possibilities in his mind. Afterwards, now for instance, holding in his hand the chilly, rubbery, shrunken breast he had hacked from Kelsey's torso, already turning slightly leathery with its repeated exposure to the air outside the fridge. Then he had no problem at all. He was like a flagpole now. He had the new one's fingers in the icebox. He took one out, pressed it against his lips, then bit down on it hard. He imagined her still connected to it, screaming in agony. He chewed deeper, relishing the feeling of the cold flesh splitting, his teeth pressing hard into the bone. One hand fumbled with the string of his tracksuit bottoms. Afterwards, he put it all back in the fridge, closed the door, and gave it a little pat, grinning to himself. There'd be a lot more than that in there soon. The secretary wasn't small, 5'7" or 8" by his reckoning. One minor problem. He didn't know where she was. He'd lost the trail. She hadn't been to the office this morning. He'd gone to the LSE, where he'd spotted the platinum bitch, but seen no sign of the secretary. He'd looked in the court. He'd even checked the Tottenham. This was a temporary setback, though. He'd sniff her out. He'd pick her up again tomorrow morning at West Ealing Station, if he had to. He made himself a coffee and poured a slug of whiskey into it from a bottle he'd had here for months. There was hardly anything else in the dirty hidey hole where he hid his treasures, in his secret sanctuary. A kettle, a few chipped mugs, the fridge, the altar of his profession, an old mattress to sleep on, and a docking port for him to place his iPod on. That was important. It had become part of his ritual. He had thought they were shit when he'd first heard them, but as his obsession with bringing down Strike had grown, so had his liking for their music. He liked to listen to it through earphones while he was stalking the secretary, while he was cleaning his knives. It was sacred music to him now. Some of their lyrics stayed with him like fragments of a religious service. The more he listened, the more he felt they understood. Women were reduced to the elemental when they were facing the knife. They became cleansed by their terror. There was a kind of purity to them as they begged and pleaded for their lives. The cult, as he privately called them, seemed to understand. They got it. He put his iPod into the dock and selected one of his favourite tracks, Dr. Music. Then he headed to the sink and the cracked shaving mirror he kept there, razor and scissors at the ready. All the tools a man needed to totally transform himself. From the single speaker of the dock, Eric Bloom sang, "Girl, don't stop that screamin'. You're sounding so sincere." Chapter 47. I sense the darkness clearer. Blue Oyster Cult, Harvest Moon. Today, June the 1st, Robin was able to say for the first time, "I'm getting married next month." July the 2nd suddenly seemed very close. The dressmaker back in Harrogate wanted a final fitting, but she had no idea when she would be able to fit in a trip home. At least she had her shoes. Her mother was taking the RSVPs and updating her regularly on the guest list. Robin felt strangely disconnected from it all. Her tedious hours of surveillance in Catford Broadway, staking out the flat over the chip shop, were a world away from queries on the flowers, who should sit beside whom at the reception, and, this last from Matthew, whether or not she had yet asked Strike for the fortnight off for the honeymoon, which Matthew had booked, and which was to be a surprise. She did not know how the wedding could have come so close without her realizing. Next month, the very next month, she would become Robin Cunliffe. At least, she supposed she would. Matthew certainly expected her to take his name. He was incredibly cheerful these days, hugging her wordlessly when he passed her in the hall, raising not a single objection to the long hours she was working, hours that bled into their weekends. He had driven her to Catford in the last few mornings, because it was on the way to the company he was auditing in Bromley. He was being nice about the despised Land Rover now, even while he crashed the gears and stalled it at junctions, saying what a wonderful gift it had been, how kind Linda was to have given it to them, how useful a car was when he was sent somewhere out of town. During yesterday's commute, he had offered to remove Sarah Shadlock from the wedding guest list. Robin could tell that he had had to screw up his courage even to ask the question, afraid that mentioning Sarah's name might provoke a row. She had thought about it for a while, wondering how she really felt, and finally said no. "I don't mind," she said. "I'd rather she came. It's fine." Removing Sarah from the list would tell Sarah that Robin had found out what had happened years before. She would rather pretend that she had always known, that Matthew had confessed long ago, that it was nothing to her. She had her pride. However, when her mother, who had also queried Sarah's attendance, asked whom Robin wanted to put on Sarah's free side, now that Sarah and Matthew's mutual university friend Sean couldn't make it, Robin answered with a question. "Has Cormoran RSVP'd?" "No," said her mother. "Oh," said Robin. "Well, he says he's going to." "You want to put him next to Sarah, do you?" "No, of course not," snapped Robin. There was a short pause. "Sorry," said Robin. "Sorry, Mum, stressed. No, could you sit Cormoran next to... I don't know. Is his girlfriend coming?" "He says not. Put him anywhere. Just not near bloody... not by Sarah." So, Robin settled in to wait for a glimpse of Stephanie on the warmest morning so far. The shoppers on Catford Broadway were wearing T-shirts and sandals. Black women passed in brightly coloured head wraps. Robin, who had put on a sundress under an old denim jacket, leaned back into one of her accustomed nooks in the theatre building, pretending that she was talking on the mobile and killing time before she pretended to peruse the scented candles and incense sticks on the nearest stall. It was difficult to maintain concentration when you were convinced that you had been sent on a wild goose chase. Strike might insist that he still thought Whittaker a suspect in Kelsey's killing, but Robin was quietly unconvinced. She increasingly inclined to Wardle's view that Strike had it in for his ex-stepfather, and that his usually sound judgment was clouded by old grievances. Glancing up periodically at the unmoving curtains of Whittaker's flat, she remembered that Stephanie had last been seen being bundled into the back of a transit van by Whittaker, and wondered whether she was even inside the flat. From faint resentment that this was going to be another wasted day, she fell easily to dwelling on the main grudge she currently felt against Strike: his appropriation of the search for Noel Brockbank. Somehow, Robin had come to feel that Brockbank was particularly her own suspect. Had she not successfully impersonated Venetia Hall, they would never have known that Brockbank was living in London, and if she had not the wit to recognise that Niall was Noel, they would never have traced him to the Saracen. Even the low voice in her ear, "Do I know you, little girl?" creepy as it had been, constituted a strange kind of connection. The mingled smells of raw fish and incense that had come to represent Whittaker and Stephanie filled her nostrils as she leaned back against chilly stone and watched the unmoving door of his flat. Like foxes to a dustbin, her unruly thoughts slunk back to Zahara, the little girl who had answered Brockbank's mobile. Robin had thought of her every day since they had spoken, and had asked Strike for every detail about the little girl's mother on his return from the strip club. He had told Robin that Brockbank's girlfriend was called Elisa, and that she was black, so Zahara must be too. Perhaps she looked like the little girl with stiff pigtails now waddling along the street, holding tight to her mother's forefinger and staring at Robin with solemn dark eyes. Robin smiled, but the little girl did not. She merely continued to scrutinise Robin as she and her mother passed. Robin kept smiling until the little girl, twisting almost 180 degrees so as not to break eye contact with Robin, tripped over her tiny sandaled feet. She hit the ground and began to wail. Her impassive mother scooped her up and carried her. Feeling guilty, Robin resumed her observation of Whittaker's windows as the fallen toddler's wails reverberated down the street. Zahara almost certainly lived in the flat in Bow that Strike had told her about. Zahara's mother complained about the flat apparently, although Strike said that one of the girls had said, "Of course," Robin muttered excitedly. "Of course." Strike wouldn't have thought of that. Of course he wouldn't. He was a man. She began to press the keys on her phone. There were 7 nurseries in Bow. Absently placing her mobile in her pocket and energised by her train of thought, Robin began her usual drift through the market stalls, casting the occasional glance up at the windows of Whittaker's flat and at the perennially closed door, her mind entirely given over to the pursuit of Brockbank. She could think of 2 possible courses of action: stake out each of these 7 nurseries, watching for a black woman picking up a girl called Zahara, and how would she know which was the right mother and daughter? Or... She paused beside a stall selling ethnic jewellery, barely seeing it, preoccupied by thoughts of Zahara. Entirely by chance, she looked up from a pair of feather and bead earrings as Stephanie, whom Strike had accurately described, came out of the door beside the chip shop. Pale, red-eyed and blinking in the bright light like an albino rabbit, Stephanie leaned on the chip shop door, toppled inside, and proceeded to the counter. Before Robin could collect her wits, Stephanie had brushed past her holding a can of Coke and gone back into the building through the white door. Shit. "Nothing," she told Strike on the phone an hour later. "She's still in there. I didn't have a chance to do anything. She was in and out in about 3 minutes." "Stick with it," said Strike. "She might come out again. At least we know she's awake." "Any luck with Lang?" "Not while I was there, but I have had to come back to the office. Big news. 2 times has forgiven me. He's just left. We need the money. I could hardly refuse." "Oh, for God's sake. How can he have another girlfriend already?" asked Robin. "He hasn't. He wants me to check out some new lap dancer he's flirting with, see whether she's already in a relationship." "Why doesn't he just ask her?" "He has. She says she isn't seeing anyone, but women are devious, cheating scum, Robin. You know that." "Oh, yes, of course," sighed Robin. "I forgot. Listen, I've had an idea about Wait. Something's happening. Everything all right? He asked sharply. Fine. Hang on. A transit van had rolled up in front of her. Keeping the mobile to her ear, Robin ambled around it, trying to see what was going on. As far as she could make out, the driver had a crew cut, but the sun on the windscreen dazzled her eyes, obscuring his features. Stephanie had appeared on the pavement. Arms wrapped tightly around herself, she trooped across the street and climbed into the back of the van. Robin stepped back to allow it to pass, pretending to talk into her mobile. Her eyes met those of the driver. They were dark and hooded. She's gone. Got in the back of an old van, she told Strike. The driver didn't look like Whittaker. Could have been mixed race or Mediterranean. Hard to see. Well, we know Stephanie's on the game. She's probably off to earn Whittaker some money. Robin tried not to resent his matter-of-fact tone. He had, she reminded herself, freed Stephanie from Whittaker's stranglehold with a punch to the gut. She paused, looking into a newsagent's window. Royal wedding ephemera was still very much in evidence. A Union Jack was hanging on the wall behind the Asian man at the till. What do you want me to do? I could go and cover Wollaston Close for you if you're after 2 times his new girl. It makes... Off! She gasped. She had turned to walk away and collided with a tall man sporting a goatee who swore at her. Sorry, she gasped automatically as the man shoved his way past her into the newsagents. What just happened? Asked Strike. Nothing. I bumped into someone. Listen, I'm going to go to Wollaston Close, she said. All right, said Strike, after a perceptible pause. But if Lang turns up, just try and get a picture. Don't go anywhere near him. I wasn't intending to, said Robin. Call me if there's any news, or even if there isn't. The brief spurt of enthusiasm she had felt at the prospect of going back to Wollaston Close had faded by the time she had reached Catford Station. She was not sure why she felt suddenly downcast and anxious. Perhaps she was hungry. Determined to break herself of the chocolate habit that was jeopardizing her ability to fit into the altered wedding dress, she bought herself an unappetizing-looking energy bar before boarding the train. Chewing the sawdusty slab as the train carried her towards Elephant and Castle, she found herself absent-mindedly rubbing her ribs where she had collided with the large man in the goatee. Being sworn at by random people was the price you paid for living in London, of course. She could not ever remember a stranger swearing at her in Massam, not even once. Something made her suddenly look all around her, but there did not seem to be any large man in her vicinity, neither in the sparsely occupied carriage nor peering at her from the neighbouring ones. Now she came to think of it, she had jettisoned some of her habitual vigilance that morning, lulled by the familiarity of Catford Broadway, distracted by her thoughts of Brockbank and Sahara. She wondered whether she would have noticed somebody else there, watching her. But that surely was paranoia. Matthew had dropped her off in the Land Rover that morning. How could the killer have followed her to Catford unless he had been waiting in some kind of vehicle at Hastings Road? Nevertheless, she thought, she must guard against complacency. When she got off the train, she noticed a tall, dark man walking a little behind her, and deliberately stopped to let him pass. He did not give her a second look. I'm definitely being paranoid, she thought, dropping the unfinished energy bar into a bin. It was 1:30 before she reached the forecourt of Wollaston Close, the strata building looming over the shabby old flats like an emissary from the future. The long sundress and the old denim jacket that had fitted in so well in the market in Catford felt a little studentish here. Yet again pretending to be on her mobile, Robin looked casually upwards, and her heart gave a little skip. Something had changed. The curtains had been pulled back. Hyper-aware now, she maintained her course in case he was looking out of the window, intending to find a place in shadow where she could keep an eye on his balcony. So intent was she on finding the perfect place to lurk, and on maintaining the appearance of a natural conversation, that she had no attention to spare for where she was treading. "No!" Robin squealed, as her right foot skidded out from under her. Her left became caught in the hem of her long skirt, and she slid into an undignified half-splits before toppling sideways and dropping her mobile. "Oh, bugger!" she moaned. Whatever she had slipped in looked like vomit, or even diarrhea. Some was clinging to her dress, to her sandal, and she had grazed her hand on landing. But it was the precise identity of the thick, yellow-brown, glutinous, lumpy stuff that worried her most. Somewhere in her vicinity, a man burst out laughing. Cross and humiliated, she tried to get up without spreading the muck further over her clothes and shoes, and did not look immediately for the source of the jeering noise. "Sorry, hen," said a soft Scottish voice right behind her. She looked around sharply, and several volts of electricity seemed to pass through her. In spite of the warmth of the day, he was wearing a windstopper hat with long ear flaps, a red and black check jacket, and jeans. A pair of metal crutches supported most of his substantial weight as he looked down at her, still grinning. Deep pockmarks disfigured his pale cheeks, his chin, and the pouches beneath his small, dark eyes. The flesh on his thick neck spilled over his collar. A plastic bag containing what looked like a few groceries hung from one hand. She could just see the tattooed dagger tip that she knew ran through a yellow rose higher on his forearm. The drops of tattooed blood running down his wrist looked like injuries. "You'll need a tarp," he said, grinning broadly as he pointed at her foot and the hem of her dress. "And a scrubbing brush." "Yes," said Robin shakily. She bent to pick up her mobile. The screen was cracked. "I'll live up there," he said, nodding towards the flat she had been watching on and off for a month. "You can come up if you want. Clean yourself up." "Oh, no, that's all right. Thanks very much, though," said Robin breathlessly. "No problem," said Donald Lang. His gaze slithered down her body. Her skin prickled as though he had run a finger down her. Turning on his crutches, he began to move away, the plastic bag swinging awkwardly. Robin stood where he had left her, conscious of the blood pounding in her face. He did not look back. The ear flaps of his hat swayed like spaniels' ears as he moved painfully slowly around the side of the flats and out of sight. "Oh, my God," whispered Robin. Hand and knee smarting where she had fallen, she absent-mindedly pushed her hair out of her face. Only then did she realize with relief, from the smell on her fingers, that the slippery substance had been curry. Hurrying to a corner, out of sight of Donald Lang's windows, she pressed the keys of the cracked mobile and called Strike. Chapter 48. Here Comes That Feeling. The heat wave that had descended on London was his enemy. There was nowhere to hide his knives in a t-shirt, and the hats and high collars on which he relied for disguise looked out of place. He could do nothing but wait, fuming and impotent, in the place that it did not know about. At last, on Sunday, the weather broke. Rain swept the parched parks, windscreen wipers danced, tourists donned their plastic ponchos and trudged on through the puddles regardless. Full of excitement and determination, he pulled on a hat worn low over his eyes and donned his special jacket. As he walked, the knives bounced against his chest in the long makeshift pockets he'd ripped in the lining. The capital streets were hardly less crowded now than when he'd knifed the tart whose fingers sat in his icebox. Tourists and Londoners were still swarming everywhere like ants. Some of them had bought Union Jack umbrellas and hats. He barged into some of them for the simple pleasure of knocking them aside. His need to kill was becoming urgent. The last few wasted days had slid past, his leave of absence from it slowly expiring. But the secretary remained alive and free. He had searched for hours trying to trace her, and then, shockingly, she had been right there in front of him, the brazen bitch, in broad daylight. But there had been witnesses everywhere. Poor impulse control, that fucking psychiatrist would have said, knowing what he'd done at the sight of her. Poor impulse control. He could control his impulses fine when he wanted. He was a man of superhuman cleverness, who had killed 3 women and maimed another without the police being any the wiser. So fuck the psychiatrist and his dumb diagnoses. But when he'd seen her right in front of him after all those empty days, he'd wanted to scare her, wanted to get up close, really close, close enough to smell her, speak to her, look into her frightened eyes. Then she'd strutted away, and he had not dared follow her, not then. But it had almost killed him to let her go. She ought to be lying in parcels of meat in his fridge by now. He ought to have witnessed her face in that ecstasy of terror and death when he owned them completely, and they were his to play with. So here he was, walking through the chilly rain, burning inside because it was Sunday, and she had gone again, back to the place where he could never get near her, because Pretty Boy was always there. He needed more freedom, a lot more freedom. The real obstacle was having it at home all the time, spying on him, clinging to him. All that would have to change. He'd already pushed it unwillingly back into work. Now he had decided that he would have to pretend to it that he had a new job. If necessary, he'd steal to get cash, pretend he'd earned it. He'd done that plenty of times before. Then, freed up, he'd be able to put in the time he really needed to make sure he was close at hand when the secretary dropped her guard, when nobody was looking, when she turned the wrong corner. The passers-by had as little life as automata to him. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Everywhere he walked, he looked for her. The one he'd do next. Not the secretary, no, because the bitch was back behind her white front door with Pretty Boy. But any woman stupid enough, drunk enough, to walk a short way with a man and his knives. He had to do one before he went back to it. He had to. It would be all that could keep him going, once he was back pretending to be the man it loved. His eyes flickered from under his hat, sorting them, discarding them. The women with men, the women with kids clutching them, but no women alone. None the way he needed them. He walked for miles until darkness fell, past lit pubs where men and women laughed and flirted, past restaurants and cinemas, looking, waiting, with a hunter's patience. Sunday night, and the workers were returning home early. But it did not matter. There were still tourists everywhere, out-of-towners drawn by the history and mystery of London. It was nearly midnight when they leapt to his practised eye, like a cluster of plump mushrooms in long grass. A bunch of squawking, tiddly girls cackling and weaving along the pavement. They were on one of those miserable run-down streets that were his especial delight, where a drunken tussle and a shrieking girl would be nothing out of the ordinary. He followed, 10 yards behind them, watching them pass under street lamps, elbowing each other and cackling, all except for one of them. She was the drunkest and youngest looking of them all, ready to throw up if he knew anything about it. She stumbled on her heels, falling slightly behind her friends, a silly little tart. None of her friends had realized what a state she was in. They were just the right side of legless, snorting and guffawing as they staggered along. He drifted after them, casual as you please. If she threw up in the street, the noise would attract her friends, who would stop and rally around her. While she fought the urge to vomit, she could not speak. Slowly, the distance between her and her friends increased. She swayed and wobbled, reminding him of the last one with her stupid high heels. This one must not survive to help make photo fits. A taxi was approaching. He saw the scenario play out before it did. They hailed it loudly, screeching and waving their arms, and in they piled one by one, fat ass after fat ass. He sped up, head down, face hidden. The street lamps reflected in the puddles, the for-hire light extinguished, the growl of the engine. They had forgotten her. She swayed right into the wall, holding up an arm to support herself. He might only have seconds. One of her friends would realize any time now that she wasn't with them. "You all right, darling? You feeling bad? Come here. This way. You'll be all right. Just down here." She began to retch as he tugged her down a side street. Feebly she tried to pull her arm away, heaving. The vomit splattered down her, gagging her. "Filthy bitch," he snarled, one hand already on the handle of his knife under the jacket. He was dragging her forcibly towards a darkened recess between an adult video store and a junk shop. "No!" she gasped, but she choked on her vomit, heaving. A door opened across the street, light rippling down a flight of steps. People burst out onto the pavement, laughing. He slammed her up against the wall and kissed her, pinning her flat while she tried to struggle. She tasted foul, of sick. The door opposite closed, the gaggle of people passed by, their voices echoing in the quiet night, the light extinguished. "Fucking hell," he said in disgust, releasing her mouth, but keeping her pinned to the wall with his body. She drew breath to scream, but he had the knife ready, and it sank deep between her ribs with ease. Nothing like the last one, who'd fought so hard and so stubbornly. The noise died on her stained lips as the hot blood poured over his gloved hand, soaking the material. She jerked convulsively, tried to speak. Her eyes rolled upwards into whiteness, and her entire body sagged, still pinned by the knife. "Good girl," he whispered, pulling the carving knife free as she fell, dying, into his arms. He dragged her deeper into the recess, where a pile of rubbish sat waiting for collection. Kicking the black bags aside, he dumped her in a corner, then pulled out his machete. Souvenirs were imperative, but he only had seconds. Another door might open, or her dozy bitches of friends might come back in their taxi. He slashed and sawed, put his warm, oozing trophies in his pocket, then piled up the rubbish over and on her. It had taken less than 5 minutes. He felt like a king, like a god. Away he walked, knives safely stowed, panting in the cool, clean night air, jogging a little once he was on the main road again. He was already a block away when he heard raucous female voices shouting in the distance. "Heather! Heather, where are you, you silly cow?" "Heather can't hear you," he whispered into the darkness. He tried to stop himself laughing, burying his face in his collar, but he could not restrain his jubilation. Deep in his pockets, his sopping fingers were playing with the rubbery cartilage and skin, to which her earrings, little plastic ice cream cones, were still attached. Chapter 49. It's the time in the season for a maniac at night. Blue oyster cult, madness to the method. The weather remained cool, rain-flecked and faintly blustery as June entered its second week. The blaze of sunlit pageantry that had surrounded the royal wedding had receded into memory. The giddy high tide of romantic fervour had ebbed. The wedding merchandise and congratulatory banners had been removed from shop windows, and the capital's newspapers returned to more mundane matters, including an imminent tube strike. Then horror exploded across Wednesday's front pages. The mutilated body of a young woman had been uncovered beneath bin bags, and within a few hours of the first police appeal for information, the world had been informed that a 21st century Jack the Ripper was stalking the streets of London. 3 women had been attacked and mutilated, but the Met appeared to have no leads. In their stampede to cover every possible aspect of the story, maps of London showing the location of each attack, pictures of the 3 victims, the journalists revealed themselves determined to make up for lost time, aware that they might have arrived a little late at the party. They had previously treated the killing of Kelsey Platt as a lone act of madness and sadism, and the subsequent attack on Lila Monkton, the 18-year-old prostitute, had gained virtually no media coverage. A girl who had been selling herself for sex on the day of the royal wedding could hardly expect to oust a new-minted duchess from the front pages. The murder of Heather Smart, a 22-year-old building society employee from Nottingham, was an entirely different matter. The headlines virtually wrote themselves, for Heather was a wonderfully relatable heroine with her steady job, her innocent desire to see the capital's landmarks, and a boyfriend who was a primary school teacher. Heather had been to see The Lion King the night before her death, had eaten dim sum in Chinatown, and posed for photographs in Hyde Park with the lifeguards riding past in the background. Endless column inches could be spun out of the long weekend to celebrate her sister-in-law's 30th birthday, which had culminated in a brutal, sordid death in the backlot of an adult entertainment store. The story, like all the best stories, split like an amoeba, forming an endless series of news stories and opinion pieces and speculative articles, each spawning its own counter-chorus. There were discussions of the deplorable drunken tendencies of the young British woman, with reciprocal accusations of victim-blaming. There were horror-struck articles about sexual violence, tempered with reminders that these attacks were far less common than in other countries. There were interviews with the distraught, guilt-stricken friends who had accidentally abandoned Heather, which in turn spawned attacks and vilifications on social media, leading back to a defence of the grieving young women. Overlaying every story was the shadow of the unknown killer, the madman who was hacking women's bodies apart. The press again descended upon Denmark Street, in search of the man who had received Kelsey's leg. Strike decided that the time had come for Robin to take that much-discussed but daily postponed trip to Massam for a final fitting of her wedding dress, then decamped yet again to Nick and Ilsa's with a backpack and a crushing sense of his own impotence. A plainclothes officer remained stationed in Denmark Street in case anything suspicious turned up in the post. Wardle was concerned lest another body part addressed to Robin arrived. Weighed down by the demands of an investigation that was being conducted under the full glare of the national media, Wardle was unable to meet Strike face-to-face for 6 days after the discovery of Heather's body. Strike journeyed again to the Feathers in the early evening, where he found Wardle looking haggard, but looking forward to talking things over with a man who was both inside and outside the case. "Been a fucker of a week," sighed Wardle, accepting the pint Strike had bought him. "I've started bloody smoking again. April's really pissed off." He took a long draught of beer, then shared with Strike the truth about the discovery of Heather's body. The press stories, as Strike had already noted, conflicted in many possibly important essentials, though all blamed the police for not finding her for 24 hours. "She and her friends were all shit-faced," said the policeman, setting the scene with bluntness. "4 of them got into a cab, so ratted they forgot about Heather. They were a street away when they realised she wasn't with them. The cabbies hacked off because they are loud and obnoxious. One of them starts swearing at him when he says he can't do a U-turn in the middle of the road. There's a big argument, so it's a good 5 minutes before he agrees to go back for Heather. When they finally reach the street where they think they left her, they're from Nottingham, remember? They don't know London at all. Heather's nowhere to be seen. They crawl up the road in the cab, shouting for her out of the open window. Then one of them thinks she sees Heather in the distance getting onto a bus. So 2 of them get out. There's no bloody logic to it, they were out of their skulls, and go running down the road screaming after the bus to stop, while the other two lean out of the cab screaming at them to get back in. They should follow the bus in the cab. Then, the one who got into an argument with the cabbie earlier calls him a stupid packy. He tells them to get the fuck out of his cab and drives away. So basically, said Wardle wearily, all this shit we're taking for not finding her within 24 hours is down to alcohol and racism. The silly bitches were convinced Heather had got on that bus, so we wasted a day and a half trying to track a woman wearing a similar coat. Then the owner of the adult entertainment centre goes to put his bins out and finds her lying there under a load of bags, nose and ears cut off. So that bit was true, said Strike. Her mutilated face had been the one detail all of the papers had agreed on. Yeah, that bit was true, said Wardle heavily. The Shacklewell Ripper. It's got a great ring to it. Witnesses? Nobody saw a bloody thing. What about Devotee and his motorbike? Ruled out, Wardle admitted, his expression grim. He's got a firm alibi for Heather's killing, family wedding, and we couldn't make anything stick for either of the other two attacks. Strike had the impression that Wardle wanted to tell him something else, and waited receptively. I don't want the press to get wind of this, Wardle said, dropping his voice. But we think he might have done 2 more. Jesus, said Strike, genuinely alarmed. When? Historic, said Wardle. Unsolved murder in Leeds, 2009. Prostitute, originally from Cardiff. Stabbed. He didn't cut anything off her, but he took a necklace she always wore and dumped her in a ditch out of town. The body wasn't found for a fortnight. Then last year a girl was killed and mutilated in Milton Keynes. Sadie Roach, her name was. Her boyfriend went down for it. I've looked it all up. The family campaigned hard for his release and he got out on appeal. There was nothing to tie him to it, except that they'd rowed and he once threatened a bloke with a penknife. We've got the psychologist and forensics onto all 5 attacks, and the conclusion is they've got enough features in common to suggest the same perpetrator. It looks like he uses 2 knives, a carving knife and a machete. The victims were all vulnerable, prostitutes, drunk, emotionally off balance, and all picked up off the street except for Kelsey. He took trophies from all of them. It's too soon to say whether we've got any similar DNA off the women. Odds are not. It doesn't look like he had sex with any of them. He gets his kicks a different way. Strike was hungry, but something told him not to interrupt Wardle's moody silence. The policeman drank more beer, then said, without quite meeting Strike's eyes, I'm looking into all your guys, Brockbank, Lang and Whittaker. About fucking time. Brockbank's interesting, said Wardle. You found him? Asked Strike, freezing with his pint at his lips. Not yet, but we know he was a regular attendee at a church in Brixton until 5 weeks ago. Church? Are you sure it's the same bloke? Tall ex-soldier, ex-rugby player, long jaw, one of his eyes sunken, cauliflower ear, dark crew cut, reeled off Wardle. Same Noel Brockbank, 6'3" or 4", strong northern accent. That's him, said Strike. A bloody church. Hang on, said Wardle, getting up. Need a slash. And yet, why not a church? Strike thought, as he went to the bar for a couple of fresh pints. The pub was filling up around him. He took a menu back to the table as well as the beers, but could not concentrate on it. Young girls in the choir. He wouldn't be the first. Needed that, said Wardle, rejoining Strike. I might go out for a fag. Join you back. Finish about Brockbank first, said Strike, pushing the fresh pint across the table. To tell you the truth, we found him by accident, said Wardle, sitting back down and accepting the pint. One of our guys has been tailing the mother of a local drug lord. We don't think Mum's as innocent as she's claiming to be. So our guy follows her to church and there's Brockbank standing on the door handing out hymn books. He got talking to the copper without knowing who he was, and our guy didn't have a clue Brockbank was wanted in connection with anything. 4 weeks later, Our guy hears me talking about looking for a Noel Brockbank on the Kelsey Platt case and tells me he met a bloke with the same name a month ago in Brixton. See? Said Wardle, with a ghost of his usual smirk. I do pay attention to your tip-off, Strike. Be silly not to after the Landry case. You pay attention when you've got nothing out of Digger Malley and devotee, thought Strike. But he made impressed and grateful noises before returning to the main point. Did you say Brockbank stopped attending church? Yeah, said Wardle. I went down there yesterday, had a word with the vicar. Young guy, enthusiastic, inner city church, you know the sort, said Wardle, inaccurately, because Strike's contact with the clergy had been mostly limited to military chaplains. He had a lot of time for Brockbank. Said he'd had a rough deal in life. Brain damage, invalided out of the army, lost his family, all that crap, asked Strike. That was the gist, said Wardle. Said he misses his son. Uh-huh, said Strike darkly. Did he know where Brockbank was living? No, but apparently his girlfriend, Elisa. Frowning slightly, Wardle reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, pulled out a notebook and consulted it. Yeah, it is as it goes, he said. Elisa Vincent. How did you know that? They've both just been sacked from a strip club. I'll explain in a bit, said Strike hurriedly, as Wardle showed signs of becoming sidetracked. Go on about Elisa. Well, she's managed to get a council house in East London near her mother. Brockbank told the vicar he was going to move in with her and the kids. Kids? Said Strike, his thoughts flying to Robin. 2 little girls, apparently. Do we know where this house is? Asked Strike. Not yet. The vicar was sorry to see him go, said Wardle, glancing restlessly towards the pavement, where a couple of men were smoking. I did get out of him that Brockbank was in church on Sunday the 3rd of April, which was the weekend Kelsey died. In view of Wardle's increasing restlessness, Strike passed no comment except to suggest that they both adjourn to the pavement for a cigarette. They lit up and smoked side by side for a couple of minutes. Workers walked past in both directions, weary from late hours at the office. Evening was drawing in. Directly above them, between the indigo of approaching night and the neon coral of the setting sun, was a narrow stretch of no-coloured sky, of vapid and empty air. Christ, I've missed this, said Wardle, dragging on the cigarette as though it was mother's milk, before picking up the thread of their conversation once more. Yeah, so Brockbank was in church that weekend making himself useful. Very good with the kids, apparently. I'll bet he is, muttered Strike. Would take some nerve, though, wouldn't it? Said Wardle, blowing smoke towards the opposite side of the road, his eyes on Epstein's sculpture, Day, which adorned the old London transport offices. A boy stood before a throned man, his body contorted so that he both managed to embrace the king behind him and display his own penis to onlookers. To kill and dismember a girl, then turn up in church as though nothing had happened. Are you Catholic? Strike asked. Wardle looked startled. I am, as it goes, he said suspiciously. Why? Strike shook his head, smiling slightly. I know a psycho wouldn't care, said Wardle, with a trace of defensiveness. I'm just saying. Anyway, we've got people trying to find out where he's living now. If it's a council house, and assuming Elisa Vincent's her real name, it shouldn't be too difficult. Great, said Strike. The police had resources that he and Robin could not match. Perhaps now, at last, some definitive information would be forthcoming. What about Lang? Ah, said Wardle, grinding out his first cigarette and immediately lighting another. We've got more on him. He's been living alone in Wollaston Close for 18 months now, survives on disability benefits. He had a chest infection over the weekend of the 2nd and 3rd, and his friend Dickie came in to help him out. He couldn't get to the shops. That's bloody convenient, said Strike. Or genuine, said Wardle. We checked with Dickie, and he confirmed everything Lang told us. Was Lang surprised the police were asking about his movements? Seemed pretty taken aback at first. Did he let you in the flat? Didn't arise. We met him crossing the car park on his sticks and we ended up talking to him in a local cafe. That Ecuadorian place in a tunnel. Wardle subjected Strike to a hard stare that the detective returned with equanimity. You've been stalking him out as well, have you? Don't mess this up for us, Strike. We're on it. Strike might have responded that it had taken press scrutiny and the failure to make anything of his preferred leads to make Wardle commit serious resources to the tracking of Strike's 3 suspects. He chose to hold his silence. Lang's not stupid, Wardle continued. We hadn't been questioning him long when he twigged what it was about. He knew you must have given us his name. He'd seen in the papers you got sent a leg. What was his view on the matter? There might have been an undertone of couldn't happen to a nicer bloke, said Wardle with a slight grin. But on balance about what you'd expect. Bit of curiosity, bit of defensiveness. Did he look ill? Yeah, said Wardle. He didn't know we were coming, and we met him shambling along on his sticks. He doesn't look good close up, bloodshot eyes, his skin's kind of cracked, bit of a mess. Strike said nothing. His mistrust of Lang's illness lingered. In spite of the clear photographic evidence of steroid use, skin plaques and lesions that Strike had seen with his own eyes, he found himself stubbornly resistant to the idea that Lang was genuinely ill. What was he doing when the other women were killed? Says he was home alone, said Wardle. Nothing to prove or disprove it. Said Strike. They turned back into the pub. A couple had taken their table, so they found another beside the floor-to-ceiling window onto the street. What about Whittaker? Yeah, we caught up with him last night. He's roadieing for a band. Are you sure about that? Said Strike suspiciously, remembering Shanker's assertion that Whittaker claimed to be doing so, but was in fact living off Stephanie. Yeah, I'm sure. We called in on the druggy girlfriend. Get inside the flat. She talked to us at the door, unsurprisingly, said Wardle. The place stinks. Anyway, she told us he was off with the boys, gave us the address of the concert, and there he was. Old transit van parked outside, and an even older band. Ever heard of Death Cult? No, said Strike. Don't bother, they're shit, said Wardle. I had to sit through half an hour of the stuff before I could get near Whittaker. Basement of a pub in Wandsworth. I had tinnitus all the next day. Whittaker seemed to be half expecting us, said Wardle. Apparently he found you outside his van a few weeks ago. I told you about that, said Strike. Crack fumes. Yeah, said Wardle. Look, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, but he reckons Stephanie can give him an alibi for the whole day of the royal wedding, so that would rule out the attack on the hooker in Shackerwell. And he claims he was off with Death Cult when both Kelsey and Heather were killed. All 3 killings covered, eh? Said Strike. That's neat. The Death Cult agree he was with them? They were pretty vague about it, to be honest, said Wardle. The lead singer's got a hearing aid. I don't know whether he caught everything I asked him. Don't worry, I've got guys checking all their witness statements, he added, in the face of Strike's frown. We'll find out whether he was really there or not. Wardle yawned and stretched. I've got to get back to the office, he said. This could be an all-nighter. We've got a load of information coming in now the papers are onto it. Strike was extremely hungry now, but the pub was noisy and he felt he would rather eat somewhere he could think. He and Wardle headed up the road together, both lighting fresh cigarettes as they walked. The psychologist raised something, said Wardle, as the curtain of darkness unrolled across the sky above them. If we're right, and we're dealing with a serial killer, he's usually an opportunist. He's got a bloody good MO. He must be a planner to a degree, or he couldn't have got away with it so often. But there was a change in the pattern with Kelsey. He knew exactly where she was staying. The letters and the fact that he knew there wouldn't be anyone there. It was totally premeditated. Trouble is, we've had a bloody good look, but we can't find any evidence that any of your guys have ever been in proximity with her. We virtually took her laptop apart, and there was nothing there. The only people she ever talked to about her legs were those oddballs Jason and Tempest. She had hardly any friends, and the ones she did have were all girls. There was nothing suspicious on her phone. As far as we know, none of your guys has ever lived or worked in Finchley or Shepherd's Bush, let alone gone anywhere near her school or college. They've got no known connection with any of her associates. How the hell could any of them get close enough to manipulate her without her family noticing? We know she was duplicitous, said Strike. Don't forget the pretend boyfriend who turned out to be pretty real when he picked her up from Café Rouge. Yeah, sighed Wardle. We've still got no leads on that bloody bike. We've put out a description in the press, but nothing. How's your partner? He added, pausing outside the glass doors of his place of work, but apparently determined to smoke the cigarette down to the last millimetre. Not too shaken up? She's fine, said Strike. She's back in Yorkshire for a wedding dress fitting. I made her take the time off. She's been working through the weekend a lot lately. Robin had left without complaint. What was there to stay for, with the press staking out Denmark Street, one lousy-paying job, and the police now covering Brockbank, Lang and Whittaker more efficiently than the agency ever could? Good luck, said Strike as he and Wardle parted. The policeman raised a hand in acknowledgement and farewell, and disappeared into the large building behind the slowly revolving prism, glittering with the words, New Scotland Yard. Strike strolled back towards the tube, craving a kebab, and inwardly deliberating the problem that Wardle had just put to him. How could any of his suspects have got close enough to Kelsey Platt to know her movements or gain her trust? He thought about Lang, living alone in his grim Wollaston close flat, claiming his disability benefit, overweight and infirm, looking far older than his real age of 34. He had been a funny man once. Did he still have it in him to charm a young girl to the point that she would have ridden on motorbikes with him or taken him trustingly to a flat in Shepherd's Bush, about which her family knew nothing? What about Whittaker, stinking of crack, with his blackened teeth and his thinning, matted hair? True, Whittaker had once had mesmeric charm, and emaciated, drug-addicted Stephanie seemed to find him appealing. But Kelsey's only known passion had been for a clean-cut blonde boy, just a few years older than herself. Then there was Brockbank. To Strike, the massive, swarthy ex-flanker was downright repulsive, as unlike pretty Nile as it was possible to be. Brockbank had been living and working miles from Kelsey's home and work, and while both had attended churches, their places of worship were on opposite banks of the Thames. The police would surely have unearthed any contact between the two congregations by now. Did the absence of any known connection between Kelsey and Strike's three suspects rule each of them out as the killer? While logic seemed to urge the answer yes, something stubborn inside Strike continued to whisper no. Chapter 50. I'm out of my place. I'm out of my mind. Blue Oyster Cult, Celestial the Queen. Robin's trip home was tinged throughout with the strangest sense of unreality. She felt out of step with everybody, even her mother, who was preoccupied with the wedding arrangements and, while sympathetic to Robin's constant checking of her phone for any development on the Shacklewell Ripper, a little harassed. Back in the familiar kitchen where Roundtree snoozed at her feet, the seating plan for the reception spread out on the scrubbed wooden table between them, Robin began to appreciate how fully she had abnegated responsibility for her wedding. Linda was constantly firing questions at her about favours, speeches, the bridesmaid's shoes, her headdress, when it would be convenient to speak to the vicar, where she and Matt wanted the present sent, whether Matthew's Auntie Sue ought to be on the top table or not. Robin had imagined that being at home would be restful. Instead, She was required to deal, on the one hand, with a tidal wave of trivial queries from her mother, on the other, a series of questions from her brother Martin, who pored over accounts of the discovery of Heather Smart's body, until Robin lost her temper with what she saw as his ghoulishness, whereupon an overwrought Linda banned all mention of the killer from their house. Matthew, meanwhile, was angry, though trying not to show it, that Robin had not yet asked Strike for 2 weeks off for the honeymoon. "I'm sure it'll be fine," said Robin at dinner. "We've got hardly any work on, and Cormoran says the police have taken over all our leads." "He still hasn't confirmed," said Linda, who had been beadily watching how little Robin was eating. "Who hasn't?" asked Robin. "Strike. No RSVP." "I'll remind him," said Robin, taking a large slug of wine. She had not told any of them, not even Matthew, that she kept having nightmares that woke her gasping in the darkness, back in the bed where she had slept in the months following her rape. A massive man kept coming for her in these dreams. Sometimes he burst into the office where she worked with Strike. More frequently, he loomed out of the darkness in the back streets of London, knives shining. That morning, he had been on the point of gouging out her eyes when she woke, gasping, to the sound of Matthew drowsily asking her what she had said. "Nothing," she had said, pushing sweaty hair off her forehead. "Nothing." Matthew had to return to work on Monday. He seemed pleased to leave her behind in Massam, helping Linda with preparations for the wedding. Mother and daughter met the vicar at St. Mary the Virgin for a final discussion about the form of the service on Monday afternoon. Robin tried hard to concentrate on the minister's cheerful suggestions, his ecclesiastical pep talk, but all the time he was talking, her eyes kept drifting to the large stone crab that appeared to be clinging to the church wall on the right of the aisle. This crab had fascinated her in her childhood. She had not been able to understand why there was a big carved crab crawling up the stones of their church, and her curiosity on the point had ended up infecting Linda, who had gone to the local library, looked up the records, and triumphantly informed her daughter that the crab had been the emblem of the ancient Scrope family, whose memorial sat above it. 9-year-old Robin had been disappointed by the answer. In a way, an explanation had never been the point. She had simply liked being the only one who wanted to find out the truth. She was standing in the dressmaker's box-like changing room, with its gilt-framed mirror and its new carpet smell, when Strike called next day. Robin knew that it was Strike because of the unique ringtone that she had attached to his calls. She lunged for her handbag, causing the dressmaker to emit a little cry of annoyance and surprise as the folds of chiffon that she was dexterously repinning were torn from her hands. "Hello?" said Robin. "Hi," said Strike. The single syllable told her that something bad had happened. "Oh God, has someone else been killed?" Robin blurted out, forgetting the dressmaker crouching at the hem of her wedding dress. The woman stared at her in the mirror, her mouth full of pins. "Sorry, could you give me a moment? Not you," she added to Strike in case he hung up. "Sorry," she repeated, as the curtain closed behind the dressmaker and she sank down onto the stool in the corner in her wedding dress. "I was with someone. Has someone else died?" "Yes," said Strike. "But it's not what you think. It's Wardle's brother." Robin's tired and overwrought brain tried to join dots that refused to connect. "It's nothing to do with the case," said Strike. "He was knocked down on a zebra crossing by a speeding van." "God," said Robin, utterly phased. She had temporarily forgotten that death came in any manner other than at the hands of a maniac with knives. "It's a fucker, all right. He had 3 kids and a 4th on the way. I've just spoken to Wardle. Bloody terrible thing to happen." Robin's brain seemed to grind back into gear again. "So is Wardle—" "Compassionate leave," said Strike. "Guess who's taken over from him?" Not Anstis? Robin asked, suddenly worried. Worse than that, said Strike. Not Carver, said Robin, with a sudden presentiment of doom. Of the policeman whom Strike had managed to offend and upstage during his two most famous detective triumphs, Detective Inspector Roy Carver had been the most comprehensively outclassed and was consequently the most deeply embittered. His failings during the investigation into a famous model's fall from a penthouse flat had been extensively documented and indeed exaggerated in the press. A sweaty man with dandruff and a mottled purple face like corned beef, he had had an antipathy towards Strike even before the detective had publicly proven that the policeman had failed to spot murder. Right in one, said Strike. I've just had him here for 3 hours. Oh, God, why? Come off it, said Strike. You know why. This is a wet dream for Carver, having an excuse to interrogate me about a series of murders. He stopped just short of asking me for alibis, and he spent a hell of a lot of time on those fake letters to Kelsey. Robin groaned. Why on earth would they let Carver? I mean, with his record. Hard though it might be for us to believe, he hasn't been a dickhead his entire career. His bosses must think he was unlucky with Landry. It's supposed to be only temporary while Wardle's off, but he's already warned me to stay well away from the investigation. When I asked how inquiries into Brookbank, Lang and Whittaker were going, he as good as told me to fuck off with my ego and my hunches. We'll be getting no more inside information on the progress of the case, I can promise you that. He'll have to follow up Wardle's lines of investigation, though, said Robin. Won't he? Given that he'd clearly rather chop off his own knob than let me solve another of his cases, you'd think he'd be careful to follow up all my leads. Trouble is, I can tell he's rationalised the Landry case as me getting lucky, and I reckon he thinks me coming up with 3 suspects in this case is pure showboating. I wish to hell, said Strike, we'd got an address for Brockbank before Wardle had to leave. As Robin had been silent for a whole minute while she listened to Strike, the dressmaker clearly thought it reasonable to check whether she was ready to resume the fitting, and poked her head in through the curtain. Robin, whose expression was suddenly beatific, waved her away impatiently. We have got an address for Brockbank, Robin told Strike, in a triumphant voice as the curtain swung closed again. What? I didn't tell you because I thought Wardle would already have got it, but I thought, just in case, I've been ringing around local nurseries pretending I was Elisa, Zahara's mum. I said I wanted to check they had our new address, right? One of them read it out to me off the parent contact sheet. They're living on Blondin Street in Bow. Jesus Christ, Robin, that's fucking brilliant. When the dressmaker returned to her job at last, she found a considerably more radiant bride than she had left. Robin's lack of enthusiasm for the process of altering her dress had been diminishing the seamstress's pleasure in her job. Robin was easily the best-looking client on her books, and she had hoped to get a photograph for advertising purposes once the dress was finished. That's wonderful, said Robin, beaming at the seamstress as she tugged the last seam straight, and together they contemplated the vision in the mirror. That's absolutely wonderful. For the first time, she thought that the dress really didn't look bad at all. Chapter 51. Don't turn your back. Don't show your profile. You'll never know when it's your turn to go. Blue Oyster Cult. Don't turn your back. The public response has been overwhelming. We're currently following up over 1,200 leads, some of which look promising, said Detective Inspector Roy Carver. We continue to appeal for information on the whereabouts of the red Honda CB750 used to transport part of Kelsey Platt's body, and we remain interested in speaking to anybody who is in Old Street on the night of the 5th of June, when Heather Smart was killed. The headline, police follow new leads in hunt for Shacklewell Ripper was not really justified, in Robin's view, by anything in the brief report beneath, although she supposed that Carver would not share details of genuine new developments with the press. 5 photographs of the women now believed to have been victims of the Ripper filled most of the page, their identities and their brutal fates stamped across their chests in black typeface. Martina Rossi, 28, prostitute, stabbed to death, necklace stolen. Martina was a plump, dark woman wearing a white tank top. Her blurry photograph looked as though it had been a selfie. A small, heart-shaped harp charm hung from a chain around her neck. Sadie Roach, 25, admin assistant, stabbed to death, mutilated, earrings taken. She had been a pretty girl with a gamin haircut and hoops in her ears. Judging by the cropped figures at the edges of her picture, it had been taken at a family gathering. Kelsey Platt, 16, student, stabbed to death and dismembered. Here was the familiar chubby plain face of the girl who had written to Strike, smiling in her school uniform. Lila Monkton, 18, prostitute, stabbed, fingers cut off, survived. A blurred picture of a gaunt girl whose bright red hennaed hair was cut into a shaggy bob, her multiple piercings glinting in the camera flash. Heather Smart, 22, financial services worker, stabbed to death, nose and ears removed. She was round-faced and innocent-looking, with wavy mouse-brown hair, freckles, and a timid smile. Robin looked up from the Daily Express with a deep sigh. Matthew had been sent to audit a client in High Wycombe, so he had been unable to give Robin a lift today. It had taken her a full hour and 20 minutes to get to Catford from Ealing, on trains crammed with tourists and commuters sweating in the London heat. Now she left her seat and headed for the door, swaying with the rest of the commuters as the train slowed and stopped, yet again, at Catford Bridge Station. Her week back at work with Strike had been strange. Strike, who clearly had no intention to comply with the instructions to keep out of Carver's investigation, was nevertheless taking the investigating officer seriously enough to be cautious. "If he can make a case that we've buggered up the police investigation, we're finished as a business," he said. "And we know he'll try and say I've screwed things up, whether I have or not." So why are we carrying on? Robin had been playing devil's advocate because she would have been deeply unhappy and frustrated had Strike announced that they were abandoning their leads. "Because Carver thinks my suspects are bullshit and I think he's an incompetent tit." Robin's laugh had ended prematurely when Strike had told her he wanted her to return to Catford and stake out Whittaker's girlfriend. "Still?" she asked. "Why?" "You know why. I want to see whether Stephanie can give him alibis for any of the key dates." "You know what?" said Robin, plucking up her courage. "I've been in Catford a lot. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather do Brockbank. Why don't I try and get something out of Elisa?" "There's Lang as well, if you want to change," said Strike. "He saw me up close when I fell over," Robin countered at once. "Don't you think it would be better if you did Lang?" "I've been watching his flat while you've been away," Strike said. "And?" "And he mostly stays in, but sometimes he goes to the shops and back." "You don't think it's him anymore, do you?" "I haven't ruled him out," said Strike. "Why are you so keen to do Brockbank?" "Well," said Robin bravely, "I feel like I've done a lot of the running on him. I got the Market Harborough address out of Holly, and I got Blondin Street out of the nursery." "And you're worried about the kids who are living with him," said Strike. Robin remembered the little black girl with the stiff pigtails who had tripped over, staring at her, in Catford Broadway. "So what if I am?" "I'd rather you stuck to Stephanie," said Strike. She had been annoyed. So annoyed that she had promptly asked for 2 weeks off rather more bluntly than she might otherwise have done. 2 weeks off?" he said, looking up in surprise. He was far more used to her begging to stay at work than asking to leave it. "It's for my honeymoon." "Oh," he said. "Right, yeah, I suppose that'll be soon, will it?" Obviously, the wedding's on the 2nd. "Christ, that's only, what, 3 weeks or something?" She had been annoyed that he had not realised that it was so close. "Yes," she had said, getting to her feet and reaching for her jacket. "And would you mind RSVPing if you're coming?" So she returned to Catford and the busy market stalls, to the smell of incense and raw fish, to pointless hours of standing beneath the crouching stone bears over the stage door of the Broadway theatre. Robin had hidden her hair under a straw hat today and was wearing sunglasses, but she still wondered whether she did not see a hint of recognition in the eyes of stallholders as she settled once more to lurk opposite the triple windows of Whittaker and Stephanie's flat. She had only had a couple of glimpses of the girl since she had resumed her surveillance on her, and on neither occasion had there been the slightest chance of speaking to her. Of Whittaker, there had been no hint at all. Robin settled back against the cool grey stone of the theatre wall, prepared for another long day of tedium, and yawned. By late afternoon she was hot, tired, and trying not to resent her mother, who had texted repeatedly throughout the day with questions about the wedding. The last, telling her to ring the florist, who had yet another finicky question for her, arrived just as Robin had decided she needed something to drink. Wondering how Linda would react if she texted back and said she decided to have plastic flowers everywhere, on her head, in her bouquet, all over the church, anything to stop having to make decisions, she crossed to the chip shop, which sold chilled fizzy drinks. She had barely touched the door handle when somebody collided with her, also aiming for the chip shop door. "Sorry," said Robin automatically, and then, "Oh my God." Stephanie's face was swollen and purple, one eye almost entirely closed. The impact had not been hard, but the smaller girl had been bounced off her. Robin reached out to stop her stumbling. "Jesus, what happened?" She spoke as though she knew Stephanie. In a sense, she felt she did. Observing the girl's little routines, becoming familiar with her body language, her clothing, and her liking for coke, had fostered a one-sided sense of kinship. Now she found it natural and easy to ask a question hardly any British stranger would ask of another. "Are you all right?" How she managed it, Robin hardly knew. But 2 minutes later, she was settling Stephanie into a chair in the welcome shade of the stage door cafe, a few doors along from the chip shop. Stephanie was obviously in pain and ashamed of her appearance, but at the same time, she had become too hungry and thirsty to remain upstairs in the flat. Now she had simply bowed to a stronger will, thrown off balance by the older woman's solicitude, by the offer of a free meal. Robin gabbled nonsensically as she ushered Stephanie down the street, maintaining the fiction that her quixotic offer of sandwiches was due to her guilt at having almost knocked Stephanie over. Stephanie accepted a cold Fanta and a tuna sandwich with mumbled thanks. But after a few mouthfuls, she put her hand to her cheek as though in pain and set the sandwich down. "Tooth?" asked Robin solicitously. The girl nodded. A tear trickled out of her unclosed eye. "Who did this?" Robin said urgently, reaching across the table for Stephanie's hand. She was playing a character, growing into the role as she improvised. The straw hat and the long sundress she was wearing had unconsciously suggested a hippie-ish girl full of altruism who thought that she could save Stephanie. Robin felt a tiny reciprocal squeeze of her fingers, even as Stephanie shook her head to indicate that she was not going to give away her attacker. "Somebody you know?" Robin whispered. More tears rolled down Stephanie's face. She withdrew her hand from Robin's and sipped her Fanta, wincing again as the cold liquid made contact with what Robin thought was probably a cracked tooth. "Is he your father?" Robin whispered. It would have been an easy assumption to make. Stephanie could not possibly be older than 17. She was so thin that she barely had breasts. Tears had washed away any trace of the kohl that usually outlined her eyes. Her grubby face was infantile, with the suggestion of an overbite. But all was dominated by the purple and grey bruising. Whitaker had pummeled her until the blood vessels in her right eye had burst. The sliver that was visible was scarlet.
"No,"
whispered Stephanie.
"Boyfriend."
"Where is he?" Robin asked, reaching again for Stephanie's hand, now chilly from contact with the cold Fanta.
"Away,"
said Stephanie. "Does he live with you?" Stephanie nodded and tried to drink more Fanta, keeping the icy liquid away from the damaged side of her face.
"I didn't want him to go,"
whispered Stephanie. As Robin leaned in, the girl's restraint suddenly dissolved in the face of kindness and sugar.
"I asked to go with him, and he wouldn't take me. I know he's out tomming. I know he is. He's got someone else. I heard Banjo saying something. He's got another girl somewhere."
To Robin's disbelief, Stephanie's primary source of pain, far worse than that of her cracked tooth and her bruised and broken face, was the thought that filthy, crack-dealing Whitaker might be somewhere else, sleeping with another woman.
"I only wanted to go with him,"
Stephanie repeated, and tears slid more thickly down her face, stinging that slit of an eye into a more furious redness. Robin knew that the kind, slightly dippy girl she had been impersonating would now earnestly beseech Stephanie to leave a man who had beaten her so badly. The trouble was, she was sure that would be the surest way to make Stephanie walk out on her.
"He got angry because you wanted to go with him," she repeated.
"Where has he gone?"
"Says he's with a cult like last. They're a band,"
mumbled Stephanie, wiping her nose on the back of her hand.
"He roadies for 'em. But it's just an excuse," she said, crying harder, "to go places and find girls to fuck. I said I'd go, 'cause last time he wanted me to, and I'd done the old band for him."
Robin did her very best not to look as though she understood what she had just been told. However, some flicker of anger and revulsion must have contaminated the look of pure kindliness she was trying to project, because Stephanie seemed suddenly to withdraw. She did not want judgment. She met that every day of her life. "Have you been to a doctor?" Robin asked quietly.
"What? No,"
said Stephanie, folding her thin arms around her torso. "When's he due back, your boyfriend?" Stephanie merely shook her head and shrugged. The temporary sympathy Robin had kindled between them seemed to have cooled. "The cult," said Robin, improvising rapidly, her mouth dry. "That isn't Death Cult, is it?"
"Yeah,"
said Stephanie, dimly surprised. "Which gig? I saw them the other day." "Don't ask me where, for God's sake."
"This was in a pub called the Green Fiddle or something. Enfield."
"Oh, no, it wasn't the same gig," said Robin. "When was yours?"
"Need a pee,"
mumbled Stephanie, looking around the cafe. She shuffled off towards the bathroom. When the door had closed behind her, Robin frantically keyed search terms into her mobile. It took her several attempts to find what she was looking for. Death Cult had played a pub called the Fiddler's Green in Enfield on Saturday the 4th of June, the day before Heather Smart had been murdered. The shadows were lengthening outside the cafe now, which had emptied apart from themselves. Evening was drawing in. The place would surely close soon.
"Cheers for the sandwich and everything,"
said Stephanie, who had reappeared beside her.
"I'm gonna
have something else, some chocolate or something," Robin urged her, even though the waitress mopping tabletops looked ready to throw them out.
"Why?"
asked Stephanie, showing the first sign of suspicion. Because I really want to talk to you about your boyfriend, said Robin. Why? Repeated the teenager, a little nervous now. Please sit down. It isn't anything bad, Robin coaxed her. I'm just worried about you. Stephanie hesitated, then sank slowly back into the seat she had vacated. For the first time, Robin noticed the deep red mark around her neck. He didn't try and strangle you, did he? She asked. What? Stephanie felt her thin neck, and tears welled again in her eyes. Oh, that was my necklace. He give it me and then 'cause I ain't making enough money, she said, and began to cry in earnest. He sold it. Unable to think what else to do, Robin stretched her other hand across the table and held on to Stephanie's with both of her own, holding tightly, as though Stephanie were on some moving plateau that was drifting away. Did you say he made you with the whole band? Robin asked quietly. That were free, said Stephanie tearfully, and Robin understood that Stephanie was still thinking of her money-making abilities. I only blew 'em. After the gig? Asked Robin, releasing one hand to press paper napkins into Stephanie's. No, said Stephanie, wiping her nose. Next night, we stayed over in the van at the lead singer's house. He lives in Enfield. Robin would not have believed that it was possible to feel simultaneously disgusted and delighted. If Stephanie had been with Whittaker on the night of the 5th of June, Whittaker could not have killed Heather Smart. Was he, your boyfriend, was he there? She asked in a quiet voice. All the time, while you were, you know. The fuck's going on here? Robin looked up. Stephanie snatched her hand away, looking frightened. Whittaker was standing over them. Robin recognized him immediately from the pictures she had seen online. He was tall and broad-shouldered, yet scrawny. His old black T-shirt was washed out almost to grey. The heretic priest's golden eyes were fascinating in their intensity. In spite of the matted hair, the sunken yellowing face, in spite of the fact that he repulsed her, she could yet feel the strange manic aura of him, a magnetic pull like the reek of carrion. He woke the urge to investigate, provoked by all dirty, rotten things, no less powerful because it was shameful. Who are you? He asked, not aggressively, but with something close to a purr in his voice. He was looking unabashedly right down the front of her sundress. I bumped into your girlfriend outside the Chippy, said Robin. I bought her a drink. Did you now? We're closing, said the waitress loudly. The appearance of Whittaker had been a little too much for her, Robin could tell. His flesh tunnels, his tattoos, his maniac's eyes, his smell would be desirable in very few establishments selling food. Stephanie looked terrified, even though Whittaker was ignoring her completely. His attention was entirely focused on Robin, who felt absurdly self-conscious as she paid the bill, then stood and walked, Whittaker just behind her, out onto the street. Well, goodbye then, she said weakly to Stephanie. She wished that she had Strike's courage. He had urged Stephanie to come away with him right underneath Whittaker's nose, but Robin's mouth was suddenly dry. Whittaker was staring at her as though he had spotted something fascinating and rare on a dung heap. Behind them, the waitress was bolting the doors. The sinking sun was throwing cold shadows across the street that Robin only knew as hot and smelly. Just being kind, were you, darling? Whittaker asked softly. and Robin could not tell whether there was more malice or sweetness in his voice. "I suppose I was worried," said Robin, forcing herself to look into those wide-apart eyes, "because Stephanie's injuries look quite serious." "That," said Whittaker, putting out a hand to Stephanie's purple and grey face. "Come off a push-bike, didn't you, Steph? Clumsy little cow." Robin suddenly understood Strike's visceral hatred for this man. She would have liked to hit him too. "I hope I'll see you again, Stephanie," she said. She did not dare give the girl a number in front of Whittaker. Robin turned and began to walk away, feeling like the worst kind of coward. Stephanie was about to walk back upstairs with the man. She ought to have done more, but what? What could she say that would make a difference? Could she report the assault to the police? Would that constitute an interference with Carver's case? Only when she was definitely out of sight of Whittaker did she lose the sensation that invisible ants were crawling up her spine. Robin pulled out her mobile and called Strike. "I know," she said, before Strike could start telling her off. "It's getting late, but I'm on my way to the station right now, and when you've heard what I've got, you'll understand." She walked fast, chilly in the increasing cool of the evening, telling him everything that Stephanie had said. "So he's got an alibi," said Strike slowly. "For Heather's death, yes, if Stephan is telling the truth, and I honestly think she is. She was with him and the whole of Death Cult, as I say. She definitely said Whittaker was there while she was servicing the band. I think so. She was just answering that when Whittaker turned up and... Hang on." Robin stopped and looked around. Busy talking, she had taken a wrong turning somewhere on the way back to the station. The sun was setting now. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw a shadow move behind a wall. "Cormoran?" "Still here." Perhaps she had imagined the shadow. She was on a stretch of unfamiliar residential road, but there were lit windows and a couple walking along in the distance. She was safe, she told herself. It was all right. She just needed to retrace her steps. "Everything okay?" asked Strike sharply. "Fine," she said. "I've taken a wrong turn, that's all." "Where are you exactly?" "Near Catford Bridge Station," she said. "I don't know how I've ended up here." She did not want to mention the shadow. Carefully, she crossed the darkening road so that she would not have to walk past the wall where she had thought she had seen it, and after transferring her mobile into her left hand, she took a tighter hold of the rape alarm in her right pocket. "I'm going back the way I came," she told Strike, wanting him to know where she was. "Have you seen something?" he demanded. "I don't... maybe," she admitted. Yet when she drew level with the gap between houses where she had thought she had seen the figure, there was nobody there. "I'm jumpy," she said, speeding up. "Meeting Whittaker wasn't fun. There's definitely something nasty about him." "Where are you now?" "About 20 feet away from where I was the last time you asked me. Hang on, I can see a street name. I'm crossing back over. I can see where I've gone wrong. I should have turned..." She heard the footsteps only when they were right behind her. Two massive black-clad arms closed around her, pinning hers to her sides, squeezing the air from her lungs. Her mobile slipped out of her hand and fell with a crack onto the pavement. Chapter 52. Do not envy the man with the X-ray eyes. Blue Oyster Cult, X-ray eyes. Strike, who had been standing in the shadow of a warehouse in Bow, keeping watch on Blondin Street, heard Robin's sudden gasp, the thud of the mobile on the pavement, and then the scuffling and skidding of feet on asphalt. He began to run. The phone connection to Robin was still open, but he could hear nothing. Panic sharpened his mental processes and obliterated all perception of pain as he sprinted down a darkening street in the direction of the nearest station. He needed a second phone. "Need to borrow that, mate?" he bellowed at a pair of skinny black youths walking towards him, one of whom was chuckling into a mobile. Crime's being committed. Need to borrow that phone. Strike's size and his aura of authority, as he pelted towards them, made the teenager surrender the phone with a look of fear and bewilderment. "Come with me!" Strike bellowed at the two boys, running on past them towards busier streets, where he might be able to find a cab, his own mobile still pressed to his other ear. "Police!" Strike yelled into the boy's phone, as the stunned teenagers ran alongside him like bodyguards. "There's a woman being attacked near Catford Bridge Station. I was on the line to her when it happened. It's happening right... No, I don't know the street, but it's 1 or 2 away from the station. Right now. I was on the line to her when he grabbed her. I heard it happen. Yeah, and fucking hurry!" "Cheers, mate," Strike panted, throwing the mobile back into the hands of its owner, who continued to run alongside him for several yards without realising that he no longer needed to. Strike hurtled around a corner. Bow was a totally unfamiliar area of London to him. On he ran past the Bow Bells pub, ignoring the red-hot jabs of the ligaments in his knee, moving awkwardly with only one free arm to balance himself, his silent phone still clamped to his ear. Then he heard a rape alarm going off at the other end of the line. "Taxi!" he bellowed at a distant glowing light. "Robin!" he yelled into the phone, sure she could not hear him over the screeching alarm. "Robin, I've called the police. The police are on their way. Are you listening, you fucker?" The taxi driver had driven off without him. Drinkers outside the Bow Bells stared at the lunatic hobbling past at high speed, yelling and swearing into his phone. A second taxi appeared. "Taxi! Taxi!" Strike bellowed, and it turned, heading towards him, just as Robin's voice spoke in his ear, gasping. "Ah! You there? Jesus Christ, what's happened? Stop shouting!" With enormous difficulty, he modulated his volume. "What's happened?" "I can't see," she said. "I can't see anything." Strike wrenched open the back door of the cab and threw himself inside. "Catford Bridge Station, hurry!" "What do you mean you can't? What's he done to you?" "Not you!" he bellowed at the confused cabbie. "Go! Go!" "No, it's your bloody rape alarm stuff in my face! Oh, shit!" The taxi was speeding along, but Strike had to physically restrain himself from urging the driver to floor it. "What happened? Are you hurt?" A bit. There are people here." He could hear them now, people surrounding her, murmuring, talking excitedly amongst themselves. "Hospital," he heard Robin say, away from the phone. "Robin? Robin!" "Stop shouting," she said. "Listen, they've called an ambulance. I'm going to—" "What's he done to you?" "Cut me. Up my arm. I think it'll need stitching. God, it stings." "Which hospital? Let me speak to someone. I'll meet you there." Strike arrived at the Accident and Emergency Department at University Hospital Lewisham 25 minutes later, limping heavily and wearing such an anguished expression that a kindly nurse reassured him that a doctor would be with him shortly. "No," he said, waving her away, as he clumped towards the reception desk. "I'm here with someone. Robin Ellacott, she's been knifed." His eyes travelled frantically over the packed waiting room, where a young boy was whimpering on his mother's lap, and a groaning drunk cradled his bloodied head in his hands. A male nurse was showing a breathless old lady how to use an inhaler. "Strike. Yes, Miss Ellacott said you'd be coming," said the receptionist, who had checked her computer records with what Strike felt was unnecessary and provocative deliberation. "Down the corridor and to the right, first cubicle." He slipped a little on the shining floor in his haste, swore, and hurried on. Several people's eyes followed his large, ungainly figure, wondering whether he was quite right in the head. "Robin? Fucking hell." Scarlet spatters disfigured her face. Both eyes were swollen. A young male doctor, who was examining an 8-inch wound in her forearm, barked, "Out until I've finished." "It isn't blood," Robin called, as Strike retreated behind the curtain. "It's the damn spray stuff in your rape alarm." "Stay still, please," Strike heard the doctor say. He paced a little outside the cubicle. 5 other curtained beds hid their secrets along the side ward. The nurse's rubber soles squeaked on the highly polished grey floor. God, how he hated hospitals. The smell of them, the institutional cleanliness underlaid with that faint whiff of human decomposition, immediately transported him back to those long months in Sellyoak after his leg had been blown off. What had he done? What had he done? He had let her work knowing the bastard had her in his sights. She could have died. She should have died. Nurses rustled past in their blue scrubs. Behind the curtain, Robin gave a small gasp of pain, and Strike ground his teeth. "Well, she's been extremely lucky," said the doctor, ripping the curtains open 10 minutes later. "He could have severed the brachial artery. There's tendon damage, though, and we won't know how much until we get her into theatre." He clearly thought they were a couple. Strike did not put him right. "She needs surgery?" "To repair the tendon damage," said the doctor, as though Strike were a bit slow. "Plus, that wound needs a proper clean. I want to X-ray her ribs as well." He left. Bracing himself, Strike entered the cubicle. "I know I screwed up," said Robin. "Holy shit. Did you think I was going to tell you off?" "Maybe," she said, pulling herself up a little higher on the bed. Her arm was bound up in a temporary crepe bandage. After dark. I wasn't paying attention, was I? He sat down heavily beside the bed on the chair that the doctor had vacated, accidentally knocking a metal kidney dish to the floor. It clanged and rattled. Strike put his prosthetic foot on it to silence it. "Robin, how the fuck did you get away?" "Self-defense," she said. Then, correctly reading his expression, she said crossly, "I knew you didn't believe I'd done any." "I did believe you," he said, "but Jesus fucking Christ." "I had lessons from this brilliant woman in Harrogate who was ex-army," said Robin, wincing a little as she readjusted herself on her pillows again. "After, you know what." "Was this before or after the advanced driving test?" "After," she said, "because I was agoraphobic for a while. It was the driving that really got me back out of my room, and then, after that, I did self-defense classes. The first one I signed to was run by a man, and he was an idiot," said Robin. "All judo moves and just useless. But Louise was brilliant." "Yeah?" said Strike. Her composure was unnerving him. "Yeah," said Robin. "She taught us it's not about clever throws when you're an ordinary woman. It's about reacting smartly and fast. Never let yourself get taken to a second location. Go for the weak spots and then run like hell." He grabbed me from behind, but I heard him just before he got to me. I practiced it loads with Louise. If they grab you from behind, you bend over. "Bend over," repeated Strike numbly. I had the rape alarm in my hand. I bent right over and slammed it into his balls. He was wearing tracksuit pants. He let go for a couple of seconds, and I tripped on this damn dress again. He pulled out the knife. I can't remember exactly what happened then. I know he cut me as I was trying to get up. But I managed to press the button on the alarm, and it went off, and that scared him. The ink went all over my face, and must have gone in his as well, because he was close to me. He was wearing a balaclava. I could hardly see, but I got in a good jab at his carotid artery as he bent over. That's the other thing Louise taught us. Side of the neck. You can make them collapse if you do it right. And he staggered, and then I think he realized people were coming, and he ran. Strike was speechless. "I'm really hungry," said Robin. Strike felt in his pockets and pulled out a Twix. "Thanks." But before she could take a bite, a nurse escorting an old man past the foot of her bed said sharply, "Nil by mouth, you're going to theatre." Robin rolled her eyes and handed the Twix back to Strike. Her mobile rang. Strike watched, dazed, as she picked it up. "Mum, hi," said Robin. Their eyes met. Strike read Robin's unexpressed desire to save her mother, at least temporarily, from what had just happened, But no diversionary tactics were necessary, because Linda was gabbling without allowing Robin to speak. Robin laid the mobile on her knees and switched it to speakerphone, her expression resigned. "Let her know as soon as possible, because Lily of the Valley is out of season, so if you want it, it'll be a special order." "Okay," said Robin. "I'll skip Lily of the Valley." "Well, it would be great if you could call her directly and tell her what you do want, Robin, because it isn't easy being the intermediary. She says she's left you loads of voicemails." "Sorry, Mum," said Robin. "I'll call her." "You're not supposed to be using that in here," said a second cross nurse. "Sorry," said Robin again. "Mum, I'll have to go. I'll speak to you later." "Where are you?" Linda asked. I'll ring you later," said Robin, and cut the call. She looked at Strike and asked, "Aren't you going to ask me which of them I think it was?" "I'm assuming you don't know," said Strike. "If he was wearing a balaclava and your eyes were full of ink—" "I'm sure about one thing," said Robin. "It wasn't Whittaker. Not unless he changed into sweatpants the moment I left him. Whittaker was wearing jeans and his physique wasn't right. This guy was strong but soft, you know? Big, though. As big as you."
"Have you told Matthew what happened?"
"He's on his—" He thought, when her expression changed to one of near horror, that he was about to turn and see a livid Matthew bearing down upon them. Instead, the dishevelled figure of Detective Inspector Roy Carver appeared at the foot of Robin's bed, accompanied by the tall, elegant figure of Detective Sergeant Vanessa Equenzi. Carver was in shirt sleeves. Large wet patches of sweat radiated out from his armpits. The constantly pink whites of his bright blue eyes always made him look as though he had been swimming in heavily chlorinated water. His thick, greying hair was full of large flakes of dandruff. "How are you?" began Detective Sergeant Equenzi, her almond-shaped eyes on Robin's forearm. But Carver interrupted with an accusatory bark. "What have you been up to then, eh?" Strike stood up. Here at last was the perfect target for his so far suppressed desire to punch somebody, anybody, for what had just happened to Robin, to divert his feelings of guilt and anxiety onto a worthy target.
"I want to talk to you," Carver told Strike. "Equenzi, you take a statement."
Before anyone could speak or move, a sweet-faced young nurse stepped obliviously between the two men, smiling at Robin. "Ready to take you to X-ray, Miss Ellacott," she said. Robin got stiffly off the bed and walked away, looking back over her shoulder at Strike, trying to convey warning and restraint with her expression.
"Out here,"
Carver growled at Strike. The detective followed the policeman back through A&E. Carver had commandeered a small visitor's room where, Strike assumed, news of imminent or actual death was conveyed to relatives. It contained several padded chairs, a box of tissues on a small table, and an abstract print in shades of orange.
"I told you to stay out of it,"
Carver said, taking up a position in the middle of the room, arms folded, feet wide apart. With the door closed, Carver's body odour filled the room. He did not stink in the same way as Whittaker, not of ingrained filth and drugs, but of sweat that he could not contain through the working day. His blotchy complexion was not improved by the overhead strip lighting. The dandruff, the wet shirt, the mottled skin, he seemed to be visibly falling to pieces. Strike had undoubtedly helped him on his way, humiliating him in the press over the murder of Lula Landry.
"Sent her to stake out Whittaker, didn't you?"
asked Carver, his face growing slowly redder as though he were being boiled.
"You did this to her."
"Fuck you," said Strike. Only now, with his nose full of Carver's sweat, did he admit to himself that he had known it for a while. Whittaker was not the killer. Strike had sent Robin after Stephanie because, in his soul, he had thought it the safest place to put her, but he had kept her on the streets, and he had known for weeks that the killer was tailing her. Carver knew that he had hit a nerve. He was grinning.
"You've been using murdered women to pay off your fucking grudge against your stepdaddy," he said,
taking pleasure in Strike's rising colour, grinning to see the large hands ball into fists. Carver would enjoy nothing more than running Strike in for assault. They both knew it. "We've checked out Whittaker. We checked all 3 of your fucking hunches. There's nothing in any of them. Now you listen to me." He took a step closer to Strike. Though a head shorter, he projected the power of a furious, embittered but powerful man, a man with much to prove and with the full might of the force behind him. Pointing at Strike's chest, he said, "Stay out of it. You're fucking lucky you haven't got your partner's blood on your hands. If I find you anywhere near our investigation again, I'll fucking run you in. Understand me?" He poked his stubby fingertip into Strike's sternum. Strike resisted the urge to knock it away, but a muscle in his jaw twitched. For a few seconds they eyeballed each other. Carver grinned more widely, breathing as though he had just triumphed in a wrestling match. Then strutted to the door and left, leaving Strike to stew in rage and self-loathing. He was walking slowly back through A&E when tall, handsome Matthew came running through the double doors in his suit, wide-eyed, his hair all over the place. For the first time in their acquaintanceship, Strike felt something other than dislike for him. "Matthew," he said. Matthew looked at Strike as though he did not recognize him. "She went for an X-ray," said Strike. "She might be back by now. That way," he pointed. "Why she need—" "Ribs," said Strike. Matthew elbowed him aside. Strike did not protest. He felt he deserved it. He watched as Robin's fiancé tore off in her direction, then, after hesitating, turned to the double doors and walked out into the night. The clear sky was now dusted with stars. Once he reached the street, he paused to light a cigarette, dragging on it as Wardle had done, as though the nicotine were the stuff of life. He began to walk, feeling the pain in his knee now. With every step, he liked himself less. "Ricky!" bawled a woman down the street, imploring an escaping toddler to return to her as she struggled with the weight of a large bag. "Ricky, come back!" The little boy was giggling manically. Without really thinking what he was doing, Strike bent down automatically and caught him as he sped towards the road. "Thank you," said the mother, almost sobbing her relief as she jogged towards Strike. Flowers toppled off the bag in her arms. "We're visiting his dad. Oh, God." The boy in Strike's arms struggled frantically. Strike put him down beside his mother, who was picking up a bunch of daffodils off the pavement. "Hold them," she told the boy sternly, who obeyed. "You can give them to Daddy. Don't drop them." "Thanks," she said again to Strike, and marched away, keeping a tight grip on the toddler's free hand. The little boy walked meekly beside his mother now, proud to have a job to do, the stiff yellow flowers upright in his hand like a sceptre. Strike walked on a few paces, and then, quite suddenly, stopped dead in the middle of the pavement, staring as though transfixed by something invisible hanging in the cold air in front of him. A chilly breeze tickled his face as he stood there, completely indifferent to his surroundings, his focus entirely inward. Daffodils. Lily of the valley. Flowers out of season. Then the sound of the mother's voice echoed through the night again. "Ricky, no!" and caused a sudden explosive chain reaction in Strike's brain, lighting a landing strip for a theory that he knew, with the certainty of a prophet, would lead to the killer. As the steel joists of a building are revealed as it burns, so Strike saw in this flash of inspiration the skeleton of the killer's plan, recognizing those crucial flaws that he had missed, that everyone had missed, but which might, at last, be the means by which the murderer and his macabre schemes could be brought down. Chapter 53. You see me now a veteran of 1,000 psychic wars. Blue Oyster Cult, veteran of the psychic wars. It had been easy to feign insouciance in the brightly lit hospital. Robin had drawn strength, not merely from Strike's amazement and admiration at her escape, but from listening to her own account of fighting off the killer. She had been the calmest of them all in the immediate aftermath of the attack, consoling and reassuring Matthew when he began to cry at the sight of her ink-stained face and the long wound in her arm. She had drawn strength from everyone else's weakness, hoping that her adrenaline-fueled bravery would carry her safely back to normality, where she would find a sure footing and move on unscathed, without having to pass through the dark mire where she had lived so long after the rape. However, during the week that followed, she found it almost impossible to sleep, and not only because of the throbbing of her injured forearm, which was now in a protective half-cast. In the short dozes she managed at night or by day, she felt her attacker's thick arms around her again, and heard him breathing in her ear. Sometimes the eyes she had not seen became the eyes of the rapist when she was 19, pale, one pupil fixed. Behind their black balaclava and gorilla mask, the nightmare figures merged, mutated and grew, filling her mind day and night. In the worst dreams, she watched him doing it to somebody else and was waiting her turn, powerless to help or escape. Once the victim was Stephanie, with her pulverized face. On another unbearable occasion, a little black girl screamed for her mother. Robin woke from that one shouting in the dark, and Matthew became so worried about her that he called in sick to work the following day so that he could stay with her. Robin did not know whether she was grateful or resentful. Her mother came, of course, and tried to make her come home to Massam. "You've got 10 days until the wedding, Robin. Why don't you just come home with me now and relax before I want to stay here?" said Robin. She was not a teenager anymore. She was a grown woman. It was up to her where she went, where she stayed, what she did. Robin felt as though she were fighting all over again for the identities she had been forced to relinquish the last time a man had lunged at her out of the darkness. He had transformed her from a straight-A student into an emaciated agoraphobic, from an aspiring forensic psychologist into a defeated girl who agreed with her overbearing family that police work would only exacerbate her mental problems. That was not going to happen again. She would not let it. She could barely sleep, she did not want to eat, but furiously she dug in, denying her own needs and fears. Matthew was frightened of contradicting her. Weakly he agreed with her that there was no need for her to go home. Yet Robin heard him whispering with her mother in the kitchen when they thought she could not hear them. Strike was no help at all. He had not bothered to say goodbye to her at the hospital, nor had he come to see how she was doing, merely speaking to her on the phone. He too wanted her to go back to Yorkshire, safely out of the way. "You must have a load of stuff to do for the wedding." "Don't patronise me," said Robin furiously. "Who's patronising?" "Sorry," she said, dissolving into silent tears that he could not see, and doing everything in her power to keep her voice normal. "Sorry. Uptight. I'm going home on the Thursday before. There's no need to go earlier." She was no longer the person who had lain on her bed staring at Destiny's Child. She refused to be that girl. Nobody can understand why she was so determined to remain in London, nor was she ready to explain. She threw away the sundress in which he had attacked her. Linda entered the kitchen just as Robin was shoving it into the bin. "Stupid bloody thing," said Robin, catching her mother's eye. "I've learned that lesson. Don't run surveillance in long dresses." She spoke defiantly. "I'm going back to work. This is temporary." "You're not supposed to be using that hand," said her mother, ignoring the unspoken challenge. "The doctor said to rest and elevate it." Neither Matthew nor her mother liked her reading about the progress of the case in the press, which she did obsessively. Carver had refused to release her name. He said he did not want the media descending on her, but she and Strike both suspected that he was afraid that Strike's continued presence in the story would give the press a delicious new twist. Carver versus Strike all over again. In fairness, Strike said to Robin over the phone. She tried to limit herself to one call to him a day. That's the last bloody thing anyone needs. It won't help catch the bastard. Robin said nothing. She was lying on her and Matthew's bed, with a number of newspapers that she had bought against Linda and Matthew's wishes spread around her. Her eyes were fixed on a double-page spread in the Mirror, where the 5 supposed victims of the Shacklewell Ripper were again pictured in a row. A 6th black silhouette of a woman's head and shoulders represented Robin. The legend beneath the silhouette read, 26-year-old office worker escaped. Much was made of the fact that the 26-year-old office worker had managed to spray the killer with red ink during the attack. She was praised by a retired policewoman in a side column for her foresight in carrying such a device, and there was a separate feature on rape alarms over the page. "You've really given up on it?" she asked. "It's not a question of giving up," said Strike. She could hear him moving around the office, and she wished she were there, even if only making tea or answering emails. "I'm leaving it to the police. A serial killer's out of our league, Robin. It always was." Robin was looking down at the gaunt face of the only other woman who had survived the killing spree. Lila Monkton, prostitute. Lila, too, knew what the killer's pig-like breathing sounded like. He had cut off Lila's fingers. Robin would only have a long scar on her arm. Her brain buzzed angrily in her skull. She felt guilty that she had got off so lightly. "I wish there was something—" "Drop it," said Strike. He sounded angry, just like Matthew. "We're done, Robin. I should never have sent you to Stephanie. I've let my grudge against Whittaker colour my judgment ever since that leg arrived, and it nearly got you." "Oh, for God's sake," said Robin impatiently. "You didn't try and kill me, he did. Let's keep the blame where it belongs. You had good reason for thinking it was Whittaker. The lyrics. Anyway, that still leaves— Carver's looked into Lang and Brockbank, and he doesn't think there's anything there. We're staying out of it, Robin." 10 miles away in his office, Strike hoped that he was convincing her. He had not told Robin about the epiphany that had occurred to him after his encounter with the toddler outside the hospital. He had tried to contact Carver the following morning, but a subordinate had told him that Carver was too busy to take his call and advised him not to try again. Strike had insisted on telling the irritable and faintly aggressive subordinate what he had hoped to tell Carver. He would have bet his remaining leg that not a word of his message had been passed on. The windows in Strike's office were open. Hot June sunshine warmed the 2 rooms, now devoid of clients, and soon, perhaps, to be vacated due to an inability to afford the rent. 2 times his interest in the new lap dancer had petered out. Strike had nothing to do. Like Robin, he yearned for action, but he did not tell her that. All he wanted was for her to heal and be safe. "Police still in your street?" "Yes," she sighed. Carver had placed a plainclothes officer in Hastings Road around the clock. Matthew and Linda took immense comfort in the fact that he was out there. "Cormoran, listen. I know we can't—" "Robin, there is no we just now. There is me sitting on my arse with no work, and there's you staying at bloody home until that killer's caught." "I wasn't talking about the case," she said. Her heart was banging hard and fast against her ribs again. She had to say it aloud or she would burst. "There's one thing you, can do then. Brockbank might not be the killer, but we know he's a rapist. You could go to Elisa and warn her she's living with—" "Forget it," said Strike's voice harshly in her ear. "For the last fucking time, Robin, you can't save everyone. He's never been convicted. If we go blundering in there, Carver will string us up." There was a long silence. "Are you crying?" Strike asked anxiously, because he thought her breathing had become ragged. "No, I'm not crying," said Robin truthfully. An awful coldness had spread through her at Strike's refusal to help the young girls living in Brockbank's vicinity. "I'd better go. It's lunch," she said, though nobody had called her. "Look," he said, I get why you want— Speak later, she said, and hung up. There's no we just now. It had happened all over again. A man had come at her out of the darkness and had ripped from her not only her sense of safety, but her status. She had been a partner in a detective agency. Or had she? There had never been a new contract. There had never been a pay rise. They had been so busy, so broke, that it had never occurred to her to ask for either. She had simply been delighted to think that that was how Strike saw her. Now even that was gone, perhaps temporarily, perhaps forever. There's no we anymore. Robin sat in thought for a few minutes, then got off the bed, the newspapers rustling. She approached the dressing table where the white shoebox sat, engraved with the silver words Jimmy Chew, reached out a hand and stroked the pristine surface of the cardboard. The plan did not come to her like Strike's epiphany outside the hospital, with the exhilarating force of flame. Instead, it rose slowly, dark and dangerous, born of the hateful enforced passivity of the past week, and out of ice-cold anger at Strike's stubborn refusal to act. Strike, who was her friend, had joined the enemy's ranks. He was a 6'3" ex-boxer. He would never know what it was like to feel yourself small, weak, and powerless. He would never understand what rape did to your feelings about your own body, to find yourself reduced to a thing, an object, a piece of fuckable meat. Sahara had sounded 3 at most on the telephone. Robin remained quite still in front of her dressing table, staring down at the box containing her wedding shoes, thinking. She saw the risks plainly spread beneath her, like the rocks and raging waters beneath a tightrope walker's feet. No, she could not save everyone. It was too late for Martina, for Sadie, for Kelsey, and for Heather. Lila would spend the rest of her days with 2 fingers on her left hand and a grisly scar across her psyche that Robin understood only too well. However, there were also 2 young girls who faced God knows how much more suffering if nobody acted. Robin turned away from the new shoes, reached for her mobile, and dialed a number she had been given voluntarily, but which she never imagined she would use. Chapter 54. And if it's true it can't be you, it might as well be me. Blue Oyster Cult, spy in the house of the night. She had 3 days in which to plan, because she had to wait for her accomplice to get hold of a car and find a gap in his busy schedule. Meanwhile, she told Linda that her Jimmy Choos were too tight for her, the style too flashy, and allowed her mother to accompany her as she exchanged them for cash. Then she had to decide what lie she was going to tell Linda and Matthew to buy sufficient time away from them to put her plan into action. She ended up telling them that she was to have another police interview. Insisting that Shankar remain in the car when he picked her up was key to maintaining that illusion, as was getting Shankar to pull up alongside the plainclothes policeman still patrolling their street and telling him that she was off to get her stitches out, which in reality would not happen for another 2 days. It was now 7 o'clock on a cloudless evening, and apart from Robin, who was leaning up against the warm brick wall of the Eastway Business Centre, the scene was deserted. The sun was making its slow progress towards the west, and on the distant misty horizon, at the far end of Blondin Street, the orbit sculpture was rising into existence. Robin had seen plans in the papers. It would soon look like a gigantic candlestick telephone wrapped in its own twisted cord. Beyond it, Robin could just make out the growing outline of the Olympic Stadium. The distant view of the gigantic structures was impressive and somehow inhuman. Worlds and worlds away from the secrets she suspected were hidden behind the newly painted front door she knew to be Elisa's. Perhaps because of what she had come to do, the silent stretch of houses she was watching unnerved her. They were new, modern, and somehow soulless. Barring the grandiose edifices being constructed in the distance, The place lacked character and was devoid of any sense of community. There were no trees to soften the outlines of the low, square houses, many of them sporting "To Let" signs. No corner shop, neither pub nor church. The warehouse against which he was leaning, with its upper windows hung with shroud-like white curtains and its metal garage doors heavily graffitied, offered no cover. Robin's heart was thudding as though she had been running. Nothing would turn her back now. Yet she was afraid. Footsteps echoed nearby, and Robin whipped around, her sweaty fingers tight on her spare rape alarm. Tall, loose-limbed and scarred, Shanker was loping towards her, carrying a Mars bar in one hand and a cigarette in the other. "She's coming," he said thickly. "Are you sure?" said Robin, her heart pounding faster than ever. She was starting to feel light-headed. "Black girl, 2 kids, coming up the road now. Seen her when I was buying this," he said, waving the Mars bar. "Want some?" "No, thanks," said Robin. Do you mind getting out of the way?" "Sure you don't want me to come with you?" "No," said Robin. "Only come if you see him." "You sure the cunt's not already in there?" "I rang twice. I'm sure he's not." "I'll be round the corner then," said Shanker laconically, and he ambled off, alternately taking drags on his cigarette and bites of his Mars bar, to a position out of sight of Elisa's door. Robin, meanwhile, hurried off down Blondin Street so that Elisa would not pass her as she entered the house. Drawing in beneath the overhanging balcony of a block of dark red flats, Robin watched as a tall black woman turned into the street, one hand gripping that of a toddler and trailed by an older girl whom Robin thought must be around 11. Elisa unlocked the front door and let herself and her daughters inside. Robin headed back up the street towards the house. She had dressed in jeans and trainers today. There must be no tripping, no falling over. The newly reconnected tendons throbbed beneath the cast. Her heart was thumping so hard that it hurt as she knocked on Elisa's front door. The older daughter peeped out of the bow window to her right as she stood waiting. Robin smiled nervously. The girl ducked out of sight. The woman who appeared less than a minute later was, by any standards, gorgeous. Tall, black, and with a bikini model's figure, she wore her hair in waist-length twists. The first thought that shot through Robin's mind was that if a strip joint had been prepared to fire Elisa, she must indeed be a tricky character. "Yeah?" she said, frowning at Robin. "Hi," said Robin, her mouth dry. "Are you Elisa Vincent?" "Yeah? Who are you?" "My name's Robin Ellacott," said Robin, her mouth dry. "I wonder, could I have a quick word with you about Noel?" "What about him?" demanded Elisa. "I'd rather tell you inside," said Robin. Elisa had the wary, defiant look of one perpetually braced to take the next punch life was going to throw her. "Please, it's important," said Robin, her tongue sticking to the roof of her mouth because it was so dry. "I wouldn't ask otherwise." Their eyes locked. Elisa's a warm caramel brown, Robin's a clear grey blue. Robin was sure that Elisa was going to refuse. Then the thick-lashed eyes widened suddenly, and a strange flicker of excitement passed over Elisa's face, as though she had just experienced a pleasurable revelation. Without another word, Elisa stepped backwards into the dimly lit hall and made a strangely extravagant flourish, pointing Robin inside. Robin did not know why she felt a lurch of misgiving. Only the thought that the 2 little girls were in there pushed her over the threshold. A minuscule hall opened onto the sitting room. A TV and a single sofa constituted the only furnishings. A table lamp sat on the floor. There were 2 photographs in cheap gilt frames hanging on the wall, one showing chubby Zahara, the toddler, who was wearing a turquoise dress with matching butterfly clips in her hair, the other of her big sister in a maroon school uniform. The sister was the image of her beautiful mother. The photographer had not managed to induce a smile. Robin heard a lock being turned on the front door. She turned her trainers screeching on the polished wood floor. Somewhere nearby, a loud ping announced that a microwave had just finished its work. "Mama!" said a shrill voice. "Angel!" shouted Elisa, walking into the room. "Get it out for her." "All right," she said, arms folded. "What do you want to tell me about Noel, then?" Robin's impression that Elisa was gloating over some private piece of intelligence was reinforced by the nasty smirk that disfigured the lovely face. The ex-stripper stood with her arms crossed, so that her breasts were thrust up like the figurehead of a ship, the long ropes of hair hanging to her waist. She was taller than Robin by 2 inches. "Elisa, I work with Cormoran Strike. He's a—" "I know who he is," said Elisa slowly. The secret satisfaction she seemed to have gleaned from Robin's appearance had suddenly gone. "He's the bastard that give Noel epilepsy. Fucking hell. You've got to him, have you? In it together, are you? Why didn't you go to the pigs, you lying bitch, if he really—" She smacked Robin hard in the shoulder, and before Robin could defend herself, began punching her with every subsequent word. "Done. Anything. To. You." Elisa was suddenly pummeling her wherever she could land a punch. Robin threw up her left arm to defend herself, trying to protect her right, and kicked out at Elisa's knee. Elisa shrieked in pain and hopped backwards. From somewhere behind Robin, the toddler screamed, and her older sister came sliding into the room. "Fucking bitch!" screamed Elisa. "Attacking me in front of my kids!" And she launched herself at Robin, grabbing her hair and slamming her head into the curtainless window. Robin felt Angel, who was thin and wiry, trying to force the 2 women apart. Abandoning restraint, Robin managed to land a smack to Elisa's ear, causing her to gasp in pain and retreat. Robin seized Angel under the armpits, swung her out of the way, put her own head down, and charged at Elisa, knocking her backwards onto the sofa. "Leave my mum! Leave my mum alone!" shouted Angel, grabbing Robin's injured forearm and yanking it so that Robin too yelled in pain. Zahara was screaming from the doorway, a sippy cup of hot milk held upside down in her hand. "You're living with a paedophile!" Robin roared over the racket, as Elisa tried to push herself back off the sofa to renew the fight. Robin had imagined herself imparting the devastating news in a whisper and watching Elisa crumble in shock. Not once had she visualized Elisa looking up at her and snarling. "Yeah, whatever. Do you think I don't know who you are, you fucking bitch? Are you not happy ruining his fucking life?" She launched herself at Robin again. The space was so small that Robin hit the wall again. Locked together, they slid sideways into the TV, which toppled off its stand with an ominous crash. Robin felt the wound on her forearm twist and let out another shriek of pain. "Mama! Mama!" wailed Zahara, while Angel seized the back of Robin's jeans, hampering her ability to fend Elisa off. "Ask your daughters!" shouted Robin, as fists and elbows flew, and she tried to twist free of Angel's stubborn grip. "Ask your daughters whether he's— Don't you dare fucking bring my kids! Ask them! Lying fucking bitch! You and your fucking mother!" "My mother?" said Robin, and with an almighty effort she elbowed Elisa so hard in the midriff that the taller woman doubled over and collapsed onto the sofa again. "Angel, get off me!" Robin roared, wrenching the girl's fingers off her jeans, sure that she had seconds before Elisa returned to the attack. Zahara continued to wail from the doorway. "Who?" Robin panted, standing over Elisa. "Do you think I am?" "Very fucking funny," gasped Elisa, whom Robin had winded. "You're fucking Brittany, phoning him and persecuting him." "Brittany?" said Robin in astonishment. "I'm not Brittany." She yanked her purse out of her jacket pocket. "Look at my credit card. Look at it. I'm Robin Ellacott, and I work with Cormoran Strike. The fucker who gave him brain damage." "Do you know why Cormoran went to arrest him?" "'Cause his fucking wife framed—" "Nobody framed him. He raped Brittany, and he's been sacked from jobs all over the country because he interferes with little girls. He did it to his own sister. I've met her. Fucking liar! Shouted Elisa, making to get up from the sofa again. I am not lying, roared Robin, shoving Elisa back against the cushions. You mad bitch, gasped Elisa. Get out of my fucking house. Ask your daughter whether he's hurt her. Ask her. Angel, don't you dare talk to my kids, you bitch. Angel, tell your mother whether he's... The fuck's going on? Zahara had been screaming so loudly that they had not heard the key in the lock. He was massive, dark-haired and bearded, wearing an all-black tracksuit. One eye socket was sunken, caved in towards his nose, making his stare intense and unnerving. His dark, shadowed eyes on Robin, he bent down slowly and picked up the toddler, who beamed and cuddled close to him. Angel, on the other hand, shrank backwards into the wall. Very slowly, his eyes on Robin, Brockbank lowered Zahara into her mother's lap. Nice to see thou, he said with a smile that was no smile, but a promise of pain. Cold all over, Robin tried to slide her hand discreetly into her pocket for her rape alarm. But Brockbank was on her in seconds, seizing her wrist and compressing her stitches. You're fucking phoning no one, sneaky little bitch. Thought I didn't know it was thou, didn't thou? She tried to twist away from him, her stitches pulling under his grasp, and shrieked, Shanker! I should have fucking killed thou when I had the chance, lil bitch. And then came a splintering crash of wood that was the front door caving in. Brockbank released Robin and whirled around to see Shanker hurtling into the room, knife to the fore. Don't stab him, gasped Robin, clutching her forearm. The 6 people crammed into the small bare box of a room froze for a fraction of a second, even the toddler clinging to her mother. Then a thin voice piped up, desperate, trembling, but liberated at last by the presence of a scarred, gold-toothed man whose tattooed knuckles were tight around a knife. He done it to me. He done it to me, Mum, he did. He done it to me. What? Said Elisa, looking towards Angel. Her face was suddenly slack with shock. He done it to me. What that lady said. He done it to me. Brockbank made a small convulsive movement, swiftly curbed as Shanker raised his knife, pointing it at the bigger man's chest. You're all right, babes, Shanker said to Angel, his free hand shielding her, his gold tooth glinting in the sun falling slowly behind the houses opposite. He ain't going to do that no more. You fucking nonce, he breathed into Brockbank's face. I'd like to skin you. What you talking about, Angel? Said Elisa, still clutching Zahara, her face now a study in dread. He never. Brockbank suddenly put his head down and charged Shanker like the flanker he had once been. Shanker, who was less than half his width, was knocked aside like a dummy. They heard Brockbank pushing his way past the caved-in door as Shanker, swearing furiously, gave chase. Leave him! Leave him! Robin screamed, watching through the window as the 2 men streaked off down the street. Oh, God! Shanker! The police will... Where's Angel? Elisa had already left the room in pursuit of her daughter, leaving behind her the much-tried toddler to wail and scream on the sofa. Robin, who knew she could not hope to catch the 2 men, felt suddenly so shivery that she dropped into a crouch, holding her head as waves of sickness passed over her. She had done what she had meant to do, and she had been aware all along that there would almost certainly be collateral damage. Brockbank escaping, or being stabbed by Shanker, had been possibilities she had foreseen. Her only present certainty was that she could do nothing to prevent either. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she stood up again and moved to the sofa to try to comfort the terrified toddler. But unsurprisingly, given that Robin was associated in the little girl's mind with scenes of violence and hysteria, Zahara screamed harder than ever and lashed out at Robin with a tiny foot. I never knew, said Elisa. Oh, God, why didn't you tell me, Angel?
Why didn't you tell me?
Evening was drawing in. Robin had turned on the lamp, which threw pale grey shadows up onto the magnolia walls. 3 flat, hunchbacked ghosts seemed to crouch on the back of the sofa, mimicking Elisa's every movement. Angel was curled, sobbing on her mother's lap, as the pair of them rocked backwards and forwards. Robin, who had already made 2 rounds of tea and had cooked spaghetti hoops for Sahara, was sitting on the hard floor beneath the window. She had felt obliged to stay until they could get an emergency joiner to fix the door that Shankar had shouldered in. Nobody had yet called the police. Mother and daughter were still confiding in each other, and Robin felt like an interloper, yet could not leave the family until she knew that they had a secure door and a new lock. Zahara was asleep on the sofa beside her mother and sister, curled up with her thumb in her mouth, one chubby hand still clutching the sippy cup.
He said he'd kill Zahara if I told you, said Angel into her mother's neck. Oh, sweet Jesus, moaned Elisa, tears splattering down her daughter's back. Oh, sweet Lord. The ominous feeling inside Robin was like having a bellyful of crawling, prickle-footed crabs. She had texted her mother and Matthew to say that the police needed to show her more photo fits, but both were getting worried about her long absence, and she was running out of plausible reasons to stop them coming to meet her. Again and again she checked the mute button on her phone in case somehow she had stopped it ringing. Where was Shankar? The joiner arrived at last. Once Robin had given him her credit card details to pay for the damage, she told Elisa that she had better get going. Elisa left Angel and Sahara curled up together on the sofa and accompanied Robin out into the dusky street. Listen, said Elisa. There were still tear tracks down her face. Robin could tell that Elisa was unused to thanking people. Thanks, all right, she said, almost aggressively. No problem, said Robin. I met him at fucking church. I thought I found a good bloke at last, you know. He was really good with the kids. She began to sob. Robin considered reaching out to her, but decided against it. She was bruised all over her shoulders where Elisa had pummeled her, and her knife wound was throbbing more than ever. Has Brittany really been phoning him? Robin asked. It's what he told me, said Elisa, wiping her eyes on the back of her hand. He reckoned his ex-wife framed him, got Brittany to lie. Said if ever a young blonde bird turned up, she was talking shit and I wasn't to believe anything she said. Robin remembered the low voice in her ear. Do I know you, little girl? He had thought she was Brittany. That was why he had hung up and never called back. I'd better be off, said Robin, worried about how long it would take her to get back to West Ealing. Her body ached all over. Elisa had landed some powerful blows. You'll call the police, right? I suppose, said Elisa. Robin suspected that the idea was a novel one to Elisa. Yeah. As Robin walked away in the darkness, her fist clenched tightly around her second rape alarm, she wondered what Brittany Brockbank had found to say to her stepfather, and thought she knew. I haven't forgotten. Do it again and I'll report you. Perhaps it had been a salve to her conscience. She had been frightened that he was still doing to others what he had done to her, but could not face the consequences of a historical accusation. I put it to you, Miss Brockbank, that your stepfather never touched you, that this story was concocted by yourself and your mother. Robin knew how it worked. The defence barrister she had faced had been cold and sardonic, his expression vulpine. You were coming back from the student bar, Miss Ellacott, where you had been drinking, yes? You had made a public joke about missing the, attentions of your boyfriend, yes? When you met Mr. Truin,
I didn't. When you met Mr. Trewin outside the halls of residence, I didn't meet. You told Mr. Trewin you were missing. We never talked. I put it to you, Miss Ellacott, that you were ashamed of inviting Mr. Trewin. I didn't invite. You had made a joke, Miss Ellacott, hadn't you, in the bar about missing the, sexual attentions of... I said I missed. How many drinks had you had, Miss Ellacott? Robin understood only too well why people were scared of telling, of owning up to what had been done to them, of being told that the dirty, shameful, excruciating truth was a figment of their own sick imagination. Neither Holly nor Brittany had been able to face the prospect of open court, and perhaps Elisa and Angel would be scared away too. Yet nothing, Robin was sure, short of death or incarceration, would ever stop Noel Brockbank raping little girls. Even so, she would be glad to know that Shankar had not killed him, because if he had... "Shankar!" she shouted, as a tall, tattooed figure in a shell suit passed under a street lamp ahead. "Couldn't fucking find the bastard, Rob," came Shankar's echoing voice. He did not seem to realise that Robin had been sitting on a hard floor in terror for 2 whole hours, praying for his return. "He can move for a big fucker, can't he?" "The police will find him," said Robin, whose knees were suddenly weak. "Elisa's going to call them, I think. Shankar, will you... Please, will you drive me home?" Chapter 55. Came the last night of sadness, and it was clear she couldn't go on. Blue Oyster Cult. Don't fear the Reaper. For 24 hours, Strike remained in ignorance of what Robin had done. She did not answer when he phoned at lunchtime the next day, but as he was wrestling with his own dilemmas and believed her to be safe at home with her mother, he neither found this strange nor troubled to call back. His injured partner was one of the few problems that he believed temporarily solved, and he did not intend to encourage her in thoughts of returning to his side by confiding in her the revelation he had experienced outside the hospital. This, however, was now his overriding preoccupation. After all, there was no longer any competition for his time or attention in the solitary, silent room where no clients called or visited. The only sound was the buzzing of a fly zooming between the open windows and hazy sunlight as Strike sat chain-smoking Benson and Hedges. As he looked back over the almost 3 months since the severed leg had been delivered, the detective saw his mistakes only too clearly. He ought to have known the identity of the killer after visiting Kelsey Platt's home. If he had only realized then, if he had not allowed himself to be taken in by the killer's misdirection, not been distracted by the competing scents of other deranged men, Lila Monkton would still have all 10 fingers, and Heather Smart might be safe at work in her Nottingham Building Society, vowing perhaps never again to be as drunk as she had been on her sister-in-law's birthday jaunt to London. Strike had not come up through the Special Investigation Branch of the Royal Military Police without learning to manage the emotional consequences of an investigation. The previous evening had been full of self-directed anger, but even as he castigated himself for not seeing what was right in front of him, he had acknowledged the killer's brazen brilliance. There had been an artistry in the way that he had used Strike's background against him, forcing Strike to second-guess and question himself, undermining his trust in his own judgment. The fact that the killer was indeed one of the men whom he had suspected from the first was cold comfort. Strike could not remember ever being in such agony of mind over an investigation as he was now. Alone in his deserted office, convinced that the conclusion he had reached had neither been given credence by the officer in whom he had confided it, nor passed on to Carver, Strike felt, however unreasonably, that if another killing occurred, it would indeed be his fault. Yet if he went near the investigation again, if he started stalking out or tailing this man, Carver would almost certainly see him in court for interfering with the course of a police investigation or obstructing the police in their inquiries. He would have felt the same way himself had he been in Carver's shoes, except, thought Strike, with a rush of pleasurable anger, that he would have listened to anyone, however infuriating, if he thought they had a shred of credible evidence. You did not solve a case as complex as this by discriminating against witnesses on the grounds that they have previously outwitted you. Only when his stomach rumbled did Strike remember that he was supposed to be going out for dinner with Elin that night. The divorce settlement and custody arrangements had now been finalised, and Elin had announced over the phone that it was about time they enjoyed a decent dinner for a change, and that she had booked Le Gavroche. My treat. Alone, smoking in his office, Strike contemplated the forthcoming evening with a dispassion he was no longer able to bring to the thought of the Shacklewell Ripper. On the plus side, there would be excellent food, which was an enticing prospect given the fact that he was skint and had last night dined on baked beans on toast. He supposed that there would be sex, too, in the pristine whiteness of Ellen's flat, the soon-to-be vacated home of her disintegrating family. On the minus side, he found himself staring the bald fact in the face as he had never done before. He would have to talk to her, and talking to Elin, he had finally admitted to himself, was far from one of his favourite pastimes. He always found the conversation especially effortful when it came to his own work. Elin was interested, yet strangely unimaginative. She had none of the innate interest in and easy empathy for other people that Robin displayed. His would-be humorous word portraits of the likes of Two Times left her perplexed rather than amused. Then there were those two ominous words, my treat. The increasing imbalance in their respective incomes was about to become painfully obvious. When Strike had met Elin, he had at least been in credit. If she thought that he was going to be able to return the treat with dinner at Le Gavroche on another night, she was destined to be sorely disappointed. Strike had spent 16 years with another woman who had been far richer than he was. Charlotte had alternately brandished money as a weapon and deplored Strike's refusal to live beyond his means. Memories of Charlotte's occasional fits of pique that he could not or would not fund treats on which she had set a capricious heart made his hackles rise when Elin spoke of having a decent dinner for a change. It had mostly been he who had footed the bills for French and Indian meals in out-of-the-way bistros and curry houses where Ellen's ex-husband had been unlikely to see them. He did not appreciate the fruits of his hard-earned cash being disparaged. His state of mind was not entirely propitious, therefore, when he headed off to Mayfair at 8 o'clock that evening, wearing his best Italian suit, thoughts of a serial killer still chasing each other around his overtired brain. Upper Brook Street comprised grand 18th-century houses, and the frontage of Le Gavroche, with its wrought iron canopy and ivy-covered railings, the expensive solidity and security implied by its heavy mirrored front door, was dissonant to Strike's uneasy frame of mind. Elin arrived shortly after he had been seated in the green and red dining room, which was artfully lit so that puddles of light fell only where needed onto snow-white tablecloths over gilt-framed oil paintings. She looked stunning in a pale blue form-fitting dress. As he rose to kiss her, Strike momentarily forgot his latent unease, his disgruntlement. "This makes a nice change," she said, smiling, as she sank down onto the curved, upholstered bench at their round table. They ordered. Strike, who craved a pint of Doombar, drank Burgundy of Ellen's choosing, and wished, despite having smoked more than a pack that day, that he could have a cigarette. Meanwhile, his dinner companion launched into a barrage of property talk. She had decided against the Strata penthouse and had now looked at a property in Camberwell, which seemed promising. She showed him a picture on her phone. Another columned and porticoed vision of Georgian whiteness met his tired eyes. As Elin discussed the various pros and cons of a move to Camberwell, Strike drank in silence. He even begrudged the wine's deliciousness, throwing it back like the cheapest plonk, trying to blunt the edges of his resentment with alcohol. It did not work. Far from dissolving, his sense of alienation deepened. The comfortable Mayfair restaurant, with its low lighting and its deep carpet, felt like a stage set, illusory, ephemeral. What was he doing here, with this gorgeous but dull woman? Why was he pretending to be interested in her expensive lifestyle, when his business was in its death throes, and he alone in London knew the identity of the Shacklewell Ripper. Their food arrived, and the deliciousness of his fillet of beef did something to assuage his resentment. "So what have you been up to?" asked Elin, punctiliously polite as usual. Strike now found himself presented with a stark choice. Telling her the truth about what he had been up to would necessitate an admission that he had not kept her abreast of any of the recent events that would have been deemed enough news for a decade in most people's lives. He would have been forced to reveal that the girl in the newspapers who had survived the Ripper's latest attack was his own business partner. He would have to tell her that he had been warned off the case by a man whom he had previously humiliated over another high-profile murder. If he were making a clean breast of all that he had been up to, he ought also to add that he now knew exactly who the killer was. The prospect of relating all this bored and oppressed him. He had not once thought to call her while any of these events had unfolded, which was revealing enough in itself. Playing for time while he took another sip of wine, Strike came to the decision that the affair had to end. He would make an excuse not to go back to Clarence Terrace with her tonight, which ought to give her early warning of his intentions. The sex had been the best part of the relationship all along. Then, next time they met, he'd tell her it was over. Not only did he feel it would be churlish to end things over a meal for which she was paying, there was a remote chance that she would walk out, leaving him with a bill that his credit card company would undoubtedly refuse to process. "I haven't been up to much, to be honest," he lied. "What about the shackle—" Strike's mobile rang. He pulled it out of his jacket pocket and saw that the number had been withheld. Some sixth sense told him to answer it. "Sorry," he said to Elin. "I think I need to—" "Strike," said Carver's unmistakable South London voice. "Did you send her to do it?" "What?" said Strike. "Your fucking partner. Did you send her to Brockbank?" Strike stood up so suddenly that he hit the edge of the table. A spray of blooded brown liquid spattered across the heavy white tablecloth. His fillet of beef slid over the edge of the plate, and his wine glass toppled, splashing Ellen's pale blue dress. The waiter gaped, as did the refined couple at the next table. "Where is she? What's happened?" asked Strike loudly, oblivious to everything except the voice on the end of the line. "I warned you, Strike," said Carver, his voice crackling with rage. "I fucking warned you to stay away. You have fucked up royally this time." Strike lowered the mobile. A disembodied Carver bellowed into the restaurant, the cunts and fucks clearly audible to anybody standing nearby. He turned to Elin in her purple-stained dress, with her beautiful face screwed up in mingled perplexity and anger. "I've got to go. I'm sorry. I'll call you later." He did not stay to see how she took it. He did not care. Limping slightly, because he had twisted his knee in his haste to get up, Strike hurried out of the restaurant, phone to his ear again. Carver was now virtually incoherent, shouting Strike down whenever he attempted to speak. "Carver, listen!" Strike shouted, as he regained Upper Brook Street. "There's something I want to— Fucking listen, will you?" But the policeman's obscenity-strewn soliloquy merely became louder and filthier. "You fucking stupid fucking cunt, he's gone to ground! I know what you are fucking up to. We found it, you bastard. We found the church connection. If you ever— Shut your fucking mouth, I'm talking! If you ever come near one of my fucking investigations again—" Strike slogged on through the warm night, his knee protesting, frustration and fury mounting with every step he took. It took him nearly an hour to reach Robin's flat in Hastings Road, by which time he was in full possession of the facts. Thanks to Carver, he knew that the police had been with Robin this evening and were perhaps still there, interrogating her about the intrusion into Brockbank's house that had led to a report of child rape and the flight of their suspect. Brockbank's photograph had been widely disseminated across the force, but he had not, as yet, been apprehended. Strike had not warned Robin that he was coming. Turning into Hastings Road as fast as his limp would allow, he saw through the fading light that all the windows of her flat were lit. As he approached, 2 police officers, unmistakable even in plain clothes, emerged from the front entrance. The sound of the front door closing echoed down the quiet street. Strike moved into the shadows as the police crossed the road to their car, talking quietly to each other. Once they had pulled safely away, he proceeded to the white front door and rang the bell. "Thought we were done," said Matthew's exasperated voice behind the door. Strike doubted that he knew that he could be heard, because when he opened it, Robin's fiancé was wearing an ingratiating smile that vanished the moment he realized who it was. "What do you want?" "I need to talk to Robin," said Strike. As Matthew hesitated, with every appearance of wishing to block Strike's entrance, Linda came out into the hall behind him. "Oh," she said at the sight of Strike. He thought she looked both thinner and older than the previous time he had met her, no doubt because her daughter had nearly got herself killed, then turned up voluntarily in a violent sexual predator's house and got attacked all over again. Strike could feel the fury building beneath his diaphragm. If necessary, he would shout for Robin to come and meet him on the doorstep. But he had no sooner formed this resolution than she appeared behind Matthew. She too looked paler and thinner than usual. As always, he found her better looking in the flesh than in the memory he had of her when not present. This did not make him feel any more kindly towards her. "Oh," she said, in exactly the same colourless tone as her mother. "I'd like a word," said Strike. "All right," said Robin, with a slightly defiant upwards jerk of her head that made her red gold hair dance around her shoulders. She glanced at her mother and Matthew, then back at Strike. "Do you want to come into the kitchen, then?" He followed her down the hall into the small kitchen, where a table for 2 stood crammed into the corner. Robin closed the door carefully behind them. Neither sat down. Dirty dishes were piled by the sink. They had apparently been eating pasta before the police arrived to interrogate Robin. For some reason, this evidence that Robin had been behaving so prosaically in the wake of the chaos she had unleashed increased the rage now battling with Strike's desire not to lose control. "I told you," he said, "not to go anywhere near Brockbank." "Yes," said Robin in a flat voice that aggravated him still further. "I remember." Strike wondered whether Linda and Matthew were listening at the door. The small kitchen smelled strongly of garlic and tomatoes. An England rugby calendar hung on the wall behind Robin. The 30th of June was circled thickly, the words "Home for Wedding" written beneath the date. "But you decided to go anyway," said Strike. Visions of violent cathartic action, picking up the pedal bin and throwing it through the steamy window, for instance, were rising chaotically in his mind's eye. He stood quite still, large feet planted on the scuffed lino, staring at her white and stubborn face. "I don't regret it," she said. "He was raping. Carver's convinced I sent you. Brockbank's vanished. You've driven him underground. How are you going to feel if he decides he'd better cut the next one into pieces before she can blab?" "Don't you dare put that on me," said Robin, her voice rising. "Don't you dare. You're the one who punched him when you went to arrest him. If you hadn't hit him, he might have gone down for Brittany." "That makes what you did right, does it?" He refrained from shouting, only because he could hear Matthew lurking in the hall, however quiet the accountant thought he was being. "I've stopped Angel being abused, and if that's a bad thing to do—" "You've driven my business off the edge of a fucking cliff," said Strike, in a quiet voice that stopped her in her tracks. "We were warned away from those suspects, from the whole investigation. But you went storming in, and now Brockbank's gone to ground. The press will be all over me for this. Carver'll tell them I fucked it all up. They'll bury me. And even if you don't give a shit about any of that," said Strike, his face rigid with fury, "how about the fact that the police have just found a connection between Kelsey's church and the one in Brixton where Brockbank was attending?" She looked stricken. I didn't know." "Why wait for the facts?" asked Strike, his eyes dark shadows in the harsh overhead lighting. "Why not just blunder in and tip him off before the police can take him in?" Appalled, Robin said nothing. Strike was looking at her now as though he never liked her, as though they had never shared any of the experiences that, to her, had constituted a bond like no other. She had been prepared for him to punch walls and cupboards again, even in the heat of his anger to— "We're finished," said Strike. He took some satisfaction from the shrinking movement she could not hide, from the sudden blanching of her face. "You don't?" "I don't mean it. You think I need a partner who won't take instruction, who does what I've explicitly told her not to do, who makes me look like a troublemaking, egotistical prick in front of the police and causes a murder suspect to disappear under the force's nose." He said it in a single breath, and Robin, who had taken a step backwards, knocked the England rugby calendar off the wall with a rustle and thud she failed to hear, so loudly was the blood pounding in her ears. She thought she might faint. She had imagined him shouting, "I ought to fire you," but not once had she considered that he might actually do it, that everything she had done for him, the risks, the injuries, the insights and the inspirations, the long hours of discomfort and inconvenience, would be washed away, rendered negligible by this one act of well-intentioned disobedience. She could not even get enough breath into her lungs to argue, because his expression was such that she knew all she could expect was further icy condemnation of her actions and an exposition of how badly she had screwed up. The memory of Angel and Elisa holding each other on the sofa, the reflection that Angel's suffering was finished and that her mother believed and supported her, had comforted Robin through the hours of suspense during which she had waited for this blow to fall. She had not dared tell Strike what she had done. Now she thought it might have been better if she had. "What?" she said stupidly, because he had asked her something. The noises had been meaningless. "Who was the man you took with you?" "That's none of your business," she whispered, after a short hesitation. "They said he threatened Brockbank with a knife." "Shanker," said Strike, light dawning only now, and in that instant she saw a trace of the Strike she knew in the reanimated, infuriated face. "How the fuck did you get Shanker's number?" But she could not speak. Nothing mattered beside the fact that she was fired. She knew that Strike did not relent when he decided that a relationship had run its course. His girlfriend of 16 years had never heard from him again after he had ended it, although Charlotte had tried to initiate contact since. He was already leaving. She followed him into the hall on numb legs, feeling herself to be acting like a beaten dog who still slinks after the punisher, hoping desperately for forgiveness. "Good night," Strike called to Linda and Matthew, who had retreated into the sitting room. "Cormoran," Robin whispered. "I'll send your last month's salary on," he said, without looking at her. "Quick and clean. Gross misconduct." The door closed behind him. She could hear his size 14s moving away up the path. With a gasp, she began to cry. Linda and Matthew both came hurrying into the hall, but too late. Robin had fled to the bedroom, unable to face their relief and delight that, at last, she would have to give up her dream of being a detective. Chapter 56. When life's scorned and damage done, to avenge, this is the pact. Blue Oyster Cult. Vengeance, the pact. 4:30 the following morning found Strike awake after virtually no sleep. His tongue ached from the amount of smoking he had done overnight at the Formica table in his kitchen, while contemplating the decimation of his business and his prospects. He could barely bring himself to think about Robin. Fine cracks, like those in thick ice during a thaw, were starting to appear in what had been implacable fury, but what lay beneath was scarcely less cold. He could understand the impulse to save the child. Who couldn't? Hadn't he, as she had so often injudiciously pointed out, knocked Brockbank out cold after viewing Brittany's taped evidence? But the thought of her heading off with Shanker without telling him, and after Carver had warned them not to go anywhere near the suspects, made rage thunder through his veins all over again as he upended his cigarette pack and found it empty. He pulled himself to his feet, picked up his keys and left the flat, still wearing the Italian suit in which he had dozed. The sun was coming up as he trudged down Charing Cross Road in a dawn that made everything look dusty and fragile, a grey light full of pale shadows. He bought cigarettes in a corner shop in Covent Garden and continued to walk, smoking and thinking. After 2 hours spent walking the streets, Strike reached a decision about his next move. Heading back towards the office, he saw a waitress in a black dress unlocking the doors to the Café Vignano 1882 on Charing Cross Road, realised how hungry he was, and turned inside. The small coffee shop smelled of warm wood and espresso. As Strike sank gratefully onto a hard oak chair, he became uncomfortably aware that for the past 13 hours he had smoked ceaselessly, slept in his clothes, and eaten steak and drunk red wine without cleaning his teeth. The man in the reflection beside him looked crumpled and grimy. He tried not to give the young waitress any opportunity to smell his breath as he ordered a ham and cheese panini, a bottle of water, and a double espresso. As the copper-domed coffee maker on the counter hissed into life, Strike sank into a reverie, searching his conscience for a truthful answer to an uncomfortable question. Was he any better than Carver? Was he contemplating a high-risk and dangerous course of action because he really thought it the only way to stop the killer? Or was he inclining to the higher-stakes option because he knew that if he brought it off, if he were the one to catch and incriminate the murderer, it would reverse all the damage done to his reputation and his business, restoring him to the lustre of a man who succeeded where the Met failed? Was it, in short, necessity or ego that was driving him towards what many would say was a reckless and foolish measure? The waitress set his sandwich and coffee in front of him, and Strike began to eat with the glazed stare of a man too preoccupied even to taste what he was chewing. This was as well publicised a series of crimes as Strike had ever come into contact with. The police would currently be flooded with information and leads, all of which needed following up, and none of which, Strike was prepared to bet, would lead anywhere near the real devious and successful killer. He still had the option of trying to make contact with one of Carver's superiors, although he was now in such poor odour with the police that he doubted he would be allowed direct speech with a superintendent, whose first loyalty would of course be to his own men. Trying to circumnavigate Carver would do nothing to diminish the impression that he was trying to undermine the head of the investigation. What was more, Strike did not have evidence, merely a theory about where the evidence was. While there was a remote chance that somebody at the Met might take Strike seriously enough to go looking for what he promised they would find, Strike feared that further delay might cost another life. He was surprised to find that he had finished his panini. Still extremely hungry, he ordered a second. No, he thought with sudden resolve. This is the way it's got to be. This animal needed to be stopped as soon as possible. It was time to get out ahead of him for the first time. However, as a sop to his conscience, as a proof to himself that he was motivated primarily by catching a killer rather than by glory, Strike took out his mobile again and called Detective Inspector Richard Anstis, his oldest acquaintance on the force. He was not on the best terms with Anstis these days, but Strike wanted to be certain in his own mind that he had done all he could to allow the Met the chance to do the job for him. After a long pause, a foreign dialing tone sounded in his ear. Nobody picked up. Anstis was on holiday. Strike debated leaving a voicemail and decided against. Leaving such a message on Anstis's phone when there was nothing the man could do would definitely ruin his holiday, and from what Strike knew of Anstis's wife and 3 children, the man needed one. Hanging up, He scrolled absent-mindedly through his recent calls. Carver had not left his number. Robin's name sat a few rows beneath. The sight of it stabbed the tired and desperate Strike to the heart because he was simultaneously furious with her and longing to talk to her. Setting the mobile resolutely back onto the table, he shoved his hand into his inside jacket pocket and pulled out a pen and notebook. Eating his second sandwich as fast as his first, Strike began to write a list. 1. Write to Carver. This was partly a further sop to his own conscience, and partly what he generally termed arse covering. He doubted the ability of an email to find its way to Carver, whose direct address he did not have, through the tsunami of tip-offs now sure to be pouring into Scotland Yard. People were culturally disposed to take ink and paper seriously, especially when it had to be signed for. An old-fashioned letter, sent recorded delivery, would be sure to find its way to Carver's desk. Strike would then have laid a trail just as the killer had done, demonstrating very clearly that he had tried every possible route to tell Carver how the killer might be stopped. This was likely to be useful when they all found themselves in court, which Strike did not doubt would happen whether or not the plan he had formulated, walking through the dawn in sleepy Covent Garden, was successful. 2. Gas canister. Propane? 3. Fluorescent jacket. 4. Woman. Who? He paused, arguing with himself, scowling over the paper. After much thought, he reluctantly wrote 5. Shanker. This meant that the next item had to be 6. £500. From where? And finally, after a further minute's thought, 7. Advertise for Robin replacement. Chapter 57. Sole survivor, cursed with second sight, haunted saviour, cried into the night. Blue oyster cult, sole survivor. 4 days passed. Numb with shock and misery, Robin at first hoped and even believed that Strike would call her, that he would regret what he had said to her, that he would realise what a mistake he had made. Linda had left, kind and supportive to the last, but, Robin suspected, secretly happy to think that Robin's association with the detective had ended. Matthew had expressed enormous sympathy in the face of Robin's devastation. He said that Strike did not know how lucky he had been. He had enumerated for her all the things she had done for the detective, foremost of which was accepting a laughably small salary for unreasonably long hours. He reminded Robin that her status as partner in the agency had been entirely illusory, and totted up all the proofs of Strike's lack of respect for her, the absence of a partnership agreement, the lack of overtime pay, the fact that she always seemed to be the one who made tea and went out to buy sandwiches. A week previously, Robin would have defended Strike against all such accusations. She would have said that the nature of the work necessitated long hours, that the moment to demand a pay rise was not when the business was fighting for its very survival, that Strike made her mugs of tea quite as often as she made them for him. She might have added that Strike had spent money he could ill afford, training her in surveillance and counter-surveillance, and that it was unreasonable to expect him, a senior partner, sole investor, and founding member of the agency, to place her on absolutely equal legal footing with himself. Yet she said none of those things, because the last 2 words that Strike had spoken to her were with her every day, like the sound of her own heartbeat. Gross misconduct. The memory of Strike's expression in that last moment helped her pretend that she saw things exactly as Matthew did, that her dominant emotion was anger, that the job which had meant everything to her could be easily replaced, that Strike had no integrity or moral sense if he could not appreciate that Angel's safety trumped all other considerations. Robin had neither the will or the energy to point out that Matthew had performed an abrupt volte-face on the last point because he had been furious initially when he had found out that she had gone to Brockbank's. As the days went by without any further contact from Strike, she felt unspoken pressure from her fiancé to pretend that the prospect of their wedding on Saturday not only made up for her recent sacking, but consumed all her thoughts. Having to fake excitement while he was present made Robin relieved to be alone during the day while Matthew worked. Every evening before he returned, she deleted the search history on her laptop so that he would not see that she was constantly looking for news about the Shacklewell Ripper online and, just as often, Googling Strike. On the day before she and Matthew were due to leave for Massam, he arrived home holding a copy of The Sun, which was not his usual read. "Why have you got that?" Matthew hesitated before answering, and Robin's insides twisted. "There hasn't been another—" But she knew there had not been another killing. She had been following the news all day. He opened the paper, folded it to a page about 10 in, and handed it to her, his expression hard to read. Robin found herself staring at her own photograph. She was walking with her head down in the picture, dressed in her trench coat, leaving court after giving evidence at the well-publicised trial of the murderer of Owen Quine. 2 smaller pictures were set into her own, one of Strike, looking hungover, the other of the spectacularly beautiful model whose killer they had worked together to catch. Beneath the photo spread were the words, "Landry detective seeks new girl Friday." Cormoran Strike, the detective who solved the murder case of both supermodel Lula Landry and author Owen Quine, has parted company with glamorous assistant Robin Ellacott, 26. The detective has placed an advertisement for the position online. If you have a background in police or military investigative work and would like to pursue... There were several more paragraphs, but Robin could not bear to read them. Instead, she looked at the byline, which was that of Dominic Culpepper, a journalist whom Strike knew personally. Possibly he had called Culpepper, who often badgered Strike for stories, and let him have this one, to make sure his need for a new assistant was disseminated as widely as possible. Robin had not thought that she could feel any worse, but now she discovered that she had been mistaken. She really was sacked, after everything that she had done for him. She had been a disposable Girl Friday, an assistant, never a partner, never an equal. And now he was already looking for somebody with a background in the police or the military, somebody disciplined, someone who would take orders. Rage gripped her. Everything blurred, the hall, the newspaper, Matthew standing there trying to look sympathetic, and Robin had to physically resist the impulse to dive into the sitting room where her mobile sat charging on a side table and call Strike. She had thought of doing so many times in the last 4 days, but then it had been to ask, to beg him to reconsider. Not anymore. Now she wanted to shout at him, belittle him, accuse him of base ingratitude, hypocrisy, lack of honour. Her burning eyes met Matthew's, and she saw, before he rearranged his expression, how delighted he was that Strike had put himself so dramatically in the wrong. Matthew, she could tell, had looked forward to showing her the newspaper. Her anguish was nothing compared to his ecstasy at her separation from Strike. She turned away, heading for the kitchen, resolving that she would not shout at Matthew. If they rowed, it would feel like a triumph for Strike. She refused to allow her ex-boss to sully her relationship with the man whom she had to, the man whom she wanted to marry in 3 days' time. Clumsily dumping a saucepan of spaghetti into a colander, Robin spattered herself with boiling water and swore. "Pasta again?" said Matthew. "Yes," said Robin coldly. "Is that a problem?" "God, no," said Matthew, approaching her from behind and putting his arms around her. "I love you," he said into her hair. "I love you too," said Robin mechanically. The Land Rover was packed with everything they would need for their stay up north, for the wedding night at Swinton Park Hotel, and for their honeymoon somewhere hot, which was all that Robin knew about the destination. They set off at 10 o'clock the following morning, both wearing T-shirts in the bright sunshine, and as Robin got into the car, she remembered that misty morning in April when she had driven away, Matthew in hot pursuit, when she had been desperate to get away, to get to Strike. She was a much better driver than Matthew, but when the two of them had made a journey together, he always took the wheel. Matthew sang Daniel Bedingfield's "Never Gonna Leave Your Side" as he turned onto the M1. An old song, it dated from the year that they had both started university. "Could you not sing that?" said Robin suddenly, unable to bear it any longer. "Sorry," he said, startled. "It seemed appropriate." "Maybe it's got happy memories for you," said Robin, turning to look out of the window. "But it hasn't for me." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Matthew look at her, then turn back to the road. After another mile or so, she wished she had not said anything. "That doesn't mean you can't sing something else." "That's all right," he said. The temperature had fallen slightly by the time they reached Donington Park Services, where they stopped for a coffee. Robin left her jacket hanging over the back of her chair when she went to the bathroom. Alone, Matthew stretched, his T-shirt riding up out of his jeans to reveal a few inches of flat stomach, and drawing the attention of the girls serving behind the Costa coffee bar. Feeling good about himself and life, Matthew grinned and winked at her. She turned red, giggled, and turned to her smirking fellow barista, who had seen. The phone in Robin's jacket rang. Assuming that it was Linda trying to find out how close they were to home, Matthew reached lazily across, conscious of the girl's eyes upon him, and tugged the phone out of Robin's pocket. It was Strike. Matthew looked at the vibrating device as though he had inadvertently picked up a tarantula. The phone continued to ring and vibrate in his hand. He looked around. Robin was nowhere to be seen. He answered the call, then immediately cut it. Now Corm missed call was written across the screen. The big ugly bastard wanted Robin back. Matthew was sure of it. Strike had had 5 long days to realise he'd never get anyone better. Maybe he'd started interviewing people for the position and nobody had come close. Or maybe all of them had laughed in his face at the pitiful salary he was offering. The phone rang again. Strike was calling back, trying to make sure that the hanging up had been deliberate rather than accidental. Matthew looked at the mobile, paralysed with indecision. He dared not answer on Robin's behalf or tell Strike to fuck off. He knew Strike. He'd keep calling back until he spoke to Robin. The call went to voicemail. Now Matthew realised that a recorded apology was the worst thing that could happen. Robin could listen to it again and again and finally be worn down and softened by it. He looked up. Robin was returning from the ladies. With her phone in his hand, he stood up and pretended to be talking into it. "It's Dad," he lied to Robin, placing a hand over the mouthpiece and praying that Strike would not call back again while he was standing in front of her. "Mine's out of battery. Listen, what's your passcode? I need to look something up for the honeymoon flights. It's to tell Dad." She gave it to him. "Give me a sec. I don't want you to hear anything about the honeymoon," he said, and walked away from her, torn between guilt and pride in his own quick thinking. Once safe inside the men's bathroom, he opened up her phone. Getting rid of any record of Strike's calls meant deleting her entire call history. This he did. Then he called voicemail, listened to Strike's recorded message, and deleted that too. Finally, he went into the settings on Robin's phone and blocked Strike. Breathing deeply, he turned to his handsome reflection in the mirror. Strike had said on the voicemail message that if he did not hear back from her, he would not call again. The wedding was in 48 hours' time, and the anxious, defiant Matthew was counting on Strike keeping his word. Chapter 58. Deadline. He was pumped up, on edge, pretty sure he had just done something stupid. As the tube train rattled south, his knuckles whitened because he was clutching the hanging strap so tightly. Behind his shades, his puffy, reddened eyes squinted at the station signs. Its shrill voice still seemed to be piercing his eardrum. I don't believe you. Where's the money then, if you've got night work? No, I want to talk to you. No, you're not going out again. It hit her. He shouldn't have done it, he knew that. The vision of her appalled face was taunting him now, her eyes wide with shock, her hand clamped over the cheek where his finger marks were turning red against the white. It was her own fucking fault. He hadn't been able to stop himself, not after the last couple of weeks, during which it had become more and more strident. After he'd come home with his eyes full of red ink, he'd pretended to have had an allergic reaction, but there'd been no sympathy from the cold bitch. All it had done was carp about where he'd been, and for the first time, ask where the money was that he claimed to be earning. There hadn't been much time for theft with the boys lately, not with all his time devoted to hunting. She'd brought home a newspaper with a news story in it about the fact that the Shacklewell Ripper might now have red ink stains around his eyes. He had burned the paper in the garden, but he couldn't stop her reading the story elsewhere. The day before yesterday, he thought he'd surprised it, watching him with an odd expression on her face. It wasn't stupid, not really. Was it starting to wonder? This anxiety was the last thing he needed when his attempt on the secretary had left him almost humiliated. There was no point going after the secretary anymore because she had left Strike forever. He had seen the story online in the internet cafe where he sometimes whiled away an hour just to get away from it. He took some consolation from the idea that his machete had frightened her off, that she would bear forever the long scar down her forearm that he had carved there. But that wasn't good enough. His months and months of careful planning had all been with the intention of entangling Strike in murder, tarring him with suspicion. Firstly, embroil him in the death of the stupid little bitch who'd wanted her leg cut off, so that the police swarmed all over him and the dumb public thought he'd had something to do with it. Then murder his secretary. Let him try and limp away from that untainted. Let him try and be the famous detective after that. But the bastard kept wriggling free. There had been no mention of the letters in the press. The letter he had carefully written out from Kelsey, and which had been supposed to turn Strike into suspect number one. Then the press had colluded with the fucker, not giving out the secretary's name, not drawing the connection between her and Strike. Perhaps it might be wise to stop now. Except that he could not stop. He had come too far. He had never in his life put so much planning into anything as he had into the ruination of Strike. The fat, crippled bastard had already advertised for somebody to replace the secretary. And that didn't look like a man who was about to go out of business. One good thing, though. There was no sign of a police presence around Denmark Street anymore. Someone had called them off. They probably thought nobody was needed now that the secretary had gone. Perhaps he ought not to have returned to Strike's place of work, but he had hoped to see the frightened secretary leaving with a box in her hands, or get a glimpse of a downcast, beaten Strike. But no. Shortly after he'd taken up a well-concealed position to watch the street, the bastard had come striding along Charing Cross Road with a stunning-looking woman, apparently completely unperturbed. The girl had to be a temp, because Strike had not had time to interview and hire a permanent replacement. No doubt the big man needed somebody to open his mail. She wore heels that would not have disgraced that little hooker teetering along, waggling a fine arse. He liked them dark. He always had. In fact, given the choice, he'd have taken someone like her any time over the secretary. She hadn't had surveillance training. That much was clear. He had watched Strike's office all morning after his first glimpse of her, watched her nipping out to the post and back, nearly always on the phone, oblivious to her surroundings, so busy tossing her long hair over her shoulders that she was unable to keep eye contact with anyone for long, dropping her keys, gabbling at the top of her voice on her phone, or to anyone else with whom she came into casual contact. At 1 o'clock, he had slipped into the sandwich shop behind her, and heard her making noisy plans to go to Corsica Studios the following evening. He knew what Corsica Studios was. He knew where it was. Excitement ripped through him. He had to turn his back on her, pretending to look out of the window, because he thought the expression on his face would give it away to all of them. If he did her while she was still working for Strike, he'd have fulfilled his plan. Strike would be connected to 2 hacked-up women, and nobody, police or public, would ever trust him again. This would be so much easier, too. The secretary had been a fucking nightmare to pick off, always alert and streetwise, going home by crowded, well-lit paths every evening to her pretty boyfriend. But the temp was offering herself up on a plate. After telling the whole sandwich shop where she would be meeting her mates, she had strutted back to work on her Perspex heels, dropping Strike sandwiches once on the way. He noticed that there was no wedding or engagement ring on her finger as she bent to pick them up. He had been hard-pressed to suppress his jubilation as he peeled away, formulating his plan. If only he hadn't slapped it, he'd be feeling good now, excited, elated. The slap hadn't been an auspicious start to the evening. No wonder he felt jumpy. There had been no time to stay and calm her down, turn her sweet. He had simply walked out, determined to get to the temp, but he still felt jumpy. What if it called the police? She wouldn't. It had only been a slap. She loved him. She told him so all the time. When they loved you, they let you get away with fucking murder. He experienced a tickling sensation at the back of his neck and looked around with the wild idea that he would see Strike looking at him from the corner of the carriage. But nobody remotely resembling that fat bastard was there, only several ill-kempt men grouped together. One of them, who had a scarred face and a gold tooth, was indeed watching him. But as he squinted back through his shades, the man ceased his scrutiny and returned to fiddling with his mobile. Perhaps he should call it when he got off the tube, before heading for Corsica Studios, and tell it he loved her. Chapter 59. With threats of gas and rose motif. Blue Oyster Cult, before the kiss. Strike was standing in shadow, his mobile in his hand, waiting. The deep pocket of his second-hand jacket, which was far too heavy in the warmth of this June evening, bulged and sagged with the weight of an object he was keen to conceal. What he planned would be best accomplished under cover of darkness, but the sun was taking its time to sink behind the ill-assorted rooftops visible from his hiding place. He knew he ought to be concentrating only upon the dangerous business of the night, but his thoughts kept slinking back to Robin. She had not returned his call. He had set a mental deadline for himself. If she doesn't ring by the end of this evening, she's never calling. At 12 o'clock the following day, she would be getting married to Matthew in Yorkshire, and Strike was sure that constituted a fatal cut-off point. If they did not speak before that ring landed on her finger, he thought that they were unlikely ever to speak again. If anything in the world had been calculated to make him recognize what he had lost, it had been the truculent, noisy presence of the woman with whom he had shared his office for the last few days, staggeringly good-looking though she was. To the west, the sky over the rooftops blazed with colours as bright as a parakeet's wing, scarlet, orange, even a faint trace of green. Behind this flamboyant show came a pale wash of violet, faintly strewn with stars. Almost time to move. As though Shankar had heard his thought, Strike's mobile vibrated, and he looked to see a message. Pint tomorrow? They had agreed on a code. If all of this came to court, which Strike thought overwhelmingly likely, his intention was to keep Shankar well away from the witness box. There must be no incriminating messages between them tonight. Pint tomorrow meant he's in the club. Strike slid the mobile back into his pocket and emerged from his hiding place, crossing the dark car park that lay beneath the deserted flat of Donald Lang. The Strata building looked down upon him as he walked. Vast and black, its jagged windows reflecting the last traces of bloody light. Fine netting had been stretched over the front of the balconies of Wollaston Close to prevent birds landing on them and flying in through open doors and windows. Strike moved around to the side entrance, which he had earlier wedged open after a group of teenage girls had left it. Nobody had tampered with the arrangement. People assumed that somebody needed their hands free and feared triggering their wrath. An angry neighbour could be quite as dangerous as an intruder round here, and you had to live with them afterwards. Halfway up the stairs, Strike stripped off his jacket to reveal a fluorescent one. Carrying the first so that it concealed the canister of propane inside, he proceeded on his way, emerging onto the balcony of Lang's flat. Lights shone from the homes sharing the balcony. Lang's neighbours had opened their windows on this warm summer evening so that their voices and the sounds of their TVs floated out into the night. Strike walked quietly past towards the dark, empty flat at the end. Outside the door he had so often watched from the car park, he shifted the gas canister wrapped in his jacket into the crook of his left arm and withdrew from his pocket firstly a pair of latex gloves, which he put on, then a mismatched assortment of tools, some of which belonged to Strike himself, but many of which had been lent for the occasion by Shanker. These included a mortise skeleton key, 2 sets of jigglers, and assorted comb picks. As Strike set to work on the 2 locks on Lang's front door, a female American voice floated out into the night through the neighbouring window. "There's the law, and there's what's right. I'm going to do what's right." "What wouldn't I give to fuck Jessica Alba?" asked a stoned male voice, to laughter and agreement from what sounded like 2 other men. "Come on, you bastard," breathed Strike, fighting with the lower of the 2 locks and keeping a tight grip on the concealed propane canister. "Move. Move." The lock turned with a loud click. He pushed the door open. As he had expected, the place smelled bad. Strike could make out very little in what looked like a dilapidated and unfurnished room. He needed to close the curtains before turning on the lights. Turning left, he immediately knocked into what felt like a box. Something heavy fell off the top and landed with a crash on the floor. "Fuck." "Oi!" shouted a voice audible through the flimsy dividing wall. "That you, Donny?" Strike hastened back to the door, felt frantically up and down the wall beside the door jamb, and found the light switch. Flooded suddenly with light, the room proved to contain nothing except an old, stained double mattress and an orange box on which an iPod dock had clearly been standing, because it now lay on the ground where it had fallen. "Donny?" said the voice, now coming from the balcony outside. Strike pulled out the propane canister, discharged it, and shoved it underneath the orange box. Footsteps from the balcony outside were followed by a knock on the door. Strike opened it. A spotty, greasy-haired man looked hazily at him. He appeared extremely stoned and was holding a can of John Smith's. "Jesus," he said blearily, sniffing. "It's that fucking smell." "Gas," said Strike in his fluorescent jacket, stern representative of the national grid. "We've had a report from upstairs. Looks like this is where it's coming from." "Bloody hell," said the neighbour, looking sick. "Not going to blow up, are we?" "That's what I'm here to find out," said Strike sententiously. "You haven't got any naked flames next door? Not smoking, are you?" "I'll go make sure," said the neighbour, looking suddenly terrified. "All right, I might be in to check your place when I finished here," said Strike. "I'm waiting for backup." He regretted that phrase as soon as it had escaped him, but his new acquaintance did not seem to find such language odd from a gas man. As he turned away, Strike asked,
Owner's name's Donny, is it? Donny Lang, said the jittery neighbour, clearly desperate to go and hide his stash and extinguish all naked flames. He owes me 40 quid. Ah, said Strike. Can't help with that. The man scuttled off, and Strike closed the door, thanking his lucky stars that he'd had the forethought to provide himself with a cover. All he needed was for the police to be tipped off now, before he could prove anything. He lifted up the orange box, shut off the hissing propane, and then replaced the iPod in its dock on top of the box. About to move deeper into the flat, he had a sudden thought and turned back to the iPod. One delicate poke of his latex-covered forefinger, and the tiny screen lit up. Hot Rails to Hell by, as Strike knew only too well, Blue Oyster Cult. Chapter 60. Vengeance, the Pact. The club was heaving with people. It had been constructed in 2 railway arches, just like those opposite his flat, and had a subterranean feel enhanced by the curved corrugated iron roof. A projector was throwing psychedelic lights across the ridges of metal. The music was deafening. They had not been overly keen on letting him in. He'd had a bit of attitude from the bouncers. He had experienced a fleeting fear that they would pat him down, in his jacket, with the knives concealed inside it. He looked older than anybody else he could see, and he resented it. That was what the psoriatic arthritis had done to him, leaving him pockmarked and blown up with steroids. His muscle had run to fat since his boxing days. He had pulled with ease back in Cyprus, but not anymore. He knew he'd have no chance with any of these hundreds of giddy little bitches crammed together beneath the glitter ball. Hardly any of them were dressed the way he expected of a club. Many of them were in jeans and T-shirts, like a bunch of lesbians. Where was Strike's temp, with her gorgeous arse and her delicious distractibility? There weren't that many tall black women here. She ought to be easy to spot. Yet he had combed bar and dance floor, and seen no sign of her. It had seemed like Providence, her mentioning this club so very close to his flat. He had thought it meant a return of his godlike status, the universe arranging itself once more for his benefit. But that feeling of invincibility had been fleeting and almost entirely dispelled by the argument with it. The music thumped inside his head. He would rather have been back at home, listening to Blue Oyster Cult, masturbating over his relics, but he had heard her planning to be here. Fuck, it was so crowded that he might be able to press up against her and stab her without anyone noticing or hearing her scream. Where was the bitch? The tosser in the wild flag T-shirt had jostled him so many times, he yearned to give him a good kicking. Instead, he elbowed his way out of the bar to look at the dance floor again. The shifting lights panned across a swaying carpet of arms and sweaty faces, a glint of gold, a scarred and sneering mouth. He cleaved his way through onlookers, not caring how many little tarts he knocked aside. That scarred guy had been on the tube. He looked back. The man appeared to have lost someone. He was standing on tiptoe looking all around. There was something wrong. He could feel it. Something fishy. Bending his knees slightly, the better to mingle with the crowd, he forced his way towards a fire exit. "Sorry, mate, I need you to use the—" "Fuck off." He was out of it before anyone could stop him, forcing the bar across the fire door, plunging out into the night. He jogged along the exterior wall and around a corner where, alone, he breathed deeply, considering his options. "You're safe," he told himself. "You're safe. No one's got anything on you." But was it true? Of all the clubs she could have mentioned, she had chosen the one 2 minutes from his house. What if that had not been a gift from the gods, but something entirely different? What if someone was trying to set him up? No, it couldn't be.
Strike had sent the pigs to him and they hadn't been interested. He was safe for sure. There was nothing to connect him to any of them. Except that that guy with the scarred face had been on the tube from Finchley. The implications of that temporarily jammed his thought processes. If somebody was following not Donald Lang, but a completely different man, he was totally fucked. He began to walk, every now and then breaking into a short run. The crutches that were so useful a prop were no longer necessary, except for gaining the sympathy of gullible women, fooling the disability office, and, of course, maintaining his cover as a man too sick and ill to go looking for little Kelsey Platt. His arthritis had burned itself out years back, though it had proved a pleasant little earner and kept the flat in Wollaston Close ticking over. Hurrying across the car park, he looked up at his flat. The curtains were closed. He could have sworn he had left them open. Chapter 61. And now the time has come at last to crush the motif of the rose. Blue Oyster Cult, before the kiss. The bulb was out in the only bedroom. Strike turned on the small torch he had brought with him and advanced slowly towards the only piece of furniture, a cheap pine wardrobe. The door creaked as he opened it. The interior was plastered with articles from the newspapers about the Shacklewell Ripper. Taped above all of them was a picture that had been printed on a piece of A4 paper, possibly from the internet. Strike's young mother, naked, arms over her head, her long cloud of dark hair not quite covering her breasts, proudly displayed, an arch of curly script clearly visible over the dark triangle of pubic hair. Mistress of the salmon salt. He looked down at the floor of the wardrobe, where a pile of hardcore pornography sat beside a black bin bag. Putting the torch under his arm, Strike opened the letter with his latex-gloved hands. Inside was a small selection of women's underclothing, some of it stiff with old brown blood. At the very bottom of the bag, his fingers closed on a fine chain and a hoop earring. A heart-shaped harp charm glinted in the light of his torch. There was a trace of dry blood on the hoop. Strike replaced everything in the black bin bag, closed the wardrobe door, and continued to the kitchenette, which was clearly the source of the rotting smell that pervaded the entire place. Somebody had turned up the TV next door. An echoing tirade of gunshots sounded through the thin wall. Strike heard faint, stoned laughter. Beside the kettle sat a jar of instant coffee, a bottle of Bell's, a magnifying mirror and a razor. The oven was thick with grease and dust, and looked as though it had not been used for a long time. The fridge door had been wiped down with a dirty cloth that had left behind it sweeping arcs of a pinkish residue. Strike had just reached for the handle when his mobile vibrated in his pocket. Shanker was calling him. They had agreed not to phone each other, but only to text. "Fucking hell. Shanker," said Strike, raising the mobile to his ear. "I thought I said—" He heard the breathing behind him, a bare second before a machete came swinging through the air at his neck. Strike dived sideways, the mobile flying out of his hand, and slipped on the dirty floor. As he fell, the slashing blade sliced into his ear. The hulking shadow raised the machete again to attack Strike as he landed on the floor. Strike kicked out at its crotch, and the killer grunted in pain, backed off a couple of paces, then raised the machete once more. Scrambling to his knees, Strike punched his assailant hard in the balls. The machete slid out of Lang's fingers and fell onto Strike's back, causing him to shout out in pain even as he put his arms around Lang's knees and toppled him. Lang's head collided with the cooker door, but his thick fingers were scrabbling for Strike's throat. Strike tried to land a punch, but was pinned down by Lang's considerable weight. The man's large, powerful hands were closing on his windpipe. With a gigantic effort, Strike mustered enough force to headbutt Lang, whose skull again clanged off the oven door. They rolled over, Strike now on top. He tried to punch Lang in the face, but the other's reactions were as quick as they had been in the ring. One hand deflected the blow, and his other was under Strike's chin, forcing his face upwards. Strike swung again, unable to see where he was aiming, hit bone, and heard it crack. Then Lang's large fist came out of nowhere, bang into the middle of Strike's face, and he felt his nose shatter. Blood spurted everywhere as he rocked backwards with the force of the punch, his eyes watering so that everything blurred. Groaning and panting, Lang threw him off. From nowhere, like a conjurer, he produced a carving knife. Half-blinded, blood pouring into his mouth, Strike saw it glimmer in the moonlight and kicked out with his prosthetic leg. There was a muffled chink of metal on metal as the knife hit the steel rod of his ankle and was raised again. "No, you don't, you fucker!" Shanker had Lang in a headlock from behind. Ill-advisedly, Strike grabbed for the carving knife and got his palm sliced open. Shanker and Lang were wrestling, the Scot by far the larger of the two, and rapidly getting the better of it. Strike took another powerful kick at the carving knife with his prosthetic foot, and this time knocked it clean out of Lang's hand. Now he could help Shanker wrestle him to the ground. "Give it up or I'll fucking knife ya!" bellowed Shanker, arms around Lang's neck as the Scot writhed and swore, his heavy fists still clenched, his broken jaw sagging. "You ain't the only one with a fucking blade, you fat piece of shit!" Strike tugged out the handcuffs that were the most expensive piece of equipment he had taken away with him from the SIB. It took the combined force of both Strike and Shanker to force Lang into a position where he could be cuffed, securing the thick wrists behind his back, while Lang struggled and swore non-stop. Freed of the necessity to hold Lang down, Shanker kicked him so hard in the diaphragm that the killer emitted a long, faint wheeze and was rendered temporarily speechless. "You all right, Bunsen? Bunsen, where'd he get you?" Strike had slumped back against the oven. The cut to his ear was bleeding copiously, as was his slashed right palm, but his rapidly swelling nose troubled him most, because the blood pouring out of it into his mouth was making it difficult to breathe. "There you go, Bunsen," said Shanker, returning from a brief search of the small flat with a roll of toilet paper. "Cheers," said Strike thickly. He stuffed his nostrils with as much paper as they would hold, then looked down at Lang. "Nice to see you again, Ray." The still-winded Lang said nothing. His bald pate was shining faintly in the moonlight that had illuminated his knife. "Thought you said his name was Donald?" asked Shanker curiously, as Lang shifted on the ground. Shanker kicked him in the stomach again. "It is," said Strike, "and stop bloody kicking him. If you rupture anything, I'll have to answer for it in court." "So why are you calling him—" "Because," said Strike, "and don't touch anything either, Shanker, I don't want your fingerprints in here. Because Donnie's been using a borrowed identity." "When he's not here," Strike said, approaching the fridge and putting his left hand with its still intact latex glove on the handle, "he's heroic retired firefighter Ray Williams, who lives in Finchley with Hazel Furley." Strike pulled open the fridge door and, still using his left hand, opened the freezer compartment. Kelsey Platt's breasts lay inside, dried up now like figs, yellow and leathery. Beside them lay Lila Monkton's fingers, the nails varnished purple, Lang's teeth marks imprinted deeply upon them. At the back lay a pair of severed ears, from which little plastic ice cream cones still hung, and a mangled piece of flesh in which nostrils were still distinguishable. "Holy shit," said Shanker, who had also bent over to look from behind him. "Holy shit, Bunsen. They're bits—" Strike closed both icebox and fridge door and turned to look at his captive. Lang lay quiet now. Strike was sure that he was already using that devious fox-like brain to see how he could work this desperate situation to his advantage, how he would be able to argue that Strike had framed him, planted or contaminated evidence.
"Should have recognised you, shouldn't I, Donny?" said Strike, wrapping his right hand in toilet paper to stem the bleeding.
Now, by the dim moonlight falling through the grubby window, Strike could just make out the features of Lang beneath the stones of extra weight that steroids and a lack of regular exercise had packed onto his once thickly muscled frame. His fatness, his dry-lined skin, the beard he had doubtless grown to hide his pockmarks, the carefully shaven head, and the shuffling walk he had affected added up to a man at least 10 years older than his real age.
"Should have recognised you the moment you opened the front door to me at Hazel's," Strike said.
"But you kept your face covered,
dabbing away at your fucking tears, didn't you? What had you done? Rubbed something in 'em to make 'em swell up?"
Strike offered his pack to Shanker before lighting up. "The Geordie accent was a bit overdone, now I think about it. You'll have picked that up in Gateshead, did you? He's always been a good mimic, our Donny," he told Shanker.
"You should have heard his Corporal Oakley. Life and soul, Donny was, apparently."
Shanker was staring from Strike to Lang, apparently fascinated. Strike continued to smoke, looking down at Lang. His nose was stinging and throbbing so badly it was making his own eyes water. He wanted to hear the killer speak, once, before he rang the police.
"Beat up and robbed a demented old lady in Corby, didn't you, Donny? Poor old Mrs. Williams. You took her son's award for bravery, and I bet you got a good bit of old documentation of his as well. You knew he'd gone abroad. It's not too hard to steal someone's identity if you've got a bit of ID to start with. Easy to parlay that into enough current identification to hoodwink a lonely woman and a careless policeman or two."
Lang lay silent on the dirty floor, but Strike could almost feel the frantic workings of his filthy, desperate mind.
"I found Accutane in the house," Strike told Shanker. "It's a drug for acne, but it's for psoriatic arthritis too. I should have known then. He kept it hidden in Kelsey's room. Ray Williams didn't have arthritis." "I bet you had lots of little secrets together, didn't you, Donny? You and Kelsey. Winding her up about me, getting her exactly where you wanted her. Taking her for motorbike rides to lurk near my office, pretending to post letters for her. Bringing her my fake notes." "You sick bastard," said the disgusted Shanker. He leaned over Lang with his cigarette tip close to Lang's face, clearly yearning to hurt him. "You're not burning him either, Shanker," said Strike, pulling out his mobile. "You better get out of here. I'm going to call the cops."
He rang 999 and gave the address. His story would be that he had followed Lang to the club and back to his flat, that there had been an argument and that Lang had attacked him. Nobody needed to know that Shanker had been involved, nor that Strike had picked Lang's locks. Of course, the stone neighbour might talk, but Strike thought it likely that the young man might prefer to stay well out of it, rather than have his sobriety and drug history assessed in a court of law.
"Take all this and get rid of it," Strike told Shanker, peeling off the fluorescent jacket and handing it to him. "And the gas canister through there."
"Right you are, Bunsen. Sure you're going to be all right with him?" Shanker added, eyes on Strike's broken nose, his bleeding ear and hand.
"Yeah, course I will," said Strike,
vaguely touched. He heard Shanker picking up the metal canister in the next room, and shortly afterwards saw him passing the kitchen window on the balcony outside.
"Shanker!"
His old friend was back in the kitchen so fast that Strike knew he must have sprinted. The heavy gas canister was raised, but Lang still lay handcuffed and quiescent on the floor, and Strike stood smoking beside the cooker.
"Fucking hell, Bunsen! I thought he jumped you." "Shanker, could you get out of a car and drive me somewhere tomorrow morning? I'll give you—"
Strike looked down at his bare wrist. He had sold his watch yesterday for the cash that had paid for Shanker's help tonight. What else did he have to flog? Listen, Shanker, you know I'm going to make money out of this one. Give me a few months and I'll have clients queuing up. It's all right, Bunsen, said Shanker after brief consideration. You can own me. Seriously? Yeah, said Shanker, turning to go. Give me a bell when you're ready to leave. I'll go get us a car. Don't nick one, Strike called after him. Mere seconds after Shanker had passed the window for the second time, Strike heard the distant sound of a police siren. Here they come, Donny, he said. It was then that Donald Lang spoke in his true voice to Strike, for the first and last time. Your mother, he said, in a deep Borders accent, was a fucking hooer. Strike laughed. Maybe so, he said, bleeding and smoking in the darkness as the sirens grew louder. But she loved me, Donny. I heard yours didn't give a shit about you. Little policeman's bastard that you were. Lang began to thrash around, trying fruitlessly to free himself, but he merely spun on his side, arms still pinned behind his back. Chapter 62. A red cap before the kiss. Blue oyster cult before the kiss. Strike did not meet Carver that night. He suspected the man would have shot off his own kneecaps rather than face Strike now. A pair of CID officers he had never met interrogated him in a side room in accident and emergency, between the various medical procedures his injuries warranted. His ear had been stitched back together, his slashed palm bandaged, a dressing had been applied to his back, which the falling machete had nicked, and for the third time in his life, his nose had been painfully manipulated back into approximate symmetry. At convenient intervals, Strike had given the police a lucid exposition of the line of reasoning that had led him to Lang. He was careful to tell them that he had phoned that information through to a subordinate of Carver's 2 weeks previously, and had also tried to tell Carver directly the last time they had spoken. "Why aren't you writing that down?" he asked the officers, who sat in silence, staring at him. The younger man made a cursory note. "I also," Strike continued, "wrote a letter and sent it to D.I. Carver, recorded delivery. He should have got it yesterday." "You sent it recorded delivery?" repeated the older of the two officers, a sad-eyed man with a moustache. "That's right," said Strike. "Thought I'd make sure it was good and hard to lose." The policeman made a far more detailed note. Strike's story was that, suspecting the police weren't convinced by his suspicions about Lang, he had never stopped watching him. He had followed Lang to the nightclub, worried about whether he was going to try to pick up a woman, then tailed him to his flat, where he had decided to confront him. About Elisa, who had played the part of his temp with such aplomb, and Shanker, whose enthusiastic intervention had certainly spared Strike several more stab wounds, he said nothing. "The clincher," Strike told the officers, "is going to be finding this guy Ritchie, sometimes known as Dickie, whose motorbike Lang's been borrowing. Hazel will be able to tell you all about him. He's been giving Lang alibis all over the shop. I reckon he's a petty criminal himself, and probably thought he was just helping Lang cheat on Hazel or do a bit of benefit fraud. He doesn't sound like a smart guy. I think he'll crack pretty quickly once he realizes it was murder." The doctors and police finally decided that they needed nothing more from Strike at 5 o'clock in the morning. He refused the policeman's offer of a lift, which he suspected was made partly to keep tabs on him as long as they could. "We wouldn't want this to get out before we've had a chance to speak to the families," said the younger officer, whose white blonde hair stood out in the drab dawn on the forecourt where the three men were taking leave of one another. "I'm not going to the press," said Strike, yawning widely as he felt in his pockets for his remaining cigarettes. "I've got other stuff to do today." He had begun to walk away when a thought occurred to him. What was the church connection? Brockbank. What made Carver think it was him? "Oh," said the moustached officer. He did not seem particularly eager to share the information. "There was a youth worker who transferred from Finchley to Brixton. Didn't lead anywhere, but—" He added, with an air of faint defiance, "We've got him. Brockbank. Got a tip-off from a homeless hostel yesterday." "Nice one," said Strike. "Press love a paedophile. I'd lead with that when you talk to them." Neither officer smiled. Strike bade them good morning and left, wondering whether he had any money on him for a taxi, smoking left-handed because the local anaesthetic was wearing off in his right hand, his broken nose stinging in the cool morning air. "Fucking Yorkshire?" Shanker said over the phone when he called to tell Strike he had a car, and the detective had told him where he wanted to go. "Yorkshire?" "Massam," Strike had replied. "Look, I've already told you, I'll pay you anything you like when I get the money. It's a wedding and I don't want to miss it. Time's going to be tight as it is. Anything you like, Shanker, you got my word on it, and I'll pay you when I can." "Who's getting married?" "Robin," said Strike. "Ah," said Shanker. He had sounded pleased. "Yeah, well, in that case, Bunsen, I'll drive you. I told you shouldn't have—" "Yeah." "Elisa told you." "Yeah, she did. Bloody loudly, too." Strike had a strong suspicion that Shanker was now sleeping with Elisa. He could think of few other explanations for the speed with which he had suggested her when Strike had explained the need for a woman to play a safe but essential part in the entrapment of Donald Lang. She had demanded £100 for doing the job, and had assured Strike that it would have been considerably more had she not considered herself deep in his partner's debt. "Shanker, we can talk about all this on the way. I need food and a shower. We're going to be bloody lucky to make it." So here they were, speeding north in the Mercedes Shanker had borrowed, from where Strike did not inquire. The detective, who had had barely any sleep in the previous couple of nights, dozed for the first 60 miles, waking with a snort only when his mobile buzzed in his suit pocket. "Strike," he said sleepily. "Bloody good job, mate," said Wardle. His tone did not match his words. After all, Wardle had been in charge of the investigation when Ray Williams had been cleared of all suspicion in relation to Kelsey's death. "Cheers," said Strike. "You realise you're now the only copper in London still prepared to talk to me?" "Ah, well," said Wardle, rallying slightly. "Quality over quantity. I thought you'd like to know. They've already found Richard, and he's sung like a canary." "Richard," mumbled Strike. He felt as though his exhausted brain had been purged of the details that had obsessed him for months. Trees poured soothingly past the passenger window in a rush of summer greenery. He felt as though he could sleep for days. "Richie, Dickie, motorbike," said Wardle. "Oh, yeah," said Strike, absent-mindedly scratching his stitched ear, then swearing. "Shit, that hurt. Sorry. He's talked already, has he?" "He's not what you'd call a bright boy," said Wardle. "We found a bunch of stolen gear at his place as well." "I thought that might be how Donny was funding himself. He's always been a handy thief." "There was a little gang of them. Nothing major, just a lot of petty pilfering. Richie was the only one who knew Lang had a double identity. He thought he was working a benefits scam. Lang asked 3 of them to back him up and pretend their camping trip to Shoreham by Sea had been the weekend he killed Kelsey. Apparently, he told them he had another bird somewhere, and Hazel wasn't to know." "He could always get people on side, Lang," said Strike, remembering the investigating officer in Cyprus who had been so ready to clear him of rape. "How did you realise they weren't there that weekend?" asked Wardle curiously. "They had photos and everything. How did you know they weren't on the stag the weekend she died?" "Oh," said Strike. Sea holly. What? Sea holly, repeated Strike. Sea holly isn't in bloom in April. Summer and autumn, I spent half my childhood in Cornwall. The picture of Lang and Ritchie on the beach, there was sea holly. I should have realised then, but I kept getting sidetracked. After Wardle had hung up, Strike stared through the windscreen at the passing fields and trees, thinking back over the past 3 months. He doubted that Lang had ever known about Brittany Brockbank, but he had probably dug around enough to know the story of Whitaker's trial, the quoting of Mistress of the Salmon Salt from the dock. Strike felt as though Lang had laid drag tales for him, without any idea how successful they would be. Shanker turned on the radio. Strike, who would have preferred to go back to sleep, did not complain, but wound down the window and smoked out of it. In the steadily brightening sunshine, he realised that the Italian suit he had pulled on automatically was flecked with small amounts of gravy and red wine. He rubbed off the worst of the dried-on stains, until reminded suddenly of something else. Oh, fuck. What's the matter? I forgot to ditch someone. Shanker began to laugh. Strike smiled ruefully, which was painful. His whole face ached. Are we trying to stop this wedding, Bunsen? Course not, said Strike, pulling out another cigarette. I was invited. I'm a friend. A guest. You sector, said Shanker, which ain't a mark of friendship where I come from. Strike refrained from pointing out that Shanker knew hardly anyone who had ever had a job. She's like your mum, said Shanker, after a long silence. Who is? Your Robin. Kind. Wanted to save that kid. Strike found it difficult to defend a refusal to save a child to a man who had been rescued, bleeding, from the gutter at the age of 16. Well, I'm going to try and get her back, aren't I? But the next time she calls you, if she calls you... Yeah, I'll tell you, Bunsen. The wing mirror showed Strike a face that might have belonged to the victim of a car crash. His nose was enormous and purple, and his left ear looked black. By daylight he saw that his hasty attempt to shave using his left hand had not been entirely successful. As he imagined himself sliding into the back of the church, he realised how conspicuous he was going to be, what a scene it would make if Robin decided she did not want him there. He didn't want to spoil her day. At the first request to leave, he vowed inwardly, he would do so. Bunsen! Shouted Shanker excitedly, making Strike jump. Shanker turned up the radio. Arrest has been made in the case of the Shacklewell Ripper. After a thorough search of a flat in Wollaston Close, London, police have charged 34-year-old Donald Lang with the murders of Kelsey Platt, Heather Smart, Martina Rossi, and Sadie Roach, the attempted murder of Lila Monckton, and a serious assault on a sixth, unnamed woman. They didn't mention you, said Shanker when the report ended. He sounded disappointed. They wouldn't, said Strike, fighting an uncharacteristic nervousness. He had just seen the first sign to Massam. But they will. Good thing, too. I need the publicity if I'm going to get my business back off the ground. He automatically checked his wrist, forgetting that there was no watch there, and instead consulted the dashboard clock. Put your foot down, Shanker. We're going to miss the start as it is. Strike became increasingly anxious as they approached their destination. The service had been scheduled to start 20 minutes before they finally tore up the hill to Massam, Strike checking his phone for the location of the church. It's over there, he said, pointing frantically to the opposite side of the broadest market square he had ever seen, which was packed with people at food stalls. As Shanker drove none too slowly around the periphery of the market, several bystanders scowled, and one man in a flat cloth cap shook his fist at the scarred man driving so dangerously in the sedate heart of Massam. Park here, anywhere here, said Strike, spotting two dark blue Bentleys adorned with white ribbons, parked at the far end of the square, the chauffeurs talking with their hats off in the sunshine. They looked around as Shanker braked. Strike threw off his seatbelt. He could see the church spire over the treetops now. He felt almost sick, due no doubt to the 40 cigarettes he must have smoked overnight, the lack of sleep, and Shanker's driving. Strike had hurried several steps away from the car before dashing back to his friend. "Wait for me. I might not be staying." He hurried away again past the staring chauffeurs, nervously straightened his tie, then remembered the state of his face and suit, and wondered why he bothered. Through the gates and into the deserted churchyard Strike limped. The impressive church reminded him of St. Dionysius in Market Harbour, back when he and Robin had been friends. The hush over the sleepy, sunlit graveyard felt ominous. He passed a strange, almost pagan-looking column covered in carvings to his right as he approached the heavy oak doors. Grasping the handle with his left hand, he paused for a second. "Fuck it," he breathed to himself, and opened it as quietly as he could. The smell of roses met him. White roses of Yorkshire blooming in tall stands and hanging in bunches at the ends of the packed queues. A thicket of brightly coloured hats stretched away towards the altar. Hardly anybody looked around at Strike as he shuffled inside, although those that did stared. He edged along the rear wall, staring at the far end of the aisle. Robin was wearing a coronet of white roses in her long, wavy hair. He could not see her face. She was not wearing her cast. Even at this distance, he could see the long purple scar running down the back of her forearm. "Do you," came a ringing voice from an unseen vicar, "Robin Venetia Ellacott, take this man, Matthew John Cunliffe, to be your lawful wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward." Exhausted, tense, his gaze fixed on Robin, Strike had not realised how near he was to the flower arrangement that stood on a fine tulip-like bronze stand. "For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death—" "Oh, shit," said Strike. The arrangement he had hit toppled as though in slow motion and fell with a deafening clang to the floor. Congregation and couple turned and looked back. Christ, I'm sorry," said Strike hopelessly. Somewhere in the middle of the congregation, a man laughed. Most returned their gazes to the altar at once, but a few guests continued to stare at Strike before remembering themselves. "Do you part?" said the vicar, with saintly tolerance. The beautiful bride, who had not once smiled in the entire service, was suddenly beaming. "I do," said Robin in a ringing voice, looking straight into the eyes, not of her stony-faced new husband, but of the battered and blooded man who had just sent her flowers crashing to the floor.
Thank you for the listening. If you want to support us, please subscribe to our channel of relaxing music. Link in the description below this video.